Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, coming to you live from the beautiful Cap St. George's Hotel in Cyprus. I'm Jan Gustafsson, joined by three-times candidate Peter Svidler. And Peter, we're heading into round 3. We'll get some action. Two of our leaders are facing each other. Third leader, Caruana, has the white pieces as well. So could be some movement at the top. The women's section, 8 draws so far. Could be some movement in the women's section, because, yeah, so far very, very stable performances by everybody, somewhat belying the explosive nature of the games. There should have been at least 2 winners yesterday, judging by positions around the first time control, but in the end, all ended drawn. Generally, a day where no decisive games happen tends to get described as a quiet day, but the women's section definitely wasn't. The open section maybe was definitely quieter than day 1, but still exciting times ahead. And today's pairings are, I think, on paper, better than yesterday's, because we have a lot of uneven matchups in terms of personal scores. Before we get into those, let us have a look at the excitement that these 8 draws yesterday brought. Did look like a lot of the highlights happened in the opening stage yesterday. We're looking for more drama all along today. But Peter, since I keep forgetting, how does this tournament actually work? This is an 8-player double round robin, which means that we are 2 rounds into a very long 14-round tournament. Draw first, as is standard these days, not allowed before move 40. The time controls are similar, but somewhat slightly different. In the open section, you get 2 hours for the first 40 moves, and then 30 minutes for the rest, with 30-second increment beginning from move 41, which leads to more exciting first-time troubles. And in the women's, it's an hour and a half for 30 and 30 minutes till the end, with the increment starting from move 1. Okay, I think I got it. What are they playing for? Just fame? No, fame definitely is at the top of the list there, but there's also a very decent chunk of change there at stake. This is the prize fund for the open section, with 70 up top, 45,000 euros for second and 25 for third. And importantly, players get paid 5,000 euros per half a point scored. And we discussed it before round 1, and it appears that maybe the women took this a little bit too literally and thought maybe if they win a game, they are not qualified for this particular part of the prize fund. 700,000 total, and in the women's, it is 28 for first, 17 for second, 8.6 for third, and 2,200 per half a point scored, for a total of 300 and a million total, as you can see. Understood. Are we ready to check in with Charlize, who will bring us all the latest gossip from the playing hall? While we're waiting for that, let's perhaps discuss what's upcoming today. What do we have? What do we have? We have 8 games of chess about to begin. This is the pairings for the open section. Up top there is the pairing which has the fewest games played between the players prior to this, with Matthias Bluebaum white against Andrey. Esipenko has a plus score against Andrey, but he played
the Russian player, when he was very, very young. There's also
gotta beat them when they're young.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this is even truer in the pairing between Pragg and Sindarov. I checked out their record, and they took it somewhat literally because they beat them when they're young, but they were both young. They first played in a World Under-8, which I think is just should not be a thing. Frankly, I don't think it's good for young people to be exposed to such high stakes at such a young age. But
hot take from a man who scored 5 out of 11 in the 1989 USSR Championship.
Not true, I don't think, but maybe. Anyway, Pragg is ahead in this particular matchup. Fabi is...
Before we move to Fabi, one thing, Sindarov had a tremendous 2025, and he only lost 2 games total. One was against Cheparinov, the other against a certain Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, Pragg does have a very good score against them, but it was noticeable that they began playing when they were very, very small children by anybody's standards. The first 2 wins Pragg has are in the under-8s and under-10s. But they do count, and it does establish a kind of a dynamic. If you consistently beat somebody, starting from a very, very young age and progressing further, it does begin mattering. Fabi has a very good score against Zhongyi. I think it's a 4-0 clean score with some draws. And Hikaru has a very good score against Anish. So players playing the white pieces are not only playing the white pieces today, they all have a massive statistical edge in previous encounters against their opponents. Also, somewhat noticeably, Hikaru and Anish haven't played for about 2 years, despite both being a fixture in the world's top 10. They don't seem to be encountering each other all that much.
Could that be because Hikaru hasn't played any super tournaments in the last 2 years, other than Norway Chess?
Probably, yeah. Still, well, it's a talking point because I'm talking about it, I think, is how we're describing it.
Let's get to Charlize and her talking points.
We are once again live in the playing hall where the 3rd round of the FIDE candidates are about to start. Players have been coming in. Some come about 15 minutes before the start, some right before the beginning. But generally they go into the players' lounge, get the few things that they want, water, snacks, anything that will get them ready for the game. It's an incredibly beautifully sunny day outside today, so maybe that affected our players' moods to come in fighting for some decisive games. Very opposite, maybe, to yesterday's all draws. Will we see some action happening on the board? Let's find out. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast.
Hot take there from Charlize, literally. People want to fight more when the sun is shining?
Might be true. I think it's one of those where it will be very difficult to collect proper stats. It's been a long time position of mine that we are sort of underusing stats in covering chess, and we should be using a lot more in the sort of the baseball, cricket, basketball tradition.
I couldn't agree more. I know every single basketball stat. I have no idea how much Magnus Carlsen scores with the white pieces.
Yeah, and that is true. But I think specifically connecting it to weather will prove difficult, or more difficult than some of the other more surface level things we are probably not bringing enough to our viewers.
Let's have a look at the women's pairings.
Absolutely. And there you have it, Vaishali white against Muzychuk, Goryachkina white against Divya. Jiner is playing the white pieces against Bibisara, Assaubayeva. She arguably could have had 2 out of 2. She had 2 very promising positions. Just outright winning position yesterday and a very good position in round 1. So I guess the player who is both maybe showing the best chess so far, and also the player maybe the most disappointed with the 50%. And the final pairing is Zhongyi versus Kateryna Lagno, where Kateryna is at the other end of that scale, I guess, could have easily been on no points out of 2 so far, and is, as is everybody else, on 50%.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb and say we'll get a decisive game in the women's section today.
Yeah, fairly certain of that.
Let's check the clocks. Still some time until the opening moves.
What are we to do?
What do you expect in the open section to happen? And how many decisive results?
Predictions. I love predictions.
No, this is just a number between 0 and 4.
Number between the 0 and 4. I'll go with 2, 2.5. Can I go 2.5?
No, but 2,
two is,
you can say.
Two is okay, yeah.
Yeah, we have Fabi with the white pieces. We'll be looking to expand his lead in the tournament potentially, and against Zhongyi personally. Also Pragg against Sindarov, both in good form. Like I mentioned, Sindarov hasn't lost a lot of games, and he was talking about how his style got more solid. But I still think of him as a young firebrand playing the King's Indian and so on, and Pragg in shape. I expect stuff to happen in that game.
Yeah, this is, I think, a pretty safe bet in as much as such a safe bet exists in a tough field like this. They're both very fighting players, and Sindarov, yesterday he did play something pretty quiet against the Petrov, but it is the Petrov, and as you kept on driving the point home yesterday, find me something that is not quiet against the Petrov, but generally you get very, very fighting chess from him. And yeah, that's the one to look forward to, I think, the most. Two of the leaders of the tournament playing each other, and two of the I think Pragg, convincingly won the first half of 2025, and Sindarov, I guess, won the year overall, or at least was one of the big winners of the year. So absolutely two of the hottest properties on the circuit right now.
Yeah, from a German perspective, of course, Matthias Bluebaum, a big winner of 2025, won the European Championship, qualified for this very event, and he's facing his co-rating outsider Andrey Esipenko, both at 2.698. Before this event, as an outsider, are you happy with the draw against the other outsiders? How do you approach it?
I think it very much depends on what kind of. I think with white you're supposed to push in every single game here. I don't think anybody, and that very much applies to both Bluebaum and Esipenko here. Nobody comes here just to not even try, even though it is. I mean, it's obviously an honor to play in the candidates, and it is financially quite lucrative. But you're here because you are an ambitious player who wants to. He's shot at the title, and whoever is white in the game between those two, on
Bluebaum
paper,
is white.
Yeah. So today Bluebaum should try. I assume it's also a question, of course, of opening repertoires. Bluebaum's is very solid. Andrey, I don't know how adventurous Andrey will feel. He played a pretty sharp line in the first round. His first round loss against Sindarov.
That was not his quote-unquote fault. He played the Queen's Gambit, declined, and Sindarov pushed him with his bishop d3 to go for c4, which is what he is supposed to do. So I don't know. I think I agree both that, of course, Bluebaum will be looking to play, but also that's easily said. It's a bit harder to find a dent in the, let's say, Queen's Gambit declined or whatever is the most likely opening there. Andrey, of course, can be very, very solid. Had a slightly rough start. I mean, yesterday the game was fine, but he had a much better position for a lot of it and couldn't really get close to a win. So I don't think you change anything personally. You have come with the openings, you prepared, and normally you also have more or less of a plan for the first 4 games to get to the first rest day after round 4, and you sort of stick to that and repeat whatever you wanted to do.
You generally might even have a longer plan, but that normally collapses, and this is why I was there in Toronto with Pragg, and it was just such a miracle to observe our plans actually survive the entire first half.
Wow, you guys are serious. I was there too. We had a 4-round plan.
No, and that was something that I sort of inherited from the years when I was playing in this tournaments, and my team kind of tried to kind of instill this idea of like we have this limited number of new ideas. It's always limited. It's very difficult to break anything these days, or even find half an idea somewhere. And you try to sort of apportion it to specific players. And yeah, normally, if you get 4 out of 4, you're very happy. We got 7 out of 7 in Toronto, and I was...
Ideas, not points, right?
No, yeah. But we did get precisely the openings we wanted against precisely the people we wanted, which is, I think, exceedingly rare the further you progress into the tournament.
Candidates, players, if you need 7 openings ideas, guaranteed to appear on the board. Peter Svidler is willing to talk, even like during this event.
Yeah, I am not crediting myself for that. I was just there and watching in increasing disbelief. But yeah, ideas were mostly not mine.
And we do have handshakes. Hikaru Nakamura about to make his first move, like he went 1c4. And Fabiano Caruana is saying, you know what, this one knight f3, that wasn't just a little joke in round one to not see what Hikaru has prepared. I also don't really want Weiyi's Petrov. So here comes another knight f3, knight f6, c4.
Followed by c4, and we get the beginnings of the symmetrical English. Could still be a bunch of different openings.
Key moment, knight c3, d4, g3 can lead many different directions. And Caruana goes g3, goes for the early fianchetto. Weiyi goes g6, slightly interesting, obviously. Well-known move, but I would argue b6, knight c6, d5, e6 are all a bit more popular, because in these move orders, if white is first to go d4, you at least can ask some questions once in a while. And
yeah, I'm curious about this because
I'm curious what he doesn't mind.
Apart from b6, which I think I've only maybe done once or twice in my career, I've done pretty much everything else against this versus players who didn't want to play the Grunfeld against me. And yeah, I've oscillated between all of those options, never really settling on any one choice.
Yeah, there's a lot of move order questions here. Fabi starts with knight c3, inviting Weiyi to play d5 himself, of course, with black. This is a more risky proposition, but that's allowed by that order, and Weiyi does take a chance.
I'm assuming takes h4, although it's not a nailed on.
Takes is a fair assumption, but here anybody's guess. But yeah, h4 has become arguably the main move for bishop g2, bishop g7, then h4.
Yeah.
And asking black the usual question. Do you want to ignore this? Do you want to allow h5? Or do you want to go h6, all of which have their individual problems? If you go h5, you weaken this square. If you ignore it, well, pawn here is annoying.
It gets to h5
here quite often.
That's a whole other conversation.
And if you go h6, this pawn might be hanging every now and then, and you have to reckon at least with h5, allowing g5.
The inclusion of h4, h6 is pretty much always going to be at least a little bit useful for white. So understandable that white at least asks the question.
We will see what Fabi has in mind here. Obviously, there are more solid ways to play. Bishop g2, followed by castle, d3, bishop d2, queen b3, queen a4 check. I'm sure I've dabbled with all these moves, but he seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, bishop g2 used to be an absolute kind of, people did that without thinking, but then even before all the AlphaZero discoveries, people began looking very seriously at playing h4 in every single position like this, and this is definitely a moment where it's pretty sensible.
Yeah, also not like it's winning or anything, but it has become arguably the main line, which is weird in itself. We used to castle in this country. All right, let's do quick tour through some of the other boards and start with Praggnanandhaa versus Sindarov.
Yeah, and Sindarov is doing the old school Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit declined, and there you have that head-to-head with Pragg far ahead, 4-1 with 5 draws. The one victory coming when both of them came to St. Petersburg to play in the Chigorin Open, I think in 2017, some time ago as well. Yeah, a good score for Pragg to fall back on.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into it. I agree with you that if someone beats you when you're young, it can stay with you. But Sindarov has become a different player over the last year, and also the way he carries himself, and he mentioned it, has become more solid. And my rating went up from 2,660 to 2,745. I don't think he's afraid of anybody. But he does play a at least more or less solid line, good old Queen's Gambit, and not King's Indian or anything.
Yeah, no King's Indian today, and the old school Bishop b7 not allowing the Carlsbad, to which Pragg replies with one of the absolute main lines, Knight of 3, Bishop f4. Interesting to see what he has there. So far he is just playing sort of the absolute central, most theoretically popular in terms of pure number of games played line versus this Castle z3. We actually have 2 of these today, which is somewhat unusual. This is maybe not the most popular or topical line in 2026. It was at some point, I think, ubiquitous at the top level, but has fallen off a little bit.
Well, White got stuck a bit. There were a lot of debates in the Caruana World Championship match, for example. Yeah, this was all the rage and whenever 2017 till 2019. But White got a bit stuck, primarily after C5. But also, I mean, you find nothing in C5, and then you start looking at knight BD7 and B6, and you also find nothing, and you're wondering, why is this such a promising line?
Yeah, why are we here? Yeah, in both games today, and we will get to that in due time, but this is also the position in Bluebaum, Esipenko today. Both games featuring C5. By
we
far.
will learn something today. Very curious.
Have they perhaps worked together?
Who, Bluebaum and Esipenko?
Oh, Esipenko is Sindarov in this case, I guess. No, I don't think so. It's just a, yeah. I mean, it's a ridiculous suggestion for this field. I was part of the candidates where a bunch of people were playing this particular Queen's Gambit declined with black, and they potentially have actually worked together, but it wasn't the tournament, it was a series of matches, and there was a decent probability they will not get to play each other, so it was much safer to do that.
Who are these people?
I think for the Kazan 2011 candidate matches, I think Boris and Levon actually did work on the Queen's Gambit together, and they played it throughout the event. I mean, for Levon it was just the one match, but yeah, I think I'm not lying about that. I'm pretty sure.
As usual, my memory is shaky. Did they face each other?
No,
in the
Levon lost. Levon lost to Aleksandra Grishuk in the
Right.
very first match. And then Aleksandra kept on playing the same opening against Kramnik in the semis, and then Boris in the final. It was just absolutely everywhere. You couldn't, you know.
So it was a different time when also people thought, okay, this is the way to play, and there was a bit of this panic. Chess is solved. The Queen's Gambit is too strong, which of course originates back to 1927 when in Capablanca, Goryachkina also said, okay, you got to play Queen's Gambit, and it's a draw. But this new generation, and Sindarov also talked about this, since after the pandemic, things have really changed, maybe already, with the influence of Magnus and Hikaru, who pretty much have been willing to play any opening at any time, trying to get a practical edge more than a theoretical one. These young guys, they just seem comfortable playing many more openings, relying more on surprise value.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a statistical quirk that it's happening in the same round today, and I mean, it's a very solid opening, but we shouldn't be reading too much into it. The Bluebaum-Esipenko game is developing a lot faster. We're still stuck on dc5, bishop takes c5 in the game between Pragg and Sindarov. They are, well, Pragg in particular, taking his sweet time. And this is the other matchup here, where you see the Bluebaum-Esipenko head-to-head. Bluebaum beating Esipenko, as mentioned, in one of the Aeroflot Opens when Esipenko was very, very young. And this is their position, so we are somewhat further.
In Bluebaum's defense, he was also kind of young 10 years ago.
Yes. But he is, what, 5 years older than Andrey, I guess?
3, maybe?
Maybe 3, yeah.
Okay, let's have a look. This was not exactly the same, not to be a stickler. But Bluebaum did not start with bishop to f4, but he went c takes d5, which I think we discussed the other day is sort of an attempt to make sure you get a game by creating a fixed structure, the infamous Karlsbad structure, instead of going for this theoretical debate, which we might see in Pragg versus Sindarov. But castles e3, c5, this is actually the position that Esipenko had against Sindarov. Not so Team Bluebaum said, okay, let's not check too many of his games. What happened in round 1? Can we do that stuff again?
And yeah, I guess chose not to, because the bishop came to d3 in 2 moves. In this.
We talked about it then. Sindarov chose bishop d3, which is sort of a risky move, and even the way the game went, Sindarov won the game, but I don't think it was necessarily because he got such a great position out of the opening, allowing black to grab the space with c4. And the solid option here is d takes c5 or bishop e2. Bluebaum goes for d takes c5, which I'm not sure if that's great news for him, but this is also very much to my liking, because it's completely risk-free. Like, the worst thing that could ever happen to you is black equalizes by playing d5, d4. And if black doesn't, he might suffer a bit. So knight c6 castles. If you go d4 here, I'm throwing knight a4.
You have to contend with knight a4, yeah.
So
although
Andrey,
I have a feeling I've seen this, and bishop d6 might be playable in that position, but Andrey decides not to bother.
yeah, a6, another typical move, preparing d4, getting his bishop square. The bishop e6 played, rook c1, rook c8. Esipenko playing all these moves instantly, so he's clearly not surprised. And he shouldn't be. Like, he had this line in round 1, d takes c5 is the main move. But bishop to d3, is that typical?
Played quite quickly as well.
Knight a4, look.
Yeah, it's a bit unusual, but I guess the bishop is... I mean, that is the big question. You probably would like it on f3, but then you have to solve the problem of moving the knight away somewhere, and I guess it goes to e5, and maybe d5, d4 equalizes somehow by force. Bishop d3 hinting at maybe in some cases you want knight e2 and not knight b5, although they seem very similar, and why is e2 so much stronger than knight b5 is not immediately clear. Maybe it goes to f4 in some positions. You can maybe find a place for the bishop on f4 and play knight e2, knight f4. And Andrey very quickly replies with h6 anyway, so bishop d3 not coming as...
So even this is not shocking to him?
No, no.
Both sides seem to be well prepared, and it also looks like Bluebaum is following his, frankly, usual style of play very, very solidly with 1 d4. If chances arise, he will take them. If it's a draw, it's a draw. So I think he's sticking to his guns. And once again, it's easier to say, do something sharper. It's harder to refute the Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit declined, yeah, is a tough nut to crack, yeah. So the last game we haven't talked about at all is the game between Hikaru and Anish, where Hikaru is sort of playing the reverse Sicilian against Anish. It began its life as an English, and there you have that scoreline on your screen. A lot of games between these two they've obviously been playing for quite some time, and Hikaru is solidly ahead. The percentage of decisive results not huge. 7 out of 34 is...
I was going to argue that +3 out of 34 games, it's significant, but it's not crazy.
Not a blowout, but still, it's a comfortable cushion there. And today Hikaru goes for seemingly an English, and then just says, nah, let's just play a Sicilian with a tempo up, which I think a lot of people have been doing quite seriously in this line recently.
Well, this d3 has very much become a thing. Most prominently, Vincent Keimer, more or less, made c4, e5, d3 his main weapon for a while. And after c4, knight f6, d3 doesn't make so much sense, because black will go e6 or c6, followed by d5.
Yeah, you are supposed to wait for a6. And by the way, now that we are discussing this game, you can see we're running the YouTube poll specifically about this pairing with the question, very simple question, who will win today, Hikaru, Anish, or Friendship? I think the vote for Friendship should win by a blowout, but we'll see what the people think about this.
I'm interested. You think a draw means friendship? Made many draws, not many friends.
Well, one can hope.
Okay, back to the game. Knight f3, knight c6, d3. One of the main moves. Anish, of course, very familiar with this as well. Also faced it against Vincent. And Anish does the most direct way, saying, okay, it's a reverse Sicilian. I do not care. I'm aware of an extra tempo. That's also a common myth that an extra tempo means an advantage if you play a quote-unquote black opening with the white pieces. So d5. And Hikaru goes for pawn to e4, which I think is also the most critical move here. You can play other moves like g3 or e3 or whatnot, but you're not supposed to be better. Pawn to e4, knight to f6.
Yeah, I don't know if you're supposed to be better here, but it's the most straightforward and the most critical way, I think, of playing those reverse Sicilians.
Yeah, also knight f6 not forced, if memory serves. out. I played knight b6 against Wojtaszek recently, but knight to f6 is also a decent square. You can take here, but ideally you don't want to because you're strengthening white center. Like this, a line takes, and bishop c5 is also not terrible. But knight f6, very classical. Bishop e2, could argue if white can also consider h3 to stop what happened, which is this bishop coming out. But both sides seem to be more or less comfortable doing this. So what should black do? Do you want to take on f3 quickly and go knight d4? Do you
seems very logical, but I mean, you're not obliged to do it immediately, but seems very logical right now because I'm not worried about the knight eventually going to d2. I mean, worried would be a wrong way to describe it, but I don't particularly want to allow it for some future date. Although it's not that easy for white to even organize because that bishop trade leaves your pawn on d3 somewhat vulnerable to attacks. I don't know. Feels like you should sort of never be worse in these types of positions with black, but that actually is not entirely true. I think there is a degree of risk attached. Whoa, that's a very interesting move.
Plays queen d7, hinting at either rook d8 or long castles.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually is intending to castle long. I don't think it's a great idea, to be honest, but I'm very much here for it if it does happen. Although, with the c-file already open and the way the white pieces are, like castling straight into queen a4, rook c1, and some sort of a potential attack on the queen side seems a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever happening, but rook to d8 is a serious move where I would say castles, rook d8, and then at least you're hinting at bishop takes f3, followed by queen takes d3. And also if white goes h3 directly, just ask if we want to take on f3. I guess we want to. If we get invited by white playing h3, once again, we can maybe ask some questions here. I don't know what happens, but if white is to go back, we might have achieved a little something.
Yeah, if we are actually provoking bishop e2, it's probably something to welcome. And that actually finally, I think, frees us up to, because I've been, the moment I scrolled down a little bit and took a look at what's happening in the women's tournament, I've been waiting with increasing impatience for a chance to show your position. Let's pause our roundup of the open section for a second, go to the women's, because there's a position there which I think you will enjoy as well.
Would you share with us which board you're talking about?
The game between Jiner and Bibisara Assaubayeva. You will like what you'll see there.
Yeah, but first we want to know what their head-to-head score is.
Absolutely. Let's begin with that. Not a lot of games, but the Chinese player somewhat ahead. 2 out of 3, 2 draws, 1 win.
Hang on, will Bibisara doing the heart as well? Does she have 2 different poses for this, depending on opponent?
Maybe. I think keeping your options very flexible is something to be applauded.
Okay, let's see the source of your excitement. Sicilian. Bishop b5, the Rossolimo.
Yeah, black plays arguably maybe the least fashionable option here these days, I guess. Distinct third behind e6 and g6.
Knight f6. Yeah. Or more popular, but d6, bishop d7, of course.
Yeah, very old school. Castles, bishop d7, rook e1, a6, or knight f6 actually. And here things start getting somewhat funky, I would say.
I'm a bit surprised by h3, because I've been so scarred by all these h3, rook g8, g5 things. And as far as I know, c3 or c4 are the main moves here. But he plays h3, a6,
bishop f1, and
here it comes, rook g8.
Yeah, lo and behold, your idea immediately lands on the board. And this is, as Jan has already explained, is provoked by white providing a hook on the king side. Without the pawn on h3, these types of play, I mean, they exist, but they're much less potent. Yeah, but when you do get a serious chance of opening the g file very quickly by playing g5, g4, these are very, very serious ideas. But they did not surprise Jiner. Although, now that I look at the clock, I don't know, because you would assume this is not a bluff, but she did spend some time on it. She goes d3, stopping g5 for the time being. Black plays h6, says, no, I am very serious about this. Give me my g5. And then she goes b2, b4 in this position.
Looks like home cooking. Also, I mean, it's sort of natural in line with the classical teachings that if you're attacked on one flank, open the center / counterattack on the other flank. Also, it seems like the computer very much likes this. So I'm assuming she just knows this stuff.
Yeah, and actually, the different time controls threw me for a loop there a little bit.
They start with 1:30.
Yeah,
I was wondering why it's 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm being stupid today. Yeah, before was played very, very quickly, and Black took on before, because I guess you can't really ignore it that comfortably.
Can we take with the knight?
I'm assuming the idea is to go e5, knight takes e5, otherwise I don't quite see what we're doing. e5, knight e5, and of course, because Black played not just h6 but also rook g8.
Yeah, can't castle.
Yeah, opening the b file and opening the center are both very, very good for White, because you can't castle kingside, and with the open b file, you're probably not that happy castling queenside either. So White has very, very good long-term compensation. So Bibisara takes with the pawn on b4. Which has the advantage of keeping e5 under firmer control, so you can't really play e5, knight takes e5 that comfortably. And Zhu plays a3, replied to very quickly with b3.
Saying, I don't really want an extra pawn, I just want to keep the position halfway closed here.
Yeah,
so I can finally start attacking with g5, g4.
Precisely, and the gambit continues. The gambit very much is still in force, because Jiner goes knight bd2 here, saying, please be a pawn up. Come on, I know you want to. Do we maybe still ignore it? Do we actually kind of have to play g5? Yeah.
What is the point of knight b2? Knight takes b3?
I guess knight takes b3, yeah. Or maybe rook b1, but rook b1 seems like it's kind of pushing the point a bit too far. I guess we're supposed to take. We take with the bishop, Black.
I don't know how lethal an attack this is, but center is still kind of
d4, queen d3 maybe, yeah. Just unpin ourselves and also gain some space in the center. Knight on b3 is not that bad. We might at some point start threatening d5.
Strange position.
Very, very, very odd position, and a kind of a nice counterbalance against all the queen's gambit declined. We have in the open section.
And we've praised Jujine's preparation in round number 1 against Tan already. And today it also looks like, okay, it's a very random line, but she clearly knew what she was doing. And now after knight bd2, another incredibly sharp position, offers a pawn, goes for a walk. And Bibisara seems to be surprised, at the very least, by this knight bd2 move, because now she's taking some serious time there. So some serious homework was done, team.
And frankly, perhaps, yeah, I should have, before becoming as excited as I was, I should have checked the database tab, because everything up to a3 was played in the game between Aryan Tari and Norbek Abdusatorov in 2023, and Norbek also played b3. And in that position, everybody played c4. Nobody took on b3. But the move that all 3 games that reach this position feature is the move c2, c4. Knight bd2 does appear to be the first independent move of the game, as is, of course, quite evident by Bibisara's reaction.
I don't know. Depends how you define independent. To my mind, usually, is this in the top 2 engine moves, then it's not an independent move.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not, or if it's even crazier and the computer says minus, then you're supposed to be surprised. I'm not sure if people, or I'm sure it's a factor, but people don't rely so much on, in this position. c4 is the move they play in practice.
Yeah,
so
therefore it's the only move I should look at. Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, people should be, or at least are supposed to, look at most logical options. And Bibisara, after spending some time weighing her options, does go for g7, g5, saying, no, I came today to attack on the king side.
She did go h6 and rook g8.
Yeah.
Were there alternatives? I guess grabbing the pawn. And
Yeah, you could include b takes c4. Yeah, you could include that. And actually, maybe you're
also,
still...
do I have to go g5 now? If I play quietly, I'm just the king is too stuck in the center. Yeah, this is an illusion that black is solid.
I mean, you are solid, but you're going to be playing with the king on e8 and a rook on g8. And even even your sort of your manual castlings are very, very difficult.
Yeah.
With the rook on g8, it's just so
really
incredibly awkward. Yeah. It's not like they just told you can't castle. They also moved some of your pieces.
In the way.
Yeah.
No, so g5 is at the very least.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do we maybe take on c2 and then play g5? Thinking that I like the idea of attacking on the king side, or at least justifying the rook on g8. But I also would like to be a pawn up because it provides a cushion against, trouble in the future.
So apart from grabbing a pawn, you slightly weaken, I don't know, maybe the d4 square or the potential to challenge the d4 squares?
I don't think it's ridiculous, frankly.
It's more logical.
Yeah, but sort of spiritually, if you've come to be the side, wreaking havoc, you feel like you're sort of obliged to continue declining the extra pawn on the queen side. I'm not sure it's correct, though. Yeah.
Also, I don't know, I might be overreacting to every small dramatic pause here, but it doesn't look like Jiner continues blitzing out her prep. And maybe she was expecting take.
She's.
Okay.
Will you look at that?
Not enough of a pause, so I take it back.
And she doesn't take on b3 either. She just goes d3, d4 straight away, with the intention of meeting g4 with
e5.
No, I think it's maybe takes c3? Question mark. And maybe we want to take on b3 with a queen? Or provoke queen a5. I mean, knight a5, sorry, not queen a5, of course.
It's nice that this knight looks after the other knight. Knight a5?
I mean, it exists, but it's very ugly. I don't know. I'm not a believer. Even rook b1, knight takes b3. I don't know. Combining an attack on the king side with moves like knight c6, a5 is generally going to be quite difficult. No, this is a very, very sharp and unusual position, and the fact that it has previously been played by Noribek only slightly dampens my enthusiasm for it. What else we got?
This is exciting stuff. Let's do a quick tour through the other boards, starting with Goryachkina versus Divya. Not sure if there's a lot of history there, but there is some, and
fairly one-sided.
Yeah.
Fairly one-sided, with Goryachkina winning 3 out of the 5 games they played and losing none. So yeah, that's a very good score to enter the game. And she is white today, and they're playing talking about replies to Rosalimo. This is the more fashionable way of dealing with these structures. Goryachkina opting for the same move, and Divya playing g6, which I guess statistically is by far the main move right now. Is e6 gaining, or how do you feel? What's the sort of the universally accepted first line here?
I don't have the numbers. It used to be g6. I feel e6 and e5 have been making up some ground in recent years, because people figured out that g6 isn't such a picnic after either bishop takes c6 or in these old castles, rook e1, c3 lines. So I think it's pretty much up for debate. I think the general consensus is that one, e5 is a very good move.
Yeah.
And secondly, here maybe you want to go d6, because then if they give this check, you don't have to go knight c6, but you can put something here. So what I'm trying to say is the Rosalimo is very unpleasant and has rightly replaced 3d4 as the main move. I think it's fair to say.
That much is very clear. And in a way, it's, it used to be very, it's not that he was laughed out of court, but it was a very niche opinion. I remember having these discussions involuntarily, because he would discuss it with anybody, whether you wanted or not, with Evgeny Sveshnikov, who had this theory of like best moves in the first moves of the game, and he was a firm believer that e4 is stronger than d4. Then he thought, of course, e5 is stronger than c5, but he was not prepared to do that himself. And after c5, he thought knight f3 is correct, and bishop b5 is correct. He was very, very convinced that bishop b5 is stronger than d4 because it fights for the center better. And
didn't he also think you should play e4, c5, c3, though?
Possibly, yeah. or maybe he just did not want to. I think that was maybe slightly influenced by his desire to play the stuff he was comfortable with. But bishop e5 was a very, very strong opinion of his, and he was...
He was right.
Yeah, he was definitely ahead of his time.
He was right about this, and he was also right about the Sveshnikov, which also very much stood the test of time.
Yeah, so...
But yeah, anyway. And I'm a bit curious, because we see this line twice today. Is that maybe because most players in the women's field are more accustomed to playing in open tournament? Of course, they play in different events. But maybe they do need a bit more of a quote-unquote fighting style than the closed tournament gang that can play their Berlins, or is that a bit too simple?
I mean, a choice specifically of c5 over e5?
Yeah,
or, yeah, maybe. Maybe, because... yeah, it's a... I guess we could have a long discussion about stylistic differences there, but generally...
As usual, small sample size, but
yeah.
It is notable that c5, knight c6. Of course, Magnus did it in this Caruana match, and yeah, he was going pawn to g6, bishop g7, and then trying to mix it with different versions of putting this pawn on e5 in every position. But it never felt like 100% safe, and I don't think it's really caught on as a big fashion for black in recent top-level chess.
Not really, no. But perhaps we should finally move on past move 3 in this game.
I plan to spend the whole broadcast on this position.
Yeah, so g6 takes, b takes has definitely become the main move in this position. I don't think d takes e6 has been refuted, but it feels like people are taking, at the top level, it feels like people are taking with the b pawn more than the... No?
I don't know. I don't have the numbers. Carlsen would always go dc.
Yeah, but Dubov and Boris and all of his and their disciples are going to play all of this b takes e6, bishop g7, knight h6 stuff every chance they get, right?
If only Carlsen had Dubov's advice on all these topics.
Well, he is one of the few people in the world, I guess, who is not easily swayed by Dubov's opinion.
No, anyway, both moves exist, and they have pros and cons. D takes c. Frees the bishop, and b takes c. Captures towards the center, but makes it a bit harder to get the pieces out. So let's have a look what happened. Cast bishop g7, rook e1, queen to c7, sort of a recent fashion slash wrinkle compared to the old lines you alluded to with however they play knight h6 castles. See what happens. Queen c7, still hinting at e5, d3, d6, and white says, let's not wait for it. But let's spice it up. Once again, very, very direct, theoretical line.
Yeah, and black takes, and then very notably, these days nobody even attempts to protect the pawn on e5, quick development.
What happens if you go whatever, f6 or something?
I guess c5 is very weak.
This guy,
yeah, c5 is very weak, and you also kind of blunt your own bishop on g7 to such an extent that I think these days black players in these types of positions just give up on e5 straight away. Knight f6, white took, black played knight d5, knight c4 castles.
This looks familiar. I'm sure there are games even here still.
Yeah, this has been played somewhat recently by Jules Moussard with the white pieces and some lesser known players as well, but not a lot of games from this specific position. It's already kind of rare. In purely structural terms, of course, white is to be preferred. White has a very, very solid, very kind of a flexible, fluid pawn structure. Black has weaknesses on the c file, but black has a pair of bishops. The b file for the rook, nicely positioned, knight on d5, which makes developing the bishop on c1 to a sensible square less comfortable. I'm not even sure what the good square is. I guess you put it on d2 and just chill, but it doesn't do very much there. I guess it's same at a5, but yeah. I've sort of grown to just assess these positions as roughly equal, interesting to play, have no idea what's going on, and move on. What's your feeling?
0.4. That's how I've grown to assess positions, whatever number the thing says. The problem is if you keep clicking the button, then it will say 0, 0, and then you wonder, where did my 0.4 disappear, and is this still a good line? But no, just eye test-wise, it doesn't look so bad for black to me. You have the two bishops. The center can go f65.
Yeah.
Usual problems you have is what to do with this stupid bishop, which I guess is a problem in any opening. But especially these lines where the pawn on c6 blocks his sight on the long diagonal. And queen e2 seems to have taken Divya slightly off guard.
Mm-hmm.
Or off guard strong. It's not, the price of a move is not very high here. But she's thinking now. Goryachkina also spent a bit of time.
Do we immediately cash in f65 or do we keep our options somewhat open?
No.
I guess knight f3, e5. That knight could be aimed at, I don't know, e4, b3. Sometimes you can just go directly for a plan of attacking and perhaps collecting the pawn on c5.
Okay, just go bishop e3 and try to take.
Well, I mean, takes, queen e7. You haven't actually won it just yet, right?
Yet.
Knight g2. Or even knight f5, b3 maybe, yeah. That's... On the other hand, if I do find a way to protect it, let's say I go, I don't know, rook, I'm choosing between rook e8 and rook g8 and then bishop f8. Let's say rook g8.
No, okay. Looks very, very shaky. Does
it does look shaky.
f4, knight d6, and all kinds of things happen.
Yeah. My feeling was also that maybe we have to wait for a bit and make some more useful moves with black before we decide what the structure in the center will be.
Yeah, very unfamiliar territory for me, but Divya, of course, is not only well prepared, but also very much a fighting player. I don't think she minds the imbalances. Just these positions, you can feel a bit silly. You get your imbalances, but if the white plays sometimes can look very easy, like in this line we did here. Okay, knight goes back, bishop e3, attack pawn. So stakes are kind of high in a way. They are not in whatever. The Berlin, the Petrov, all my favorite, very boring openings. I miss dearly.
Yeah, and we have two more games in the women's section. Let's begin by taking a look at Vaishali versus Anna Muzychuk.
What's the rook on a2 doing?
Well, it just recaptured a bishop. But it is a silly-looking piece. Very peaceful so far in their personal encounters. Vaishali winning 1 and 8 games being drawn. And this position, it kind of brings back memories, but they're not memories of this. They're just memories of similar things in the Spanish, where black would also have pawns on a6 and b5, which is probably a drawback, frankly, there. More often they're a weakness rather than a strength.
Well, that's up for debate. Space matters, but I'm a bit surprised by the move order. More in, not like this is stupid, but did I check this? She starts with bishop to a2 here. This is just your run-of-the-mill Italian, bishop e7. As fashionable as bishop c5 nowadays. Knight c3 controlling the square, also very normal. a3 has pros and cons compared to a4, but has become a bit fashionable recently, mainly. You cover the b4 square, where the knight can sometimes jump if white goes a4, and then some knight d5 action happens. So a3 castles, all this I'm familiar with. But here she goes bishop to a2 directly, which is curious.
Yeah, without being chased, you normally don't spend a tempo on this so early, right?
No, I mean, other moves here, castles, then you have to be familiar with bishop g4, but that's, I think, where the theoretical debates are. But she goes bishop a2. One point probably is that bishop g4. Now you can just go h3, g4 when you have the castle very comfortably. And bishop e6. Generally, the consensus is, I think, if you take here, black is all right. So to fight for an advantage with white, you want to meet it with knight to d5 and giving black this choice to take and having to do something awkward with the knight, or to live with this piece, which might even be supported by c4. Anna chooses door number 3, knight to d4.
Yeah, it's one of the ways of treating these knight d5 ideas, which also existed in some 6d3 Spanish lines. I played a bunch of those at one point around 2013 and then completely gave up on it because I stopped liking the structure. You pretty much always take on d4 and then you consider your options, right? Because taking the dark square bishop seems logical, but in some cases, and that was something that I think turned me away from the structure sort of for good, I stopped enjoying playing the positions after knight takes f6, bishop takes e6, and then, I don't know, queen g4, h4, h5, this type of plan, where you are extremely solid, but it's also a lot easier to understand what white is doing, and you are supposed to launch some kind of a counterattack with c5, c4 as early as possible with black, otherwise you might actually get stuck in a very passive position where your bishop is a lot worse than the white bishop because it's very restricted by your own pawn structure. I haven't lost every single game I played in this structure, but I remember not liking it one shot and kind of moving away from the whole concept. But Vaishali goes the other way. Vaishali takes the bishop on e7, and then castling, ending up with this position where, to my eyes, black shouldn't really be suffering all that much, but you can understand how the bishop could be slightly better than the knight here.
Yeah, but I agree with your general point that this bishop on f6 is such a dumb piece in all these positions, which is why I also felt like knight takes f6. I'm assuming we're talking about the same lines out of the different openings because I don't know this one exactly. But knight takes e7 feels a bit like letting white off the hook. Then again, Vaishali is blitzing and she probably knows all the great details here. Just eye test wise, it doesn't look so bad. What do you do now? You go d5, you go queen e6?
Well, she's played d5 already, so we can park this discussion. It's not obvious to me that this is the best, but it's very logical as well. And Vaishali's reply is also extremely logical. We do want to keep the knight on f6 restricted. E takes d5, knight takes d5, I think immediately makes it extremely comfortable for black. So we're preserving the structure in the center by playing f3 and asking the question yet again. I mean, white's next few moves are very easy to name. What are you doing with black? Like, rook a1, bishop g5, queen d2, rook a2, e1. If I get all of those in, I am actually better, I'm pretty sure. So something needs to be done pretty quickly with black here. I guess the most sort of conservative way to treating this position is to go something like d4, fe4, knight d7, knight e5, c5, f6, and say, this is rock solid, I will be slightly worse, but I am never going to actually lose this position. Do we believe that?
I don't know. You said a lot of stuff. First of all, I'm not sure if DE or FE, but FE, of course, looks somewhat more natural. Like 7. I'm always mildly worried here, but then again, I tend to worry because there's so much activity, and just sitting here with the knight, waiting for white to slowly improve, and then in 100 years they will go g5 when they pawn on f6. And
it's unattractive.
Like, I've seen that movie.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, of course, is maybe not to see it for the entirety of the game. You want to play c5, c4 once again. Anna, by the way, goes in an interesting direction here. She does go knight d7, but without the trade. Correctly, I think.
Arguing e5.
Yeah, e5 is just not a thing. Yeah, so we don't need to invest in the trade at all.
I like that better.
Also, my question is, if allowed, do we play f5 on the next move?
If not on the next, then eventually.
Yeah. Maybe this is just how she wants to challenge the...
You leave that stupid pawn on f3 blocking the rook and the queen.
Yeah.
No, I like this move. She took her time. She spent half an hour.
Yeah, she's a full half an hour behind. Vaishali has only now beginning to think over the board, I would assume. But position seems to be healthy. I don't think there's much reason for worry just yet for Anna.
Yeah. Classy move. There's knight to d7. Didn't think of it. I thought maybe you have to go h6 if you don't want to go d4. But this looks much more sense.
Very much like this. And the final position of the round is the game between Zhongyi and Kateryna Lagno, who has played 2 very sharp games, but could consider herself quite lucky, I think, to not have lost either of them. Their personal score very much in favor of Zhongyi.
Zhongyi tends to have very, very good score against the field. Let's have a look at the Italian they're playing today.
And it's actually kind of an offbeat choice by Kateryna yet again, because it begins its life as a very kind of a classical gioco piano, and then instead of knight f6 after c3, she just goes d6 and says, you want a large pawn center? Have at it. Which is not a concept I am either very familiar or very happy with, frankly. I wouldn't think this is great, but...
this is sort of a thing. The reasoning is usually, because knight f6, of course, the main move, that you're not feeling too hot about allowing these types of positions, which is, of course, a main line, but they are kind of, or can be kind of annoying. And starting with d6, d4, I think I've seen people do this recently, because, of course, e takes d4, this looks like whatever your first chess book taught you not to do, right? Give up the center, allow white to go knight c3, castles, h3, get the perfect pawn center.
Yeah.
But I was clicking a bit here a while back, and somehow the computer didn't hate this as much as I thought, which I'm pretty sure Lagno or people around her have also noticed.
Yeah, I found a very interesting artifact in the database, because the first notable game in this position I see on my screen is a game from 1998 between Vladimir Kramnik playing white against Valery Salov. Two very strong, like-minded people. And yeah, not the names I expected to see on my screen in this very, very offbeat Italian. The game continued, knight f6, knight c3. She just, hang on, we are missing a move. Queen d3 here.
When g3 was played,
yeah.
I'm assuming the point is castles, bishop g4.
Yeah.
Put pressure on the
might
center.
be awkward, yeah.
Of course, h3 is always a topic here. I'm trying to recall if you could go knight takes e4, maybe directly or after castles, it could be a threat. Can I do this? I think I can do this.
Yeah, that might also be a problem. It's probably not a move against castles, but it should be a move here. Might actually be.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's sort of a double threat. Bishop g4 or knight takes e4 to simplify.
Yeah, which is why queen d3 is very logical. Black castles, and the Chinese player goes bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, which is a very critical, very concrete way of approaching this. Kind of. It's, of course, once again, not a direct transposition or anything, but it begins reminding me of bishop c5 Spanish lines quite a bit. You get positions like this.
Your pattern recognition is second to none, sir. You draw all these parallels.
Is it entirely unfair, though?
No, of course, it's more or less the same position. Just teasing.
Yeah, and in those lines, they tend to be okay for black, but you do need to be very, very precise, because white will be perfectly happily sacrificing that piece on g5 in a bunch of positions like this. And
what Peter, sir, is talking about, don't quote me on the move order, but is positions like these. Which
all of these
are mildly different, of course, but themes can often be the same.
Yeah. But one thing I will say is that although, we have a knight on c3, which is very good, but we haven't castled yet, which might be bad, or maybe we castle queenside. It just occurred to me that maybe we kind of resolve this issue in a way that is completely unavailable to us in those bishop c5 Rui Lopez lines, because the king is always on g1 already.
Lagno's taking her time, so maybe queen d3 or something came, or bishop g5 more likely. Came as a bit of a surprise. What should black do? What are candidates? Bishop g4 is a move, g5 is surely a move you think about.
It's certainly an option, but yeah, queen d3 appears to be a novelty, in as much as we can trust the database on the server here. So not a shocker that Kateryna is now having to think.
I don't know. You keep mentioning these novelties thing. That's no one cares. The computer shows it. It's a move. You prepared. Bishop c5, d6, d4. E takes d4.
Let's see. So far, not in my top 5.
Okay, now then, that's the kind of novelties.
Yeah,
as
because
opposed to
Jan
the-
keeps on pulling me up on this, I decided to actually ask the on-site engine to give me instead 5 lines instead of 2, and it's not in there. So
No, then that's
that's a pretty
great work, because she clearly prepared this. I don't know if Kateryna played this before, but Zhongyi knows stuff.
absolutely, yeah.
Play a move that's good and gets the opponent out of book and poses fresh problems.
Yeah, that's
Sweet spot.
invaluable, yeah. Very, very serious early problem for Kateryna, because maybe 95 is probably not a threat yet, but if you give White time, White will play. The more I think about it, the more I actually kind of like castling long. Yeah, and something will start happening either in the center or in the center and on the king side. So
if I go g5, I guess you can't take it because d4 is hanging.
I mean, sometimes those positions are actually playable. You have to calculate very precisely. We can try a knight g5, hg5, bishop takes, bishop d4. I mean, maybe even just castle long here for the time being, because I was worried. I wanted to play queen g3, honestly, but I think it kind of loses to bishop takes e3 and knight takes e4. Maybe we could show this because it's a very instead of long castles. Sorry. My initial idea was this, but I think bishop c3, knight takes e4 just refutes it on the spot, right? Whichever way I take, knight takes e4 just solves everything. So that's a very typical tactic which you need to be aware of with the white pieces here. So by castling long, I'm making bishop c3 into not a check, which is potentially very valuable, but maybe it's still very strong, right? Take and knight e5. I guess you're in, like, instead of spending 2 minutes forcing you to click, I could have just agreed with you and we would have saved time.
But there are other moves here, no?
Knight d5, maybe, yeah.
Looks sort of normal.
Now, these types of positions are generally a lot scarier than you would assume when you just think, okay, I have an extra piece for 1 pawn. Threats are not immediate, even after 95. Nothing is hanging yet. We have all kinds of seemingly decent counterplay available, but yeah. If you analyze them, you often realize just how tricky they are.
Because what I was getting at that, once again, from good old pattern recognition, what you often do in these types of positions, go g5, knight h5. You're not sure how happy you are, but at least you can get rid of the bishop, put the king here, and you argue, okay. It's complicated, but if Kateryna has to figure out if this is a problem as well, these positions...
Yeah, I think it's
normally incredibly hard to figure out over the board what's happening, because it's so many long-term attacks, and your opponent's playing quickly. It's
yeah. From a practical standpoint, either you trust it will be okay, because often it is okay. It's just that you have to play very precisely, or you just kind of give up on the whole thing and play something else. Yeah, and there on your screen you have Kateryna's statistics in the candidates, and starting from today we will be showing you a lot of material to do with the historical candidates tournaments, something to look forward in the breaks and over the course of the broadcast. So she scored 50% in 2019 and actually -1 in Tirana. Not a successful outing for her there.
Right.
And yeah, she does knight b4
or a knight move.
This one is kind of off topic.
Feels a little... I mean, you take the queen, but if the queen goes, what's the follow-up, I guess, the question?
I'm assuming she wants to maybe organize d6, d5 somehow, but I'm not entirely sure how. First of all, let's choose a square. I guess we're choosing between d2 and e2, right? Those are the two logical squares.
Obvious ones. I'm not sure if b1 deserves to make the list, to not stand on the e file, but let's go to d2, like a normal person.
Let me try to play d6, d5 here and justify it somehow.
I have so many questions already. Even castles, d5.
Okay, this will leave for a future date, although it is definitely something that could be considered. So if you go knight takes...
Why can't I go violent?
e5, dc... But e6 is not... Like, bishop f6 maybe I'm more worried about, right? But I don't even have to take, right?
I'll say I would check.
No, this is maybe a little bit too much.
Okay, so no, this is...
Knight takes. My idea was to take with the B knight. And after bishop takes d5 to simply play c7, c6. And if you move the bishop back, I think knight takes e4 works, and as far as I can work out.
How about this move?
Oh yeah, that is a little bit stronger, frankly.
That was my fault. I went to b3. Just occurred to me.
Yeah, that's a little bit stronger than my original suggestion. Yeah. Okay, bishop c4 then.
Show your point. Yeah, bishop c4.
Yeah, but then knight takes e4, I think works very comfortably, right? Black is maybe even better already.
Yeah.
And if you take on f6 instead of all that, I think my compensation is tremendous, right? One move earlier. Oh, that order, yeah, we get the same position. Let's say knight d5, knight d5, knight bishop d5, c6. The bishop drops back. We go bishop g4 or rook d8 first.
Fine.
Yeah, that has to be completely fine for black. So maybe it's not ridiculous. And if we force white to go e takes d5, we kind of defang the whole idea a little bit, right? It's still a serious move because knight on b4 might get stuck. But
Yeah,
not here.
I was stuck here wondering if bishop takes
that as well,
more
yeah.
annoying, but still feels like black should have some play.
Yeah.
But maybe that's smarter. Knight takes, knight takes.
But also the immediate d5, e5 with the queen on d2 in particular. Just take with the pawn. I understand it's awkward, but you can't recapture it straight away, and I am threatening a3. Rook e8 check, I will play king f1. Okay, I understand it's awkward, but if I'm forcing a3, knight a6, I'm maybe not that unhappy about it, right? And g5, I always have knight takes g5, because the queen is on d2. That's the advantage of actually choosing d2 of the two squares that were available to us.
Messy stuff, but I have to say, compared to being out of book here and trying to figure out if g5 works, I don't mind the position where white has a king on f1, and we do have this mess on the board. So
and
maybe knight b4.
I was about to say, yeah, briefly checked, and in that position with the king on f1. Queen d2 g5 appears to be playable. Yeah, I just thought, okay, but let me, having spoken about it, let me check if I'm being a complete idiot. King f1 c6, only move, but black is kind of okay. Just take with the knight. We're no longer getting mated. The king is on f1. It's a whole different game.
Yeah, eye test wise, looks acceptable. So back to knight b4. If I go queen e2, of course, is on the e file, which I don't like, but has some pros as well. No, knight takes e4.
Can we do the same, by the way? Because now we have g5 in all of these positions.
Do I take or not?
Queen takes. No, but here bishop g4 actually, bishop g4 also became stronger. This has to be playable. My initial reaction was incredibly skeptical when I saw knight b4, but actually maybe it's not bad at all. And it also avoids the whole problem of getting mated straight out of the opening. a3, interesting, yeah. I missed that altogether, but...
Not sure it's great, but I'm just
that's a
fishing.
serious option, yeah.
D takes e.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it work because I would like to take there, yeah. Knight e4, but I can't see a move yet. After d4, knight e4 here.
And this, I don't know how bad it is, but at least it looks sort of pleasant.
g5 maybe. No, it has to be like if I don't play g5 here, I'm worse. But maybe g5, g4 works or something.
We can think about this, but let's be normal.
Yeah, g4. Knight e5.
Even if you take the pawn.
No. Queen d4, rook d1 is a very spectacular, spectacular position. Yeah, the queen actually being caught in the center of the board. Yeah.
And bishop d4, I guess. Also rook d1.
Also rook d1 is
any move like this can't be good for black.
No.
No idea how we got here, but maybe a queen e2, which is slightly counterintuitive. Then a3 is a try. Because it feels like just chess logic-wise, which of course means nothing, because anything is 0-0, but going ed, bishop b6, and then knight b4, like black has sinned a little bit, and white hasn't really, right?
Yes.
It feels like white should have a little something.
Yeah. Yeah, queen goes to d2.
Queen d2, which is more natural, but maybe this d5 is stronger now.
And I'm expecting d5 quickly, because otherwise it's much harder to justify what we've done on the previous moves. And appears to be okay. Perhaps somewhat surprisingly, or maybe not even that surprisingly.
Also, a3 no longer makes sense now. First of all, DC, the pawn is not hanging, and secondly, probably
G works,
now.
yeah, D works now, yeah, 94, 94. Yeah. Well, this is I'm very impressed by knight b4 because I think my mind would just refuse to go there, continuing to kind of burn time, making unnecessary moves and arguably moving the queen to a better square even. G2 is a very good square in general in these types of positions because it really rules out G5.
Okay, so looks like we're headed down this D5, ED, Rook E8, King F1 road, no?
Yeah, and then you have to play C6, and after G takes, maybe even B takes. I don't know. I'm choosing between the two. B takes is a bit awkward, though. No, I guess it's the knight. Yeah.
Oh, no, to me, B takes looks sort of more natural, even with the king on F1.
Yeah, the king on F1
also.
The king on F1 excuses so many sins for black here because you're just going to struggle to connect the rooks. I mean, maybe you have time to play H3, King G1, King H2, but black will figure something out.
Let's see here.
Yeah,
I will give check.
Yeah, very much so. All right, let's maybe leave it in that and move back to the open section because the game between Fabi and Vei, which began kind of slowly with them being very deliberate about choices, has since become a lot more defined and a lot sharper.
Let's see. We've seen the English opening, and Fabi didn't go for this H4 business we talked about. I mentioned there are all kinds of lines with Queen B3 or Queen A4 check, but normally they come down to memory tests. And Wei Yi, this is a slightly limited repertoire maybe, but a very, very good memory. So let's see what Fabi has in store. Goes Queen A4 check, Knight C6, Knight G5. Very direct stuff. Yeah,
this exists and has existed for quite some time. Has recently been, well, somewhat recently been played by Wesley against MVL, and most people play E7, E6, and I think E7, E6 is supposed to be fine. But Knight B6 is a very interesting new approach here. Appears to be legitimately just a fresh new reply to the whole thing.
It's a double pawn sacrifice, right?
Yeah. And I guess you with white you're also committed to taking it because otherwise your previous play makes very, very little sense. So Fabi does pick up the gauntlet, takes on C6, takes on C5, and then black goes in some order H6, shoos the queen away from C5, and then goes bishop H3, which of course is the major underlying point of the whole concept. If white could safely castle kingside, I think you would struggle to justify being 2 pawns down here with black.
This is exciting stuff. First of all, this feels like vintage Wei Yi, who was a big Grunfeld player, big attacker when he was very young man, 14-year-old, 2700 player. This feels like old day Wei Yi. Also, he seems to be very much ahead on the clock. Well, Fabi spent an hour. So Fabi, the amazing theoretician that he is, got surprised probably by this. I'm assuming by this Knight B6.
By Knight B6 probably,
well,
yeah.
E6, as you mentioned, is the main line. This is dangerous for Fabi. No, this is not the position you want to have, being an hour down.
Although I will say he actually burned almost 20 minutes on Queen A4 check. So already there, it appears that some of the choices Wei Yi made in the first 6 moves were perhaps not what he expected specifically today, because normally you don't spend 20+ minutes on choosing your 7th move in a very, very familiar theoretical position.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many lines, it's always easy to say, why didn't he check this exact one? It can happen, but we're so used to Fabi being the side that shows a new idea that he can't be too thrilled. And here after bishop H3, what do you do?
Well, first of all, we have to decide if we think bishop G2 is a threat.
It's annoying to think about.
Even more immediately, I mean, I don't know if it's exactly like that, but we have been maybe slightly offered a draw, right? Queen b5 check. Do you think knight d7 or bishop d7 is a response?
Ah, you're saying this is in play?
This is maybe a little bit in play. I'm not entirely sure, but maybe, because knight d7 doesn't look quite right. I would prefer to keep it on b6, frankly.
No. I'm Fabi here, which Fortunately for him, I'm not, but I'm doing this in a heartbeat. Scary position, an hour down, you can bail out. Gotta think about winning the candidates, not about looking brave here.
Yeah, in particular if he's not a firm believer in, I don't know, Rook G1.
What's even the move? Rook G1?
Yeah, maybe
B1? Like, how do you untangle all
No,
this?
I'm serious. Rook B1 is a bit of a joke, but Rook G1 maybe isn't, because we are stopping Bishop G2, and also we are maybe arguably preparing to play G4 in some positions, I don't know. Especially if you castle, yeah, and you no longer have H5 here. Rook G1 I think is a serious move, but then you really will never castle again, and something like Bishop G4 maybe becomes a consideration for black, yeah, I don't know. It's a very, very complicated position, and if you don't take that somewhat implied repetition which is currently on the table, you will have to play a position where you're running risks. You're definitely not safe with white despite being at 2 pawns up. Yeah, I don't know about knight d7.
Knight d7 is allowed, no? I mean,
it is very much allowed, yeah.
Scared, but you're also not improving the situation with Queen b5 check that much.
Yeah, and this is Fabi's record in the candidates.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Most experienced participant, 6th time around.
Yeah, obviously won the one in Berlin and came very, very close to winning the one in Moscow as well. And just generally, only one where he kind of failed was the 2022 candidates in Madrid, where, yeah, it's a, I don't know if you want to go too deep into the weeds there, but it's the one maybe has the most regret of the ones he hasn't won.
As usual, I'm not sure I trust the numbers on the screen. I think he started with 5 out of 7 and then did collapse in the second half. That was a weird tournament, not only because of COVID and everything, but also because Magnus had sort of implied or announced that he wasn't going to defend his title, which meant that first and second would qualify for a World Championship.
Might be in play,
but people weren't sure, like I remember even talking to Fabi there, like, is he serious or not? So it was, I think, a bit of a guessing game after the tournament, I should say, for everybody involved.
Yeah, 5 out of 7 is +3. I thought he was on +2, but maybe you're even right. Maybe it was even +3, but he was behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. And he kind of went all in the second half, trying to beat a very, very high score Jan was on. Lost a bunch of games and finished...
And Caruana does give the check.
Yeah, now we will see.
He's not exactly coward inclined, but I think, yeah, if you feel you can bail out here, you should. And it's now up to Wei Yi. If he wants to go knight d7 or bishop d7, maybe go for this move repetition. We will find out when we come back. Let's have a break. No Kit Kat, they were all stolen.
In the aftermath of World War II, chess was searching for order. For decades, the world champion decided who could challenge for the crown. But in 1950, FIDE changed history. For the first time, the challenger would be chosen not by negotiation, but by competition. In Budapest, at the first official FIDE candidates tournament, 10 of the strongest players in the world gathered for an all-play-all tournament to determine the opponent for the world champion Botvinnik. Established stars like Paul Kears and Miguel Naidorf faced a rising Soviet generation that would soon dominate the game. Among them were Vasily Smyslov, Alexander Kotov, and 2 players who would define the tournament's final act. One of them, Isaac Boleslavsky, led the standings deep into the event, but close behind and steadily closing in was David Bronstein. Bronstein's late surge brought him level with Boleslavsky at the top of the table with 12 out of 18 points. But there were no tie-break rules. A playoff match was arranged later in Moscow, which ended in another tie after 12 games. The first one to win a decisive game would win the match. Such were the rules of the sudden death tie-breaks. Bronstein struck first and became the challenger to Botvinnik. He drew that match, but Botvinnik retained his title as an equal score favored the champion at the time. The Budapest candidates of 1950 did more than produce a challenger. It created a system. Zonals, interzonals, candidates, a path that every future contender would have to walk. This was where the modern World Championship cycle began. And every candidates tournament since traces its roots back to this first step.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I ain't no flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates. We have action in one of our top encounters where Wei Yi decided not to accept Caruana's invitation to bail out and continue the drama. And here, to fill us in on all the drama away from the boards, is Zach. Zach, what's happening out there?
Thank you again for the introduction, Jan. We once again, ladies and gentlemen, scoured social media to find the most relevant, beautiful little tidbits from the internet. Let's take a look. First, only 10 days left until the great Bluebaum sweep starts. Matthias Bluebaum with this sweep, he's still undefeated. 2 games into the candidates.
What does that mean? Is the Great Bluebaum sweep now 14 draws officially, or what's he referring to with the 10 days? I don't get it.
I think the citizens of the net think that the sweep has been slightly delayed. And we will be seeing the sweep continuing on for the remainder.
I think it's been adjusted. Yeah, I think the original meaning has been life comes at you fast type of situation. Yeah, we thought it was 14-0, and it might still be, but it's just a different 14.
We take it there.
Oh, absolutely.
I wanted to bounce it back to you, Peter. We have our meme archaeologist in the studio with us, Peter Spidler. Is there a meme in particular for you that is quite sentimental, close to your heart?
We've had a lively discussion of this in the group chat in the preparation for today's show. I was called some hurtful names in the process, which have apparently no English translation. But I think if we use the word meme the way, like a kind of a graphic, small graphical words are difficult, that everybody will recognize. The first one that comes to mind might actually be the famous 5-second GIF that everyone has seen of Gary reacting to a one-move blunder against Vichy in one of the Grand Prix. I think it was Zurich 95. Where he was completely winning with the black pieces in the final, and then took only 3 with the wrong piece, turning a completely winning position to a completely losing position in one move, and just like leaning back and doing this kind of a impression of a man receiving very, very bad news. That maybe is the earliest example of a chess-related meme that most chess-adjacent people will recognize.
Yes, the absolute harshness of chess. He was completely winning, and I think winning in a few moves in that position.
Yeah, and that was also, I think, the final. That was winning him the event, and ended up losing him the event instead. So quite a dramatic turn of events, and in a way very similar in the gesture produced to another thing that I think very many people have seen, the famous video of Aleksandra Grishuk playing against the computer, and the computer almost taking his head off by playing Rook D1 takes D8 and kind of reaching all the way into his face, basically, with the robot arm, and Sasha also doing the what's happening here gesture. But yeah, send us your favorite choices. Addressing this to viewers, I'm sure there's many, many more.
Spam in chat your absolute favorite chess meme. I can't wait to see your recommendations. The second social media tidbit of the day. We have Hikaru, who's making recaps on every one of his rounds here in the candidates. Yesterday he was talking about his game against Andrey Esipenko, in which he had to defend. Peter, have you ever had doubling as a chess player, another role that was so closely tied to your daily professions as a chessic enthusiast?
Well, I mentioned this yesterday. I've done this once in my life, and was so exhausted by the end of the tournament that I kind of vowed never to do it again. I do have a little bit of experience in that regard, and that makes me even more overawed by Hikaru doing it at every single event he plays, seemingly, including the candidates, which really is unthinkable to me. Like, you would assume he's busy enough here, but without doing these videos. But his dedication to all of his crafts is quite something.
Shout out to Hikaru, educating the masses. I have in the studio really extremely insane updates from the games here. I'll leave it back to you, Jan. What do we have?
Thank you so much, Zach. Let us start with the Caruana Wei Yi game, where stakes keep being extremely high. Fabi did go for this option that Peter mentioned, Queen B5 check, sort of at least implying,
actually,
he's not forced to, but...
Yeah, I want to sort of apologize to our viewers, because Queen D3 exists here.
Yeah.
I think the reason you don't play Bishop D7 is that after Queen D3, if you want to play Bishop H3 back, it actually offers the queen trade, and you are 2 pawns down, so you probably aren't that on board with the idea of swapping queens so early. So Knight D7 may have just been forced, more or less.
So it's not so much where he's saying, no draw for you, just making the best move, keeping his bishop in place.
And Fabi actually goes Rook G1, G4. The idea we very much mentioned in the previous segment, stopping Bishop G2, waiting for black to castle, Wei promptly does castle, and G3, G4, creating a threat of Rook G3. And there's a bunch of potential reactions to that. The correctest, I guess, is H5, GH, Rook C5, which is, I don't know if it's any good, but it's something that you could absolutely try.
It's too sharp. Queen goes somewhere?
Yeah, I'll take with the rook, and yeah, game sort of very much continues. I have no idea what this is. The, romantic in me always wants to play this with black, but I am not sure if objectively black is doing all that well. G takes H also not forced. You could maybe think of doing something else, although exactly what else? G5 kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, and...
Yeah, I don't know which square here, but totally non-standard position, so pattern recognition doesn't really work, and you couldn't ask for 2 better players than Fabi, long time, one of the best calculators in chess, and Wei Yi, whom I think the same applies to play this position.
Has always applied, so yeah, he obviously became a much more well-rounded player, but when he just burst onto the scene as a precocious teenager, what he was doing very, very successfully was basically giving mates to people in every single position by calculating faster and cleaner than pretty much anybody else. And yeah, I don't think he's become much worse at that segment of the game since.
He has a decision to make here, H5.
H5 is one move.
From an obvious move.
What else is there?
Comes to mind?
Yeah, we do have to do something about Rook G3.
This? It's sort of a threat.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unpleasant. I don't think you can ignore it.
Start with Rook C5 just to see where you go.
I think that's possible. Yeah, I think maybe it gives white slightly more flexibility, but I'm not even sure about that. The one difference is, I guess, if white chooses to meet H5 with G5, Rook C5 might not be necessary in those positions, but yeah. Also, maybe it provokes D4. Yeah, maybe the difference is I play something like Queen, I don't know, B4 or B3 or somewhere. You go H5 and I have D2, D4 here.
Yeah, no need to give that tempo. Still, I'd like an alternative to H5. Can't really see it. If Knight F6, Rook G3, or
Bishop takes G4. Knight F6 might be a decent alternative, actually, just a much more contained move. I guess we play G5. Because that also sort of smokes the bishop away out of from its porch on H3. And Queen D3 somewhere.
Still total chaos. I understand white is 2 pawns up, but as long as these guys aren't
2 pawns
joining
up.
the action and the king is here.
2 pawns up, but sort of a queen down, right? Because those two are pretty much a full queen currently doing absolutely nothing, which is why my initial reaction to all of these positions is black must be doing great. But on the other hand, if you give white 2 tempi to play B3, bishop B2, the situation changes quite dramatically.
Yeah, and the good news is the king hasn't really castled, but he still has this 3-pawn guard in front of him, which you don't typically see, because most people advance one of these pawns on the first move. But the king is reasonably sheltered in the center still.
Yeah.
But I sort of like Knight F6, if I can do without H5.
Well, it leads to very similar positions anyway, because we're still sort of trading the H-pawn for the G-pawn. It's the question is, do we want the knight on F6 or not? F6 is a good square for it, but maybe you want it to be more flexible. Maybe you wanted it on C5 or E5 in some future positions. Yeah. Wei understandably taking some time on this decision. He has at least, I think, 2 viable options here, so no reason to rush. He is almost an hour ahead on the clock, so very understandable that he chooses to think for a bit. While he's thinking, there was a very interesting fork in the road in the game between Pragg and Sindarov. If we could maybe take a look at that for a second. Specifically on the previous move, we can probably show how we got here.
Catch up briefly, a3, knight 6, queen c2.
Yeah, all very theoretical.
Main line here, black has big choice between queen a5, rook e8, you name it. Rook e8 was played, which I guess is a bit of a sideline, but has been seen in top-level chess. Black is hinting at e5, followed by d4. Bishop g5, not waiting for e5, is one of the main moves as well.
Sidesteps it, black goes d5, d4. Bishop takes f6 is either very rare in practice or maybe even non-existent. People generally either played rook d1 or castled long here, I think. But bishop f6 is also a pretty logical move. You kind of resolve the situation in the center, give yourself an e4 square for the knight, in particular if black takes with the queen. G takes f6 I don't think is unplayable. Yeah, I thought
sort of logical as well, right?
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
But Sindarov, he took 20 minutes and chose queen takes, knight e4, queen f5, which is already a position which has not been played before, as far as I can tell.
So that's the fork in the road you were referring to.
No, yeah, okay. Good one, sir, but no. Queen f5. And here there is a very well-defined choice for white between being up material and down material.
Up.
And Pragg went with up, yeah, and I was very much in favor of down. The engine was suggesting playing bishop d3 here. D takes e3, costly, short in this particular case. E takes f2 and king h1. And we will win the pawn on f2 back pretty soon. We are, by this point, very, very much ahead in development. Black has the bishop on c8, rook on a8, which are currently out of play. Whoa. I don't know, maybe that's... what was my reaction?
Did he jadup or did he touch the b4 pawn? What happened there?
Yeah, I was wondering if he's planning to take on b4, go bishop f8. And those are two very different... He is taking on b4, isn't he?
Okay, let's
that wasn't
get to
what
the position.
Yeah.
The pawn to b4 was played.
Yeah, and here, once again, in the break, I was checking things with the engine a little bit. Bishop f8 appears to be entirely playable, but Sindarov is going in a much, much different direction. Bishop f8, b5, knight e5 appears to be completely fine for black, by the way, while he's still thinking. We are giving up the central pawn.
He is hesitating, but that's not a bluff, right? If you reach for it thrice with the opponent not there, it means you want to take and you just
nobody does
triple check.
Nobody does it even when the opponent is sitting there as a bluff. But in particular, if he is not there, to be afraid of your hand movements. Yeah, you're not doing this as a bluff.
So let's have a look as he's strongly telling us that he wants to take here. Knight takes b4, a takes b, bishop takes.
I'm assuming king e2. I don't really like pinning myself with knight f2, and I don't like the king on d1. And now it's awkward, but on the other hand, how are we continuing the attack?
You're threatening knight takes d4, sort of is.
d3, I think I'm actually, I was going to say I'm happily taking with the king, but there's bishop c5 check, which I missed originally. So I guess d takes e3.
And if the slightly ugly f takes, where's my problem?
Yeah, but like king f2, bishop d3,
you resign.
Yeah, this at first glance does not seem enough.
No,
not even remotely. But he has
wondering if you have some move like e5 here to not allow this king to escape.
Yeah.
Not sure it's enough, but at least I can see what to do. The next moves potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks like a better attempt at justifying previous play. Queen a4 though.
Is a double attack.
Well, I'm not winning material because I will lose. I will lose the knight on e4. So queen a4, maybe bishop d7, queen b4, queen e4. Some kind of a mess.
Yeah, but with these guys dormant, once again, I wouldn't be too shocked if this is enough for black at least.
This does not look unplayable at all. Yeah.
Many moves. Total mess. And Sindarov, he wants to do it.
Yeah.
But he still needs a moment convincing himself.
Yeah, seems very interested in that option at least. Yeah, and these two games are very, very interesting to watch, both the FIDE game and this one.
There he goes, knight takes b4 is played. Pragg looking, I don't know, slightly surprised.
Yeah, maybe even somewhat annoyed this has happened. Is there maybe an argument for making the ugly move that I immediately discounted and go a b4 and knight fg2? Because we are maybe getting to play bishop d3 quite quickly. I still don't like it though. It's really unattractive from.
Also, if I'm not sure I want to do this.
Takes queen
on
e5.
d2, you have to take with the king, right?
Yeah, yeah. Also, queen e5 might be very annoying with the idea of following it up with f5. Nah. The more I look at it, the less of a fan I am.
Okay, so knight takes b4, a takes b4 looks very much forced.
Yeah, we're not playing queen
taking a moment
here. Yeah.
This will happen. This will happen. Yeah, king e2, king d1 looks so ugly to step into the d4. Yeah, a takes b played, of course. Bishop takes. He didn't say check, but you don't have to here.
Yeah, do we yearn for the times where people announced not only check but also garde when you're attacking the queen?
Yeah, I've never seen that happen. Like in kids tournaments, you often see someone saying check when they actually give a check, but garde announced. Well,
I mean, we're old, but we're not that old. We kind of need to be 150 years old for that, I think.
That's like Café de la Régence stuff?
I think so, yeah. I think it's before even our time.
Wouldn't apply here, no queen.
No.
Is currently
well, knight takes before and you announced.
Yeah, knight takes before. He should have said garde. That is correct.
So there was an opportunity missed there.
We're kidding, of course, in top-level chess, or really any tournament chess. You do not say check or garde or
frankly
anything other than I offer a draw, which you also can't say here because you're not allowed to offer a draw before move 40.
They really are.
So I think the only thing you're supposed to say is j'adoube or adjusting or ich rücke zurecht, depending on what language you want to communicate that you're adjusting your
That's
piece.
a bit of a jump scare right there. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that. And
I've heard that plenty.
Yeah, I would have been.
What do you say in Russian-speaking chess circles? You say j'adoube?
Yeah, but by the time you get like at slightly higher levels, you already say j'adoube probably. But yeah, поправляю would be the Russian word.
So we have an exciting position. Sindarov, one of our co-leaders, sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns against Praggnanandhaa. Once again, I just said 2 of the best calculators in the game about Fabi and Wei Yi. Very much applies to these 2 gentlemen as well. And they're not taking it slow.
Yeah. Who does it not apply to in this field?
It's nicer to praise people, Peter. I'm a positive person, unlike you.
Yes, you are a ray of sunshine.
There you go. Let us get to 2 of the greatest calculators in chess, Matthias Bluebaum and Andrey Esipenko.
Yeah, this
position looks dryish.
Yes, this is not the one of those things is not like the other, is what I'm trying to say.
So both sides seem to be prepared for this line, but it's the typical thing where white maybe has a slight pull, but if black ever gets d4 in, the game is pretty much over, right?
Yeah, and this is what happened in the game. Esipenko went rook fg8 and Bluebaum just went rook e2.
What is this rook e2? That's Vincent Keimer's bad influence, playing rook e2, rook d2 in any position.
Yeah, in particular when you're doing it in reaction to d5, d4 and not to stop if I d5, d4.
Not sure what you should have done, but worst case scenario, put a horsey here, no? Like,
takes queen b4 was, I guess, annoying.
Bishop takes, he didn't like.
Yeah, bishop and queen b4, and this might actually be, although bishop b5, this doesn't seem like it's a pawn sacrifice.
So annoying.
Yeah, you have to wonder why not knight d4, because rook e2 really is a bit of a draw for.
Yeah, it's possible he did not fancy this, but if he allowed d4, there's not much play left.
Yeah, and we're expecting this to meander along towards move 40 and then end peacefully. The position is...
Of course, things could still happen, but the structure is totally symmetrical.
No weaknesses.
Either side has particularly bad pieces.
No weaknesses, no problems. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Should be drawish. Great Bluebaum draw sweep still in place. We haven't looked at Anish versus, or Hikaru versus Anish for a while. So we've seen bishop g4, queen d7, Hikaru castled, and Anish said no, it wasn't to play rook d8. It was to take now and go knight d4, which, once again, confuses me, but I tend to trust Anish about details in the openings, that this is subtle stuff.
Yeah, and the game proceeded kind of calmly. Anish went bishop c5, b6, which is also very logical.
Saying, be my guest if you want this pawn.
Yeah. That would have been
Looks a bit
risky,
much,
yeah, risky with the king on e8 and not even bishop b7 on the board yet. You normally can't do things like that. So
Giri developed.
Bishop c5, here white went bishop rook c1, bishop b6, bishop g2. And here a somewhat interesting talking point is you could actually play h5 if you wanted to. Black is very much stable enough in the center to, if he desires, to start asking those questions on the king side, but Anish goes for a much more...
It's not how he rolls against
much
Hikaru.
more.
You have a sound position, do you need to
No.
start craziness?
No. Could. Absolutely could, but it chooses not to. Bishop g5, I'm slightly curious about bishop g5 here because, but I guess we just play queen d6 or something. Yeah, we're not that worried about takes and knight d5. Yeah, that's not really a problem at all. I don't know why I brought this up. Hikaru instead makes just back to d6, and we're much worse with white. Yeah, I don't know why this needed to be mentioned. Hikaru goes knight a4. Just, I guess, c6 or rook f d8, or really any kind of a logical move, rook a d8, knight e6.
Doesn't look like white can have much. No, I mean, he would need to get f4 in potentially, but that's hard to manufacture, and if not, this knight is so strong.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he wants to take, but it doesn't feel like white can be better here.
No, I think the question is whether black can be better, but probably also no. There's only one weakness on d3, it's reasonably easily covered, and yeah.
Also, can I take on d4 here?
Well, I mean a2 is also hanging. Yeah. Queen takes, rook c7,
sort of.
rook a2. Queen b3. Sorry. That would be
Ouch.
slightly over-optimistic, yeah.
So maybe take this guy first.
Take on b2 first. Of course, we would like to play h6 for h6 to already have been included, but seems healthy enough for black. Rook b7, rook a2.
Looks like it should somehow peter out and disappear.
Liquidate. Yeah. Feels like we're headed towards those kinds of outcomes.
All right, so quote-unquote normal game looks quietish, equalish. Bluebaum, Esipenko looks even more quiet / George. But we have two messes of games. And can focus on those for the time being. Wei Yi is still wondering what to do after Caruana's very direct plan. Rook g1, g4, and threatening rook g3.
Also, interestingly, Pragg quite quickly went king d1, which is a move that we kind of just ruled out, because why would you put it on an open file? But he is saying having access to bishop d3 is just more important to me than all of your fancy considerations about, beauty and things of that nature.
Makes sense. Also covers the queen on c2 just in case we feel the urge to move the knight.
Yeah, unpins the knight, yeah. Seems to be a pretty solid option, actually. G3, Fe3. If we get checked, we play king c1. It's quite safe on c1. It goes towards, I don't know, b2, and then we go bishop d3, rook h d1, connect everything.
Yeah, and the e5 I liked with the king on e2 here doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that might actually be the biggest point of difference. We have a good reply to e5, and we didn't really in the other line, which is very important.
So what to do? Say takes.
Takes, and maybe we drop the queen back to maybe prepare for some f5 ideas. But yeah, I'm not a fan of this. Yeah.
Let me give it a check.
King c1.
C1 just. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do anything else. I don't think bishop d3, queen e4 would be inaccurate.
And you are happy?
We discussed this. I am not on a dog walk.
You prefer white's position?
Yes. Bishop. Although you can imagine this still being
I'm not so sure.
fairly playable.
King here.
No, bishop d3. You still have to. I even have some counter threats. Like you have to. Actually, you don't really care about the h7 pawn at all. Yeah.
About any of your nonsense.
Yeah. 94 queen e5. Yeah, and it's pinned again. Well, this is.
I know, just making moves, but it feels like
No, it's
there's
very
no safety
messy.
for white.
No. It's and maybe I'm being slightly hypnotized by knowing that the engine somewhat prefers this for white, but I don't know why, and I'm trying to.
So why?
No, bishop d3 queen e4 is impossible. So
d3 we can't go.
we're making only. Maybe we go back to e2 now that we provoked d3.
That is the question. If you are saying now I'm free and now I can go king f2 bishop d3.
Yeah,
That's subtle, yeah, but I think that is the way.
that probably is the way. Yeah, I didn't like it on c1.
Now
Okay.
this is such a nice square.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
No, that is. If we kind of got to assume that this is the idea, and it's a pretty clever one. Yeah.
Cunning.
A bit of a feint towards the queen side, and then run back towards the safety of the f2 square.
So the point is just you make black take on e3, which frees this square for your king. Then you run there. If black doesn't take, what can I do? Rook d8 directly, I guess you do take.
I think we take on
something,
d4. Yeah, I don't see.
yeah?
I don't
does
see any
nothing.
reason not to. Yeah, and now bishop d3 and king e2 are
Yeah.
my next moves.
More.
e6 e5 could still be
E5
considered,
yet
but bishop
again.
d3 we don't currently have a good answer to.
This looks terrible too. No, this feels sort of normal.
Yeah.
But king e2 is very smart. Okay, so I don't know. Let's develop something.
We still have that though, yeah. King f2, bishop c6. We're not fast enough with bishop d3, so we still have to solve this issue. g4 maybe.
Wow,
It's pretty strong, actually. Pretty strong, right? Because you can't take.
it's a bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
Funny. The queen is captain. This
Yeah,
is
queen
more
c6
like
only
winning the queen.
square.
If takes, knight f6 check.
And yeah.
Wins the queen.
Yeah, we've completely ruined our position, but we are a queen up, so we're probably not that unhappy. And here I want to just go knight e5, queen h6, bishop g2, and
It's not a
claim that
happy
we
square.
are stabilizing. Definitely on our way towards completely stabilizing, because the queen is not where it's supposed to be.
Clever stuff from Praggnanandhaa. Sindarov also hesitating. Maybe, do you think he missed this? Shuffle this king d1 intending king e2 idea? Because
I think very possible, yeah. I have a feeling that maybe he just counted king e2 as a given and was pretty happy about king e2 e5 and is now having to reconsider.
Yeah, or this stuff, which also looks like anybody's game.
Yeah.
Okay, so Praggnanandhaa. Currently in the lead on the engine clock.
Absolutely, yeah. Of our 3 people on +1, Fabi's position is a huge mess, and in the direct encounter between Pragg and Sindarov, it feels like maybe Pragg is an early front runner. There's still a lot of play left, of course. This is still a very complicated position. I did briefly see that the engine was suggesting taking on e3 and sidestepping those ideas immediately with queen g6. I'm assuming with the idea of playing f5 to meet bishop d3 and start moving the knights back. f5 and then maybe, I don't know, in some cases e5, in some cases just bishop d7 c6 maybe, or something. Because we have queen f6 against knight e5. I mean, white is still a piece up here. You're still taking white, I'm sure, but the game is very much undecided just yet.
Good stuff. Still no move from Wei Yi. Seems to be giving back a big chunk of his time advantage here, but he still has half an hour.
Yeah, clearly not an obvious choice for him. We mentioned knight f6, h5, and maybe rook c5, although we don't like giving up those tempi
Yeah.
with d4 in the future. And there might be other options. I mean, f5 exists, it just doesn't look right. So we so far avoided mentioning it, but it kind of exists as an option, I guess, if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
I just don't see how it's any better than h5. I guess it's just those two. I don't really see any viable fourth
Make
option.
some quote-unquote neutral move.
Yeah, but
This is just a problem.
yeah, bishop is important. I guess you can play h5 here, but like gh5, bishop d7, queen goes somewhere, and we get mated on the king side. Not ideal. Or that, yeah.
No, I'm just showing the idea. Yeah, cannot do that.
No.
So Yi will continue taking some time and then probably play one of these two moves to free the bishop. Here we see the head-to-head, which, I suppose surprisingly few games and surprisingly one-sided, given how solid Yi is / has become. Then again, Fabi is a bit older, so sometimes gotta catch them when they're young. Did I tell you about my great victory against Fabiano Caruana in 2007?
I'm sure you have.
Probably I have.
Yeah.
Took the two bishops, and grabbed some space. It was nice.
Yeah. I did mention about my, when you asked me about my score, I am on -2, and it basically comes exclusively from the 2 times I played in those, if maybe you remember, there were those Rising Stars against the old people tournaments that the great Dutch organizer Van Ostrom was organizing in Amsterdam, the NH Rising Stars events.
You were on the Rising Stars team?
Absolutely, and I was getting crushed by the even younger Rising Stars on the other side, specifically by Fabi in both of those tournaments. So I began by losing sort of the first 2 games I ever played against him, and then I'm on 50% when he actually became a full-grown chess professional. So in Fabi's case specifically, beat them while they're young was not working for me.
Okay, let's check back in with my new favorite theoretician, Jiner, in the women's section. Zhu did some sharp non-standard stuff, and it looks like once again she secured an advantage,
A large advantage
against Bibisara. So we've seen this very sharp plan by Bibisara, Assaubayeva, to go rook g8, h6, g5, g4. But Jiner very much fought fire with fire, sacrificed the pawn, refused to take it back. Pawn to d4 here. g4 plate, takes, bishop b2, still don't want your pawn.
And this is where the very, very large mistake was committed by Bibisara. She made a move which makes a lot of sense positionally, but now you really do need to include b takes c2 if you want to play d6, d5, precisely because of what happened in the game.
c4, whoa.
Yeah. You can't allow white to fight for the center this convincingly. If you wanted to play d6, d5, you needed to take on c2 first.
Taken.
That actually is the first line, takes and d6, d5 here with a fighting position, which the engine slightly prefers for white, but playable for black.
It's point e5, knight e4, yeah?
e5, maybe even knight d7, I think. Hang on a second.
It's all right.
Knight h5 or knight d7, yeah. Somehow we're not afraid of e5, e6. Well, every time I see these types of positions, I think, okay, e6, rook takes e6 will come and I will resign, but I guess somehow we are not resigning there. White maybe doesn't have enough
Probably
attackers.
fe6.
Yeah. If I could play bishop g6 check here, it would be strong, but I'm sadly a move away from that opportunity.
So let's have a look. Bishop b2, d5, c4.
Yeah, and this is just kind of busted for black suddenly.
Takes e, knight takes, rook takes. Black still technically pawn up, but what matters more is the white center and the black king in it. Bishop f5, rook back, bishop c2, queen c1.
Queen c1 wasn't obvious to me that this is the best square, but it actually is one of the 2 best squares apparently, because I thought queen e2 was very logical, but protecting the bishop on b2 is also valuable, because if you play queen e2, black does have bishop g7, stopping d45 for the time being.
Yeah, rook c8 played. Why is this so terrible? You go d5, or what do you do?
I'm assuming some sort of d5, knight d4 eventually comes and everything crumbles.
I was just hoping.
Knight takes c4 currently is regrettably a problem, yeah. Let's try and solve this.
I was even wondering if you can just, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure we can play slower, but it feels like there should be a way to just make immediate progress. Even something like, I'm not fully convinced by it, but let's go d5, knight a5, and now queen d2, now that we no longer have to worry about protecting the bishop. And then you take, I take, and play rook a1. And yes, I'm now 2 down, but I'm very optimistic about delivering some kind of a main center with either d6 or knight e5 or the combination of both. And I feel like we have more stuff in play, even though we are currently some material down. I don't know if that's correct, but that's what my eye is drawn to, at least at first.
I don't know. I'll trust you in these positions here. If you don't give checkmate, you could also end up
we
being
could
sort of lost.
we absolutely could lose this, but what else do we have in the current? I mean, having played queen c1, we are probably not playing queen d2.
Yeah, provoking rook c8.
Yeah.
Maybe you could argue no black count castle to either side, but
this is why I wanted the queen on the second to have the to have access to the move rook a1 on the next move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
d5 does feel normal.
Knight a5. Knight d4, knight c4 I can't solve. Tactically, knight d4 seemed very logical, but after knight takes c4 I see no immediate convincing follow-up, which is what led me.
Knight d2 feels a bit.
Yeah, I just don't want to go backwards.
Direction-ish.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a move, but yeah, and then something like bishop c3, queen b2, rook a1 could still be extremely strong, actually. Black pieces just make no sense. h5, bishop h6 is like the one idea that bugs me a little bit here, but it's also incredibly slow. I am not a believer in this.
Big mess there. Looks like, yeah, Zhongyi is better, but nothing too direct unless you will give me magic computer lines.
No, seems like even the magical computer doesn't think white is all that winning, and it does seem to be suggesting queen d2, which is maybe an indication that it was stronger on the previous move. Maybe queen c1 was a little bit too cautious, and bringing the rook into play was faster and more to the point.
All right, let's do a quick tour. Done Zhongyi versus Lagno. We've seen this
This entire line appeared on the board.
Takes, pawn takes, rook d1.
Yeah, and this is where Kateryna...
Do we like?
No, we don't. The bishop trade is, I think, the right idea, but it had to be done via the
e6 looks much more normal now. I mean, why move this knight away from here?
Yeah, the knight needs to be on d5, and why are we forcing ourselves to... because Kateryna is now engaged in the process of bringing it back to d5, but so much time is being wasted.
And more violence, g4. Which I guess it's a double function, makes a square for the king, and threatens.
And threatens g5.
Mating attack.
Yeah.
Still, I've been tempted to go here, but...
Yeah. Or even, frankly, something like g2, g3.
No, if g5 doesn't work, that's even better. g3, king g2. You can take on f6 and then enjoy.
Yeah, but Tan is playing very, very directly here. g4.
I like g3.
Yeah, but maybe I guess what she didn't like is if black forces you to take on f6, there will be some compensation. Like I go knight c7, knight e6 or something, and if you eventually have to take on f6, and you can't immediately go d6, d5, which you probably can in this position, which completely invalidates my previous point, there will be some counterplay against that Isolani on d4.
I don't know.
I think you want
any day, even if I have to play knight a4 or whatever move. But yeah, t5 looks good, of course.
Yeah. But I guess maybe she just simply wanted more, and she is going for a much more direct approach. g4, knight c7 played. Once again, very much driving home the point that there was no reason to put it on a6. Rook g1. Yeah, the big question, can we play knight a6 or not? Because if we can,
g5 is
and
coming.
Take. And bishop takes or knight takes.
This maybe.
Yeah, how do I unpin myself now is the big problem, yeah. Because honestly, if I could play queen d7, knight d5 here, I'd be once again somewhat okay with how things are shaping up, but I can't.
I always enjoy it when you point out that if I could make 2, 3, 4 moves here, I'd be all right, more or less.
Well, it's very often true.
Yes, always true.
Actually, I'm pretty sure there are some positions where even 2, 3 moves will not help me, but here I think I just need a couple. I don't even need 3. Am I asking for too much? Come on.
No.
But yeah, I don't see him. Like, we can take on g5 and play g6, and I don't think we're getting mated, but we're not equal. Maybe actually we are getting mated after knight e5. Yeah. Just knight e5, knight f7, knight g6. Yeah. No, this is bad. Okay. In the current position, do we play queen d6 then?
Not loving any of our options.
No.
Queen d6.
No.
First of all, if g5, what do you
Knight
want?
e4 or knight f5. I'm not taking. I'm allowing you to take on h6 and playing g6 there. And yeah, let's choose a square. Maybe this square takes. G6. Luckily for me, after h7 check, I have king h8, and I'm not losing by force. Am I? Knight g5?
You sort of losing?
I am losing by force. Yeah, king h8, knight g5 anyway. I am losing by force. And if rook e7, bishop g3, probably collapses.
A lot of arrows to be drawn here.
Yeah, probably collapses. Okay, knight fd5 then, instead of knight e4. But yeah.
That look great.
Not loving our options is still very much in effect here, although this doesn't appear to be losing by force, and the previous one probably did.
Terrible position.
Yeah, queen f6. I have some play, but yeah, knight g5. No, I'm just getting mated. Yeah, I'm just losing a lot of material on the king side. No, this is not great. This is not great. So what are the options which prevent disaster?
I should point out that in this very position, this is probably a good move, but
okay, yeah.
We are big chess champions, but the point still stands. That looks pretty bad.
Yeah. I guess we just go king g2 and claim we're 2 pawns up for not a lot, yeah. Yeah. So what's best play then?
I don't know. Bad position.
None of these things are best play, but what is? Is knight cd5, does that change anything at all?
Maybe the knight.
Well, knight e5, queen d5, I'm suddenly actually legit maybe happy with my with the position. So yeah, the question is, do I have an answer to g5 or no? And I currently am leaning towards no. Regrettably.
Knight e4 here.
Yeah, let's calculate this. Takes. Let's try to play gh, because if not gh once again, maybe it's survivable. Rook g7, king f8.
Too tempted by anything, but okay.
King h8, knight g5, I think ends the game, right? Let's put this on the board just for illustration's sake, but does it? Oh, actually, no, it doesn't, because rook takes h6, I eat enough of your material to maybe survive. Then I prefer the corner. Yeah, I would like to go in the corner if I don't lose to knight g5. I lose to knight e5 then. Let's be slightly more precise about things, yeah. No, this is game over.
Ah, this wins.
This is game over, and maybe it's probably also game over after king f8. Come to think of it. Will also be difficult to deal with all the threats that are...
Well, there are that many threats
incoming. Yeah, maybe.
Not saying I'm in love with this, just trying to make it messy.
Yeah. Yeah. This is maybe not as bad as all that, yeah. I don't see an immediate win, and if black gets to play something like queen h4, I guess we go like rook d1 here and invite black to make a move.
Now you want to go knight d7 checkmate?
Yes. That is very much my intention here. I told you which move you're supposed to make, and I'm waiting for you to make it.
Thank you.
But Yeah, okay, we're obviously getting very, very carried away. But of the things we mentioned, this is so far maybe the only thing that doesn't appear to lose by force.
No, but
Or at least it
big
loses
picture,
messily, yeah.
Lagno is worse, and she's down to 15 minutes, which does not bode well.
No.
I'm just a bit confused by bishop a6. Like, just eye test wise, how is bishop e6 not better on every level, like keeping this knight active?
Yeah, that is a mystifying choice. Like, those are doing the same job, but one is misplacing one of your pieces quite badly and losing time.
Maybe she didn't like bishop e2.
Yeah,
or
she does.
something.
She does play knight 75, which I think is a very good practical choice. At least, you know, make her opponent calculate messy, unusual stuff, even if it does end up not working.
Yeah, it's not like black has a choice to stay solid here. You gotta try to mix it. All right. How are Vaishali and Muzychuk? They got exactly the structure we talked about. Where yeah, you more or less set it's solid, and I more or less set I normally lose and move on move 80 once they go g4, g5.
Well,
Both are probably true.
She's already pretty ready to go c5, c4, which does open up a, you know, something for white to worry about. Which, you know, the moment white has to pay attention to anything at all apart from the king side, all of our g4, g5 attacks become a lot less potent.
Fair enough.
So, kind of a quiet positional fight here. You can, I mean, if white could play a4 and b3, it would slow down the counterplay quite a bit. But a4, c4, and b3, b5, and you're not in time to play 4. So I guess.
So just to get it right, if white could make 2 moves in a row, white would be okay, yeah?
No, white maybe could have started with a4 somewhat earlier to prevent this particular setup, but once again, we are here, and it's not all that relevant anymore. Right. And one final game in that section is Goryachkina against Divya, where Goryachkina is very comfortably better for the rest of the game, I guess. But once again, the question is, how do you make progress? I'm not sure black will be making any active moves in this game for the rest of it, but...
Yeah, sure. No, what we were talking about more or less happened. This f6, e5, and bishop e3 directly. Bishop g4, at least getting rid of the bishop, but now you just suffer.
Yeah. And Divya, settling in for for a passive defense for the rest of the game. The pawn on c5 is weak, but white does not really have, or at least currently does not have pieces to actually round it up and pick it up. You could try something like knight g2, knight b3, rook e4, rook c4, and if you land all of that, then maybe the pawn on c5 does become a significant weakness, but black probably will have something to say about those maneuvers. Although, exactly what? Yeah.
One of the rare situations in chess where you have the bathtub and you're still worse. This doesn't happen often.
No, it doesn't. I guess white could also play a2, a3 and claim that it's bathtub.
Small bathtub.
It's just closer to the ground.
Yeah.
It's kind of a futon bathtub. A combination.
No such thing.
A combination futon and bathtub.
Serious tournament. Don't drag me down with your nonsense, please. Did you hear the news? Gukesh wants to take a timeout. Not playing the Grand Chess Tour. Wants to focus on training, staying closer to home.
Okay, that is breaking news.
Not playing the classical events. I think he's playing the rapid. So the world champion is saying these guys are playing well in the candidates. I should spend some time preparing for whoever wins this. That is what he's saying, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. And yeah, let's return to this, because interestingly, Pragg showed yet another idea of why we might want to begin with king d1 and replied to g takes e3 with the immediate bishop d3. And the queen got dropped back to g6, and this is where we are.
It might be the same position. We looked at if Pragg takes f5, something like this.
Yeah. And yeah, still very much a fight. And actually, just briefly cheating as we do, or at least as I do, Appears
briefly, you're checking the engine since move 1 on every single position. Briefly checking.
that is not true. That is slanderous suggestion right there. F takes e3 appears to have been slightly more precise than bishop b3, so this finesse is maybe not as fine as all that. Because now after queen g6, black does get the kind of counterplay that we were describing with a 5 and so on.
What's the difference here? We don't play bishop d3.
Maybe we just don't play bishop d3. Yeah, we play something
maybe
more
still king
precise.
e2, king f2.
Yeah, we could actually prefer getting the king to safety over all of the other considerations, but yeah, these are all very minute calculations which are very difficult over the board, and both of them are quite clearly on their own and have been for some time. And on that note, I think this maybe is a good moment to take a bit of a break, and we will be back in a moment with more of the round 3 of the 2026 FIDE Candidates tournament here in Cyprus.
It was held in Zurich in 1953, and it was the most demanding tournament ever staged. 15 of the strongest players in the world, 30 rounds, 2 months of pressure. The format was unforgiving. Every participant met every opponent twice, and in total they played 210 games. At stake was the right to challenge Mikhail Botvinnik for the chess crown. The field was exceptional, and many still regard Zurich 1953 as one of the strongest and most consequential candidates tournaments ever held. David Bronstein just drew the World Championship match and wouldn't mind another try. Young Tigran Petrosian was still years away from his title, but already showing his future might. Samuel Reshevsky and Max Uwe carried Western hopes, but standing out was Vasily Smyslov. He accumulated points steadily, avoided collapse, and outlasted the field. In the end, he was the clear winner and the rightful challenger. Smyslov went on to draw his first match with Botvinnik, who therefore retained the title. However, Zurich's legacy extended far beyond the results. It became one of the most famous chess tournaments ever through 2 excellent books written about it. Participants David Bronstein and Miguel Najdorf annotated all of the games, and their works became essential chess reading. Such is the power of the candidates tournaments. Each edition becomes a part of chess history.
How did you start, and were you ever pressured into it by your family or by your surroundings, or did it come from yourself?
My best friend also goes to chess, and I think, oh, maybe I'll also go to chess. And I hate to sleep I hate to sleep in kindergarten, so that's why I try to do anything instead of sleep. So chess is a good factor to don't sleep. And after my first lesson in chess, I told my grandfather, like, I'm learning chess, and he says me like, okay, show me how pieces was placed, and I didn't know anything. After first lesson, he was telling me how you go to learn chess. Yeah, you are not knowing like how pieces was going, and then we bought one chessboard, and he teaches me like to play with every pieces, how how to play with every pieces. And then in my second lesson, I show it to my teacher, and teacher was like completely. I mean, my chess coach, she was completely. It's a girl. She was completely shocked. Like
So you're 4 years old.
Yeah, I'm 4 years old. Like learn how to play with pieces. Like in the second, I mean, after first lesson, when she doesn't show anything, like, and she was completely shocked, and like invited my family to his chess club, and then my career was started from this. Like, I mean, after 6 months, I started beat my grandfather. I was like best player in my family. Then I won tournaments in my city. So like when I was like 4, I won tournaments like under 7, something like this. And also when I was 7, I won Uzbekistan championship under 10. So yeah, I think I'm a big talent.
When you say every game, what else are you referring to?
Like you know, I love to learn every. If I play some games, I love to learn this game and play in a maximum high level, because I didn't like to lose. So like I'm always like learn. Let's say some card games, some video games. I'm you know, I was always watching some videos like to beat my friends. I really love to always to win. So that's why I think I have some talent for games.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a move in the Caruana Wei game where, after a long thought, Wei played what was not the best move, rook to c5, and he might now be worse. But before we get to that, Zach is back with us. Zach, are you having a good time at the candidates? All these broken, old, cynical people aren't affecting you?
I'm having a marvelous time. It's beautiful to see fighting chess. I'm loving the chess that we're seeing on all boards, especially this wild game between Pragg and Sindarov. But before we get to that, we have a little bit of social media tidbits for you guys. Let's take a look. I bought a ticket for FIDE candidates in Cyprus without realizing the dates collided with my wedding date. If anyone is interested in taking my place, it's at the Haven event, Central off Oba Akinyobo, Yobi, Gra Ikeya, Lagos, Nigeria, on April 16th. Shout out to everyone in Nigeria watching. Her name is Simisola.
I have many questions. First of all, is the wedding still on after that?
I mean, yes, clearly.
I mean, this is a classic example of a wedding gambit if I've ever seen one. But on to our next social media tidbit. Me and who? Let us know who you are watching the broadcast with. Yes, I love this moment in Breaking Bad.
Very wholesome.
Very wholesome moment in the TV show. But yes. The candidates has been also selling out tickets rapidly. We've seen the fan zone selling out tickets for the last 2 rounds. Book your tickets if you're planning on coming to Cyprus. I know that chess content creator Agad Mater is planning on coming. And for our final social media tidbit, here we go. Signatures from the 2016 candidates in Moscow. Peter, you were there.
I was there, yes.
Could
Which one is you?
Yeah, which one is you?
I am flying high above the field. right up top there.
There you go, a historical tidbit from chess historian Douglas Griffin. There you go, a nice little souvenir.
And he apparently won it at a quiz competition, which is...
Ooh!
We did not get to read out the entire tweet, but apparently this was a prize at a trivia game. And I think for a trivia game, this is a pretty decent prize. And I wouldn't have been able to answer, maybe I would have. He wanted us being the first one to be able to answer the question, where was the first candidates held?
Budapest.
Yeah, I've... Guesses?
I do not know. Define candidates.
Exactly, yeah, because I thought...
Tournament in the current format, matches?
Yeah, no, definitely not. I'm sure we're talking about the old round robins, not the current eight-player double round robin. But it will be either late 40s or early 50s. And yeah, Douglas Griffin is to be consulted on these matters and not us. I'm guessing. I thought maybe you know, but I hesitate to venture a guess there.
It's not Budapest 1950? Or do we count The Hague before that?
I guess The Hague doesn't count, right?
Right.
It shouldn't count because it was the World Championship.
Yeah, true. Even though it was round robin.
Yeah. And this is where, I guess, where the trick question, part of the question comes.
Exactly.
I wasn't aware. Zach is also a resident chess historian. This is impressive stuff. Budapest 1950. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Zach. How do you do? In your candidates 2016, you did all right, no? If you're allowed to sign a postcard at the top?
I think I finished on 50%, which is my kind of general score in these types of fields.
You played 3, no? Like
13, 14, and 16. Yeah, I finished on +2 in London. I think I finished on -1 in Hunty, and I have a feeling I won.
Were you doing well in 2016? Now you lost some ground near the end, or what happened?
No, I was always very sort of middle to lower half of the pack. Definitely lost to Vishy. I think I won 1 against Levon, so in a very bad position. Levon just miscalculated horribly with white against me, and everything else was drawn, but I should have lost many more.
Speaking of miscalculated horribly, my computer or my eval bar says +3.5 for Caruana.
Rook G3, I guess. That would be the explanation. Rook G3, knight f3, e takes f3, and then collect the bishop. And no, but then queen d3, yeah? And
That's Wei Yi. He thought for an hour and then hung a piece. It's so hard to imagine.
yeah.
So rook to g3. Your point is bishop takes g4, knight takes e5.
No, that actually
takes
doesn't win at
f3.
all. Knight takes e5 wins. Yeah, we should not be lying to our viewers, and because our viewers probably do know the answer, let's maybe cut it slightly shorter. Knight e5 followed by knight d1 collects the bishop.
Knight d1 picks it up. So you take, however,
I guess bishop e5 loses maybe to knight e4 even more simply. I guess the idea is rook takes e5.
takes,
And then just knight d1, attack the bishop, and actually take the bishop next move. Yeah, that's
Fabi will see this.
Yeah, I think he will. I think he will.
That is big, big news. And yeah, the position was too complicated even for Wei Yi, who spent a lot of time here. You told me knight f6 was the way to go.
Knight f6 apparently was the the only thing that was working, and these types of positions are just very unclear. Yeah, it wasn't.
Yes.
Yeah, just game continues, nothing bad happens. The reason why h5 is bad was quite striking to my eyes. I couldn't really understand why it was so bad. It was giving g takes h5, rook c5. I don't know if it's important that the queen goes to b7. It might be, but it goes specifically to b7, waits for you to take on h5, and goes rook g5, forcing the rook, I guess, back towards, I don't know, h7, h8, somewhere. And then I guess we start developing, because we also took away the c5 square from the knight, e5 square from the knight. We just go d3 here, maybe, or b3, whichever one of those two you prefer. And I guess the argument is we're just 2 pawns up, and there's not a lot of compensation. This is not obvious to me at all, frankly. I wouldn't have been convinced it's so good for white in game. But yeah, where you went rook c5, he was already in trouble after that, but knight e5 appears to be just a straight-up blunder.
Losing.
Yeah, just a straight-up blunder. It only loses to that one thing, but that one thing is winning very convincingly, so... You know, you expect Fabi to find it.
He's taking his time, but he still does have 39 minutes, and if it ends the game, he can very much take his time.
Yeah, I mean,
so bishop takes e5, knight e4.
Knight e4, we've attacked a lot of
everything.
pieces, yeah. Attacked a lot of pieces. And as you correctly pointed out when we were talking about this position first, we are very happy in that with white that the king on e1 is very, very nicely covered, and black doesn't really have attacking pieces. Like if you could find a tempo here to attack the pawn on e2, maybe you could interrupt the process of losing the bishop on h3, but there's no square from which you can do that.
So Caruana is completely winning if he spots knight takes e5, followed by knight to d1. And probably even where you might resign after knight d1 level winning. No, it's not like...
Yeah, I think it's very much that degree of winning. There's just no counterplay.
It's shocking. This would be before move 20.
Yeah, which is why I guess you play on a little bit too, maybe. Although the whole concept of a book of miniatures is not really a thing in 2026.
Nah.
Used to be a bit of a thing, and there was also a column, a very regular column in the Soviet chess magazine, which was dedicated specifically to games which end in victories for one side prior to move 12, which was also a reason to maybe not resign before move 12, so you don't feature on the pages of the National Chess publication. But
did you win any?
No, I don't think I have any. Do you have any somewhat serious tournament games which are that short?
I once beat an IM with black in 8 moves, but I'm not sure I can reconstruct. Played this. I was black, not surprisingly. I think you went here, I went here, went here, I went here, went here, I went here.
Yeah, we're doing well already. Yeah, I can see us doing.
But he was blitzing all this out.
Okay.
Got a bit scared. Went. I guess I moved like knight f6.
So the trap is knight c2, king d1, and then bishop f check, rook e1 check. I guess.
Not sure if it's a trap, but he looked very happy. So I went knight f6, and I went knight c3, still insisting on his idea.
But yeah, it works slightly less well now. Yeah.
Now I give it check, and I think he resigned.
Yeah.
King d1, bishop g4, and king f2, knight g4 is also unpleasant.
Yeah, pretty unpleasant. Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was 7 moves. Anyway, I'm sure people were dying to see that game.
Absolutely. Well, I am people, right? So at least one people was definitely dying to see that game. Yeah, but No, this is really quite striking.
Not rook
because
g3.
Not rook g3 at all, no. Second best move is knight e4, which is also quite strong, but not as strong as knight takes e5. I guess maybe this is the one chance for... Yeah, okay. As I
Caruana
was
does
saying,
take.
yeah, I like...
Knight takes. I guess rook takes will be blitzed out. Or maybe where you realize what happened. Now will
Yeah,
take,
by this
take
point,
a
maybe
moment.
he's already figured it out, but it's too late. Yeah, you can't really turn back. Yeah. Fabi, you have to say that Fabi is sort of good enough for the field not to really feel like they need to start gifting him pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is sort of a big moment for Wei Yi, because people weren't exactly sure. Everybody knows he's good. He's pretty much a fixture in the top 10, but is he a contender here? Is he too solid? And if he loses like this and falls to 1 out of 3, I mean, it's 14 rounds. It's a bit early, but it doesn't bode well for his
Yeah, but
chances.
it's very dispiriting to lose a game like this. More than simply losing to Fabi, which can happen to absolutely anybody in the world. It's just, you know, playing a somewhat interesting new idea, seemingly playing it.
Yeah, it looks like he was getting everything he was hoping for, no? Blitzing out a new idea, an hour ahead on the clock type of position.
Yeah, he knows now. Yeah,
him.
this is the face of a man who knows. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, too late. There is absolutely nothing to be done about it. Yeah.
It's only knight d1, yeah? It's,
knight a4 doesn't look right, yeah.
I mean, like knight b1.
Queen d7 or something, knight b1. No, you're
asking a bit much.
Queen c7, queen c8. No, c1 is now unprotected.
No, you need to cover this.
Yes. C1 needing to be protected is actually kind of important, yeah, no.
Knight a4.
Queen d7 exists, at least.
You just hit the knight.
At least queen d7 exists, so the game very much continues. Might even be okay for black, frankly, because we're once again...
We don't want...
Well, yeah, black is so much better developed that you could just be fine, yeah.
Just here?
Yeah, but this just wins a piece, yeah.
So nicely covers everything. If you need it down the stretch, you can go knight e3, keep covering everything. It's just over.
Yeah.
The agony of Wei Yi now on display.
Yeah, quite a shocker there, because it seemed like he was sort of running the game, not in terms of the evaluation, but in terms of like dictating where.
Direction, clock, style of position, everything seemed to be going his way. Now he can resign.
Yep.
Yeah, he looks disgusted.
Unsurprising, yeah, and yeah, for Fabi, you couldn't dream of a better start, really. He won a very nice game against one of his major expected rivals, and then had a pretty comfortable draw with black against somebody has a bad score against, and now beats another very dangerous player with white and beats him, you know, it's sort of a half a rest day even.
No, things are going perfectly for him, and I'm not as big a student of chess history as Zach, but I think whoever won the candidates, at least since Magnus, who might have started with 1 out of 2, has always started with 1.5 out of 2. So by my math, it's only Fabi, Pragg, and Sindarov left competing.
Yeah, I don't know if that is entirely true, but it's no. I don't.
The first part.
Yeah, the first part. The first part I trust you on, but yeah. But that also stands to reason, because you do want to get an early notch on your belt. It makes you feel a lot happier about your chances.
We're talking chess still.
Yes, very much so. We always are. I don't know why you felt it was needed to ask.
Yeah, tough for Wei Yi here. We can see the agony. Have you dealt with this as an active top player, that agony and self-loathing is always one move away pretty much whenever you're working?
Yeah, definitely has been an issue for me throughout my career, as we are watching the highlights of Wei Yi's career. 27-54, very, very, as Jan just said, very stable fixture of the absolute top-level chess in recent years, but today has not been his day.
Also no point in bluffing or looking confident here. No, he knows, Fabi knows.
Yeah.
It's just trying to look for a miracle here, and bishop takes e5 or rook takes e5, but they don't exist.
Yeah, it's objective reality is a very strong force.
So what was your advice on dealing with self-loathing?
I don't have a particularly good way of dealing with it, frankly. It's been a problem. I just wanted to say, yes, it's familiar, not that, yes, it's familiar and I have a solution. But it is extremely familiar, yeah, and has been an issue for the entirety of my playing career, it feels. Pragg's position is very sharp in the meantime. After queen g6, he did end up taking on e3. Sindarov played f5, the knight went back to g3. Logical, I guess, to stop e6, e5.
And bishop c5.
Bishop c5. Also pretty
Also
logical.
not, is this?
I think so, because
You develop?
I guess he was worried about something like, that doesn't work either. I was going to say queen b2, knight e5, but we're still going to get pinned along the long diagonal there, yeah.
No, I'm ready to go. Or a5.
Or e5, knight e5. I have knight h5 in the end there. Maybe it is somewhat sensible for white. Maybe I get to trade some pieces and finish development.
Messy stuff.
Yeah, and
Wondering if I can give this.
you could maybe, yeah, but it's a lot of very messy variations, and Sindarov kind of sidesteps it by taking much of the sting away from those ideas. With bishop c5, and Pragg, after some thought, goes queen c2, c3.
I like this. If you get a grip on these squares.
Yeah, and also giving yourself, I guess, a much more comfortable square on c2 for the king. Sorry, probably because if we wanted to king on e2, we could have put it there immediately. I couldn't really see a refutation to king e2, but I guess he felt that. Although, are we really exerting control over the dark squares? Can't I play e5 anyway?
Here
Is my question. Why is this bad?
takes. We still have queen f6.
Yeah, my point was I think queen f6.
Then I don't like it.
Yeah, but
this is big.
I mean,
big if true.
Pragg clearly has some idea against it, and also Sindarov, I think, was reaching to play b6 or something on the queen side anyway. So.
Okay, and it should be worse, but if e5 works, that could change.
Yeah.
Everything.
What's the plan after e5? A very mystifying choice there by.
No, it looks like this was missed, no?
But, I mean, how do you miss it though? It's like the one big idea Black has, and
might both be missing it.
Not for very long. If it's good, I'm pretty sure Sindarov is playing it. I really do think you kind of begin by considering it.
If knight takes e5 doesn't work, then it has to be good, no? I mean, it solves black. Other than black is still a piece down, it solves all his problems with it. Squares and threatening e4.
No, it's very logical and quite strong, frankly. Yeah, but I'm so used to these guys not making strange one move miscalculations that I'm searching for an explanation for why this isn't good. But I'm so far coming up very short. I don't see why it wouldn't be good.
Sindarov is taking his time.
There is no tactics with knight h4 because there's always queen g4 check. Either here or I can include bishop f5, bishop f5. I will lose even more faster. I guess we can play something like bishop c2, but then it really is unclear why we gave up so much time. Yeah, e4, knight d4. But you have to calculate stuff like f5, f4 now. Like it might just collapse.
Just calculate this might just be.
Yeah, it might just be bad. Just straight up bad. We're being pushed off the board, frankly, like rook d8 here or something. And
I don't know. Worst case, queen f6 wins the
exactly,
piece.
exactly. Yeah, maybe there is more, but queen f6 at the very least wins the piece back. Yeah, this is a very mystifying choice there by Pragg.
I'm going with missed, and I think they might both miss it because Sindarov had seen it, and whoa, Weiji has resigned after rook takes e5, knight to d1. So that game is over. Caruana on 2.5 out of 3 defeats Weiji, top 10 player in 19 moves.
Yeah, that is not something you see every year, frankly, between players of this strength.
And not by prep or anything. It was out of book first. It was Weiji who got in a nice idea first. But then he allowed his bishop to be trapped. I'm always so impressed how these guys, after losing a game when they must feel miserable, just calmly stay there and discuss what happened.
It was an interesting opening, and
no, for sure.
Yeah, you still have all of those instincts kind of
Because I don't even think it's etiquette. I think they're genuinely curious, like no one's upset if you just walk away unless you
Fabi
throw something.
would not be hurt by that at all.
No.
Yeah,
And it's not even supposed to be wrong, so I'm just even more impressed how the interest or search for the truth or curiosity, what your opponent thought, overrules the I'm an idiot, I want to talk to no one and be in my room.
Yeah, and there's been two massive turnarounds in the women's section, so maybe we could take a look at first of all the game between Zhongyi and Kateryna Lagno, where the position which we were barely not resigning in with black is now just something is okay. Now the board shows what it's supposed to show. Black is basically winning. 3 moves later.
Oof.
I'm assuming that Tan was planning to go queen d3 in the current position and is now realizing knight e3 check as a move.
So g5, knight h5.
Yeah, and just go g
What
takes h6 here.
Rook g4.
Rook g4 already completely wrong. Yeah.
But just giving black all the tempi.
Yeah, queen d7, h3, queen f5, and there's just no comfortable way to protect f3. Queen d3, knight e3, you kind of resign because everything collapses.
Ouch.
Everything is hanging now. So the best appears to be, I'm not even sure, like I thought maybe on my screen it was saying knight h2, knight e3 check, king g1.
Okay.
But that is, we don't need to say many things about that.
That is a bit shocking. I recall I blundered knight e3 in one of these earlier lines we were analyzing, and not alone. But yeah, that's sort of, I mean, Captain Hindsight here. The price you pay for going for g4, rook g1, that things can go wrong. Well, after g3, you're never losing. Maybe you're not winning every time, but you go g3, king g2.
Yeah, it's a much more controlled environment for sure. Yeah, but once again, just to briefly show the viewers after g5, knight h5, you could take on h6. The intention, of course, is queen d7, and this is why knight h5 is good and much stronger than the move knight e4 that we were making, because g7 is protected. Just go queen g5 here to be ready to meet queen h3 check with queen g2. We are 2 pawns up. There's no real attack. We're just better here with white. Not winning, but better.
Yeah, once again, big implications, no? Tan Zhongyi, one of our favorites, losing in winning position, or very, very good position at the very least.
Well, hasn't lost yet, but is in the process of losing, seemingly. I don't think there is anything you can do. King g2 runs into all kinds of knight f4 checks, and then your position will collapse in different ways.
And Lagno has long been a world-class rapid and blitz player as well, so playing on 7 minutes with 30 seconds per move should be plenty for her.
Yeah, so this is a very big turnaround, and a somewhat smaller, but still a kind of a important turnaround is our the first game that caught our attention, the game between Jiner and Bibisara Assaubayeva, where black is completely fine now. Perhaps Bibisara was even better at some point, and now it's closer to equality. But
we did feel a bit of a vibe shift after this queen c1 move here, which is maybe too subtle.
Yeah, queen c2 was much stronger. And the curious thing is, just before we move on, because it's an interesting dance there. If you play queen d2 instead of queen c1, just briefly.
Switch to the Zhongyi versus Assaubayeva game, where queen d2, you're saying?
Yeah, queen d2, and the point is if black plays queen a5, we actually the best move here might be queen c1.
Oh, deep.
But by taking away the a5 square from the knight, we make this threat of d4, d5
Why not
so much stronger. I have no idea, but I guess you have to worry about b2, yeah, maybe. Although rook e1, I don't really understand. But yeah, queen c1, rook c8 already is not that clear as in the game. Like here it would be. Sorry. And somehow I think Bibisara, once she realized she is still very much in the game, she began playing with a lot of confidence, and Zhu maybe less so. h5 was also pretty good, the move we mentioned on air, but she played it 1 move later, and now bishop h6 is so annoying that the Chinese player actually just gave up a full exchange for that bishop, playing rook e1 and rook takes e3. And yeah, I think this is a very understandable decision by Bibisara. Just return the exchange straight away.
Rook on c4, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. You, of course, have to take once. I'm guessing you take with the back rook, yeah. Is there any argument for not taking on c4 here and playing something like f3 or d6? Probably not, right? Maybe f3, no, f3 queen b6. Doesn't seem right.
Okay, if we take...
Yeah, take, and I guess you would like to play bishop f6.
Check anything, bishop f6, rook c7?
But we have rook e4 even.
Ah,
maybe.
that's the problem.
And...
So I need a move for... I don't know, what kind of move? d6?
Yeah, probably d6. And honestly, because of the nature of these opposite color bishop positions, despite being 2 down, it's still very possible white is capable of saving this.
Is white even worse?
Like, a little bit maybe, but not by much.
I mean, if you go rook e4, I guess I can take, no?
Yeah, e6. I mean, we are 2 down, but even 2 down, I'm not sure we're losing this after, I don't know, something like bishop g3 or wherever. Somewhere, yeah. Even these positions are very, very difficult to win, and maybe there is something stronger available.
Doesn't look too bad, frankly. Like
no,
so active on the dark squares. Okay, so small turnaround here, giant turnaround in the Lagno game, who was more or less lost in every game she's played, but she might be on 2 out of 3.
Yeah, she might be one of the leaders. Yeah. Maybe might be the sole leader. Yeah, which would have been, you know, quite a turn for the books. Yeah.
In Vaishali, Muzychuk, the complicated positional struggle continues. Queen a5, queen b5, trying to stop c4, but c4 did happen.
Not really succeeding very much. Yeah, black did throw in h7, h6, which I very much like. You always want to be somewhat safer on the king side with the luft being made. But now c4, and you kind of need to react now because rook c5 is a big threat. Even here, yeah. So maybe you just take everything on e5.
To bail out.
Take everything on e5 and make some kind of a draw there.
Don't know if queen e5.
But probably queen, yeah. Takes, rook f5. And this ends up being some sort of a draw, I'm sure.
I'm not sure. I should go after the b2 pawn. You take rook d5.
Yeah, but you can play rook c5, rook c3, I guess, right? If you struggle for better ideas, there's always this backup.
Yes, yeah, just a draw.
This always ends up being a draw.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, so even fight there, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
That leaves us with Goryachkina and Divya Deshmukh, where white is still better, I guess.
Yeah, a pair of rooks came off, which I'm not sure what I think about that. Also, importantly for black, the bishop is now on h6, which makes getting that knight on f3 to any sensible square somewhat more problematic.
Isn't that the famous empty diagonal, though, where bishop controls squares, but there's nothing?
Well, it stops some
92.
Yeah, it stops some of the useful maneuver. Or at least, well, stops maybe strong. You can still get the queen back to e2 and play knight d2 if you want. My question to you would be, if this happens, do we snap on d2 or do we allow it to proceed to further squares?
I think am I snapping? Where is the knight headed? c4 looks nice, of course, but at least it's not attacking anything.
Rook c4, knight e4 is the only setup that
e4 scares me more.
Yeah, I think that's the only setup that worries me even a little bit.
But also, how bad is it? I'm aware these aren't the best moves, but how bad is this?
Well, queen e3, rook c4, you have to...
Also not that nice, is it?
Yeah. Well, if we already have queen e6, rook d7, I think we hold this quite comfortably, actually.
Like so you're saying if black had 2 moves, she'd be okay?
Well, you played king g7, king h7 for a while, so I can actually have 2 moves here as a treat. Rook d7, and then, yeah, once you do this, I go rook d5, queen e7, and I ask you, okay, how are you planning to...
d4 maybe.
Or rook d4 even, and queen e7. And, yeah, please show on the doll how you're planning to attack any of my weaknesses.
No, even here I'd be unhappy, but maybe less unhappy than usual. Queen c3, bring the king, and then wait for the f4 or b4 moment.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Not the end of the world.
No, not at all. No.
All right. The open section, 3 games still running. Fabiano Caruana not only has 2.5 out of 3, he also only had to work for like Okay, spent some time, but 2.5 hours today. So things are good.
Things are
in Fabiland.
excellent. Yeah, things are less good in Praggland because e5 did land on the board.
I just bought e5.
Yeah, e5, bishop c2, e4, and yeah, this is headed in the wrong direction for white. Might not be that horrible, but you definitely do not like the fact that the pawn progressed from e6 to e4 in 2 moves flat, when you were sort of trying to prevent it even.
Yeah, 'cause the dream was a knight on e5 with this pawn still on e6, blocking out all these guys. That's never happening, and now your king is sort of a target. So where do you go with the knight? Knight d4 was so shaky, these f4 positions. So what do you do? Knight d2?
Yeah, I think those are the two choices. It's never e1. Yeah, d2 is incredibly sad. It doesn't lose to anything, but like your pieces are on such horrible squares.
Yeah, even if black just develops in whatever manner.
And knight d4, yeah, he's gone knight d.
Yeah, knight d2 played.
Yeah, I checked briefly, and knight d4, f4 was working, but you can actually ignore it apparently. And knight d4, f4, knight g to e2 wasn't losing. But choosing this has to be incredibly difficult. Like, how do you actually do this on purpose?
Understandable. No, knight d2 at least stops f4. Just the pieces are so locked up.
Yeah.
Even long term, if black plays whatever move, no, and then goes some rook to d8. This must be a play.
b6, a5, rook a d8. Black is just not worse, sort of long term. Yeah, and there might be something faster, although maybe not immediately. Like ideas of queen h6 come to mind, but I guess we'll have to make another ugly move. But knight gf1 might not be that. Although, like if you force white, if this actually forces white to go knight gf1, we're probably quite happy about it, right? Lock out the rook.
Black is happy anyway. I'm not sure if that changes things. But yeah, these pieces are extremely clumsy and no easy untangling inside. No, I mean,
knight b3, g4 eventually
to new targets
is the dream, but yeah.
Javokhir, Sindarov, the shooting star of, as you said, the second half of 2025. Also had a good 2026 with his outing in Vike. It's now, higher rated than Praggnanandhaa in the top 10. And these are big moments, no? Because it looked like when knight takes b4 was maybe a bit too much, but
speculative is, I think, a way to describe it. But appears to be paying off.
e5 completely turned the tables.
Yeah, appears to be paying off nicely, and this is Pragg's only kind of disappearance until now to date, and he ended up having to win the last round game against Ninja with the black pieces to get back to 50%, which
he did. King's Indian.
Which he did, yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering, but okay, it's easy to speculate if he was a bit in the sweet spot that he's young, but he has this experience at top level, having played one candidates and a bit under the radar because of his recently not great results. But I'm happy to change that narrative after queen c3 immediately.
Change it to what?
He's not in good shape.
Based on this one move.
It's a cruel game.
It is a,
No, I'm slightly exaggerating, but of course it's a massive moment where he can keep an advantage and potentially join Fabio on 2.5 out of 3, while now I'm guessing game is far from over, but it's more likely that he falls back to 50%.
Yeah, he's going to struggle to equalize here for sure.
Just for your overall mood in the tournament, especially if things haven't gone great the last couple of months, I do feel this is huge.
Yeah, no, it is a very important turnaround moment. Yeah, and in particular, I'm really struggling to kind of understand the rationale for
No,
playing.
I was playing queen c3. I think everybody just missed e5.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no way he regrouped like this on purpose. No, that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the best move is. Have you checked? But even king e2 or
King e2, queen h6 is very awkward. And the engine
that's
suggests
annoying.
giving up the pawn on e3 with check. Rook h1 is playable here, but I don't know if anybody actually does it in a real game. e3, e4 appears to be best. The position remains very messy, but I mean, it's a logical move. Maybe he didn't like the fact that he has to return some material because f4, e5, rook d8, king e2. Black has the option of taking everything on d3 and taking on g3, and probably drawing that endgame. But it's an endgame where you push a little bit, I guess, with white, right? Maybe actually not very much. Yeah, bishop d7, I think. It looks kind of healthy for black. Maybe he wanted more.
Yeah, take
but,
white.
But you also never ever lose this with white. So it was definitely a safer backup option and to be preferred over what he got in the game. That much, I think, we can say with certainty.
Yeah, the big point, just to repeat once more, is that after e5 you cannot take because of this pin, and then e5 not only solves all of black's problems, but also really forces white's pieces to go to very passive squares. This bishop is more or less blocked out of the game. Knight d4 was running into f4, so this knight had to go here. This guy might have to go passive. It's kind of unpleasant. And Sindarov, as we know, no stranger to dynamic play.
Yeah, and Sindarov is also sort of firmly in control on the clock, and this being move 21, so Pragg has basically a minute for a move for the rest of the first time control, which is manageable, but once again, I think, and this is a whole other discussion, of course, because I think there was actually Vox Populi involved, right? They did have the option of choosing the time control for this. But the situation where you play most of the tournaments every year, where you have increment from move 1, and then arguably the most important tournament of that cycle, you play with a different time control, is peculiar.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about this. I much prefer the time control they're playing here in the open section. I think it's better for spectators. There's more potential drama having a real-time control in move 40. And the players aren't technically losing anything. You get the same time, you're just not forced to allocate 30 seconds to every move. So I do think this just makes a lot more sense. I think in practice, the reason increment has become so popular is that it's a lot less work for the arbiters, especially at open tournaments, because people have to write down their move after every move they make. While here, once people get below 5 minutes, bits of drama that we are, of course, happy to see.
Yeah, no, it's much better. It's much better for chess as a spectator sport, for sure.
But also for the players. I mean, they have the same amount of time, and they are free to use it however they want. I mean, do we have to protect them from being stupid with their time and having 10 seconds?
No,
I don't see the problem.
I didn't even mean this is a problem. I just mean that
I agree with
it's a slight adjustment that you have to make, because you do get into a certain groove. You kind of know what your clock says, and your brain kind of interprets your time on the clock as, okay, this is my time, plus I have this kind of a safety layer of getting my half a minute with every move. And
no, I agree to some extent at least that it's not ideal that you have a different time control at every tournament. I mean, nowadays they're playing even different rules at every other tournament with freestyle and 5+3, 3+0, 15+10, 25-10, 10-0. Nobody really knows, but yeah, for the FIDE time control, I guess the reason is it's not practical to have this time control they're playing here at every tournament, because you need a lot more arbiters.
I think it's a good time control. It's just that, and obviously nobody actually trains it. Like people just come and expect that they will be professional enough to adjust, and they will be, but some adjustment will still be required. Yeah. I think we've because Sindarov is taking his time choosing. I guess we could show the other two positions in the open section.
Is the Bluebaum Esipenko game still ongoing?
Sort of.
Is there something happening? I see the bar is not in the middle.
I mean, black has actually.
Esipenko is a nasty grinder in endgames. That I know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you manage to fix the pawn on h3 somehow, if let's say after knight takes d1, black plays g5, h5, h4, and white continues passing, those endgames could sometimes become a little bit, no, obviously not immediately. I'm talking in schematics here rather than specific variations. But obviously the actual answer is you have to make many, many mistakes here to lose this with white. You're not going to lose very many from here.
No, we bring the king, you're saying it's just dead?
93, you force it to e6, go king f1, e2. Yes, it's going to go to d4, but then I will start giving checks to it, right? I mean, I do feel that Matthias has been sort of slightly cap in hand here, really asking for every trade. He could have maybe been a bit more assertive and just made a draw without begging for it. Like, you really should not be at all worse here. Like, if we
no,
go
even here, you can go wherever. Rook e1, are you afraid he's going to keep queens?
Yeah. Or even, frankly, just keep queens and play.
Yeah,
but he's still, I am fairly certain he's still not going to lose.
No, I'm not saying he's going to lose.
Yeah. But yeah, this always has been the worry when you approach these types of positions in this way, that every time you make this one small concession by asking for a trade, you make your position slightly worse, and maybe it will accumulate over.
And I think Andrey is also incredibly good at this. I mean, that's what he does. He plays very solid chess, solid openings, but then if he gets a chance to use his technique, his understanding, like, he can ask questions.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm betting on a draw here. It just feels like,
Yeah, I also had that feeling, that once I saw sort of the manner in which Matthias is approaching this, where he is chasing pieces to trade pieces, because this is such a safe position.
So often this is sort of a draw at good grandmaster level, but you can't offer a draw. So sometimes you just think, okay, we both know it's a draw. Let's exchange all the pieces and then shake hands at move 40. But that can be very dangerous.
Yeah, you can't just assume that your opponent is going to coast towards every single trade. And I think by this point, Bluebaum, if he ever thought that, is going to be disabused of that notion, because Andrey is clearly invested in at least trying.
Looking at this,
yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, not the biggest of drama, but it feels slightly worrying that you will exchange everything with the opponent's king being able to run to the center and yours not with. And here, look at this in between. Knight c3. Bibisara is already saying real problems. I'm not sure how and why. I don't know. Bishop b3.
Something was missed here, yeah. Or?
Yeah. I can't check what, but no, it was a bit sloppy.
Yeah, hang on, let me actually check, because. Yeah, 95 in this position was legit unpleasant. Bishop takes. And then king d6. And rook d2 is constantly coming. This is actually
why wouldn't it be? No, he's really been careless.
And also kind of a big miss by Andrey there, because
that's surprising.
You do want the rooks on, actually, for the time being, and the 95 does seem pretty natural. Rook d2 second best, also not bad, but 95 first is actually unpleasant for white. Yeah, I kind of missed that moment, because we had this conversation on break with some of the crew, and I thought the manner in which Matthias was approaching the task of getting pieces off the board was not the best.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to do that. He's good enough to not exchange every piece here and not hang them. He doesn't make tactical mistakes. Oh no, I'm guessing he wrapped it up mentally a bit early.
Yeah.
Now he might have to work a bit. How's the Nakamura Giri game?
Well, optically very nice for black, but I guess getting the knight from f6 to d4 takes such a long time that white will be able to do something about it. And even if it lands there, I guess it maybe doesn't do nearly as much as you think. But I mean, if you pick any side here, you pick black, but
queen goes somewhere, I'm assuming. Black also has some potential.
Yeah, I guess queen e3 and pass for the time being. King g2, bishop e2, rook e1, I don't know. Do we ever?
Okay, I can at least think about getting closer to
the maybe h4 actually.
Okay.
No, I mean on the previous actually. I do want to have bishop h3 against knight d7 maybe, to make it slightly more awkward for you.
Okay. We'll still try.
Yeah. Do we ever try to push for b2 before, or is that strictly counterproductive?
No.
Here I just don't like.
I want to wait for knight b8 and then go b5.
Nah.
Maybe you can.
Maybe I can
stop
actually.
the knight from ever getting. No.
Maybe I can actually, yeah. Because that way we control c6 and the bishop on h3 will always control e6. And maybe we just hold, yeah.
Okay, I hung the pawn just to show the construction.
Yeah. Then again, if we completely close off the queen side,
So a3 is weak. It's a bit
yeah,
bad.
we double everything on the d file and then start looking into maybe opening the king side. But yeah, this is not much. Obviously, white is extremely solid, but this game is not a particularly exciting advertisement for the reverse Sicilian, frankly.
No.
Black is just extremely comfortable from the get-go, and the question is whether Anish is better or not.
Yeah. Also, once again, it's Captain Hindsight stuff, and good luck asking Anish a question in the opening if he wants to be solid. But he did play this sharp Sicilian in round 1, and here, I mean, Hikaru just gave him a very intact structure, and like Anish knew what he was doing. But yeah, once again, incredibly hard to look him up anywhere.
Yeah, and this is Hikaru's record in the candidates. Solid 50% in Moscow, +1 in Madrid. And another one of those what could have been, right? Because he lost to Ding in the last round, and had he not, I think he was second, right? If he saved that game against Ding, and
Did
that
he have to beat Ding, or maybe
I thought draw was enough actually.
you could be right. Hey, he was black. No, I think you're right.
Yeah. So he was, once again, he didn't know at the time because Magnus has not made the announcement yet, but.
Sort of had, but they were still talking with FIDE.
Yeah, so he was, in a way, one precise defense away from a title match, as it turned out, and did not manage to hold that position. And actually, Hikaru very quickly goes for the b4 b takes c5 plan, seemingly feeling that passive defense here is less convincing. Queen b2.
I was actually surprised to see in the candidates' results that 2016 he had 50%, because in my head it went very badly for him, but it could be that he just started very badly. He lost to Levon early on. But okay, clearly he won some games later, but then, yeah. I think he's also talked about this, that he considered himself the favorite, but maybe was a bit over-eager by the lack of experience in his first candidates. Now feels much
In 2016, yeah?
That was the first one, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm just grappling with the idea of I just, okay. I envy people who consider themselves favorite. But
have you ever considered yourself favorite in anything?
In very few things, and candidates definitely not anywhere near the top of the list. Yeah.
So what do we have now?
Well, we have a position where I would argue the structure change Hikaru. Like if Black gets to play b7b5 here, I would suggest we've worsened our position, but he probably is playing a3, a4 next, once the e5 pawn gets protected. Which is why maybe Anish is going to rook e8 to stop a4 from happening. Yeah, this makes...
Briefly recap the last couple moves. So Anish went to d7, didn't agree with my big plans for his knight, and so went to e8, headed for d6, takes, queen b2, knight d6, rook back to c1, rook 8 covers the e5 pawn. And now, a4 we can take.
Yeah.
Still looks very sound for Black, but is he better?
Well, probably not yet, but in particular now that we've undoubled the b pawns, if you imagine Black playing knight b5, knight d4 here, and then eventually playing b5, b4 and creating a passer, this is how you lose. So something needs to be done about that very straightforward plan, either rook b1 or... I guess maybe you don't have to panic just yet. I guess you can play something like king g2 to make sure knight f3 is not a fork. And then if knight b5, I have rook b1. And it probably needs to go back, right? Because b7 is very valuable. And then the question becomes, is b7, b5 with the knight still back on d6 any good? Definitely is good with the knight already on d4, but cutting your own path towards the d4 square for that knight, is it any good or not?
Plays rook b1, just stops it physically and also more or less provokes b5.
Yeah. But then maybe it also creates a target, right? Like rook ec1, and then maybe it start pretending we have things to attack.
So ask.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm so convinced by the idea of playing before b takes e5 so quickly. I think maybe we could have waited or not played it at all. But the computer doesn't seem to be disagreeing with it all that much, as we can see from the bar on the live board.
Yeah, then again, computer says everything's equal, but optically, I mean, maybe Hikaru doesn't care that much about either, but with his bishop on f1, feels like black is having a bit more fun, no? All right, where do we go? Back to Praggnanandhaa?
Yeah, this is, I think, legitimately quite a dangerous position now. Rook d8, king c1 has been added to the mix in the meantime, and Sindarov playing queen g5, which is, I mean, directly attacking e3. And also, I think the idea is to meet rook e1 with queen e7. And all kinds of dark squares are creaking. This is very, very unfun. I don't think you have a better choice either. You kind of have to play rook e1 and then maybe queen e7, rook d1 and hope nothing falls.
Rook here, a5 doesn't really help our cause.
Yeah, right? And also I don't want to allow bishop takes a3, bishop a3 check, which I will eventually blunder and will end the game. So best not. And we're still alive. We're even kind of planning knight b3, and if we get knight b3, knight d4, the position starts looking a little different. But for the time being, we are being, pushed towards the bottom of the board.
Rook e1 played.
Yeah. What else was there?
Yeah, I was wondering if we're overreacting to how nice the last couple moves went for Sindarov, because now that you're mentioning, I mean, if we can defend everything and dream of knight b3, knight d4, why does a piece up? He could very much still be better, or end up being better. He's not better right now.
Yeah. No, black, I think, pretty much always will have some kind of a bailout. Like here, you can play bishop b4, wait for the queen to go somewhere. If it goes to b3, we kind of give up on the dream of getting the knight to d4, and if it goes to b2, we have the option of playing bishop c5, which probably needs to be met by queen c3.
That's not how Javokhir rules.
No.
We will roll into a quick break, but there is plenty of action still to be had on the boards.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with him now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
I'm here with Kateryna Lagno at the FIDE Women's Candidates 2026. Kateryna, you've played every candidate since 2019. Tell me about your experience in this elite event and what you know about it, what gives you the edge over maybe other competitors.
Well, I don't think it gives me the age. just only I have more experience. That is.
What about the psychological weights of the tournament? Because, you know, there are so many elite tournaments in the calendar, but this one is a little bit different, and handling it is a skill in itself. How are you able to do that?
Experience. No, just to play chess, as usual.
And if we go back to the FIDE Grand Swiss, in that final round, you could have competed for first place, but you went for the draw to qualify for the candidates. So qualifying was more important than winning the event. Tell me about that mentality and obviously the importance of getting here.
But of course, it is more important than, because I could lose the game and then I don't have the spot to be here. So I decided that I need to be solid, and well, my opponent, she chose an opening that is very, very solid for her as well. So I mean, well, I would be very happy to win it as well, but it was not very, very important. And well, you just there was a goal for me to qualify. To be honest, I thought it might be very, very difficult, and I was just very happy that I could do it.
You have been at the top of women's chess for a long time now. What keeps driving you to compete at this high level?
I have my goals. I have my motivation. I like to compete. I've been playing chess for more than 30 years, so I try to find new goals. Well, it's more about the game, yeah. When you want to play, you're gonna play it. So it is.
And what are your goals, especially your newer ones you just mentioned?
Yeah, just, you know, I always try to play better. Like I'm never satisfied with my play, so maybe that keeps me like going again and again and again. So
yeah.
I'm still looking for a good game. But okay, maybe one day I will tell you, okay, finally, but still not yet.
You are also a mother of 4. We spoke about this in Doha, being away from your family for the important holidays. But now you're away for, what, 3 weeks? How do you manage the logistics of that?
Even more, because you arrive a bit earlier here and you spend some time for your preparation. And just yesterday, my son called me, my youngest son, and he told me that it's been already too long. And I didn't know what to say, what to answer, because it even didn't start.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's difficult for a mother. One mother of 1 or 4 children. It's the same. You miss your children a lot, but you have to concentrate and somehow to deal with the situation.
And they support you? Do they watch your chess? And how old are they, by the way? I don't know the side about
okay,
you.
the oldest is 16, then 11, 9, and 7. Yes, they're not like, they will not follow the games, but the results, of course, they know how I play, and they support me. They send me some messages, and yeah, they like, I feel their support. So. Yeah. I have a very good and big team.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back to round number 3 of the FIDE candidates. We are once again joined by 5-time world champion Vaishali Anand. Vaishali, what's happening in the Pragg game?
I don't know. It's hard to take the position from 4-5 moves back and look at this and even imagine that that was a conscious decision. So it's clear that something, but Queen C3, E5 looks too easy to miss, so I'm not sure what went wrong.
Yeah, that was our problem with it as well, because like it's the most obvious reply, you have to check it. Checking it takes 3 seconds. What could be the issue there?
Peter's theory was that apparently E4 was a good move, but that maybe he thought, however this was not enough. And wanted more, but what he got?
Yeah, that is not more,
It doesn't look that great. So let's get to the current position. E5, E4, Rook D8, King goes, Queen G5, Rook E1, and Rook to E2. Peter, you were critical of as well,
yeah? Once again, I don't want to really take too much credit. I checked. I thought Rook D1 was more natural because you want to play Knight B3, and you also absolutely, as usual with an extra piece, you do want to be trading material, and having the option of taking on D8 with the Rook on D1 is quite valuable. And now Knight B3 still exists, but you're not threatening Rook takes D8, so just a straight-up comparison is very much in favor of Rook D1. White is still in the fight, but Black appears to be better if Javokhir plays A7, A5 here.
Yeah, and just to add to what you're saying, Peter, after Rook D1, Knight D2 to F1 is also a possibility, in the hope that your king can crawl back to E2. But Rook E1, Rook E2.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how you end up on this decision, because like the one thing you could actually I can't even make that argument. I was going to say that maybe he didn't like the fact that Rook D1 allows Queen G5 back. But honestly, at this point, if you offer the repetition, maybe you should just take it.
Yes.
I don't think.
Also, I would be quite happy with Knight DF1 because then we are starting to exchange rooks. And
but also I don't think it even feels like it should be better. So why worry about potential repetitions, even if they are obligatory to you for you after Rook D1? So I've not really a great sequence of the last 5 moves, and 15 minutes for 16 moves left. So going to be a bit of a time trouble here. Sindarov has slightly more time, but also not a lot.
Let's switch to the women's section, because there is currently time trouble right now. Did you see what happened in the Zhongyi Assaubayeva game?
Yes, when I left my room, I mean, that's roughly where she played Queen D2, and I thought, wow, this is spectacular. And the game was so beautiful until that point. I mean, just a nice, sophisticated concept, executed pretty well, and amazing stuff. And then suddenly, it's funny, that pawn on B3 must be feeling kind of ridiculous, right? They just ignore it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so...
Both sides,
also, Bibisara really never felt like taking another one. But now, it has completely turned. Let's fast forward.
Yeah, and I could maybe, I could tell you, because there's an absolutely stunning draw here. Bishop H2 basically loses the game, and Bishop G3 doesn't. But the reason Bishop G3 doesn't lose the game is completely unfindable in low time. The point is, of course, you don't play this move because H4 exists. Your reasoning will be, why am I giving Black an extra tempo? Rook F3 here is the saving resource, creating a threat of Queen H8 check and Rook takes F7. But if you find that security check is probably going to come, and you're in a lot of trouble. On 2 minutes or whatever it was that she was at the time, I think you're dead in the water finding that. And Rook F8 in the end, all works out. And the big difference, of course, is...
But GF2, I'm winning, right?
Are you?
I have Rook F4 check.
You have Rook F4 check, but King H2 here? Rook H4 check, Okay, I guess something is being missed.
What's the trick?
This... D7, King C7, Queen E5, and then Queen takes E6, and some sort of a perpetual, but
Apparently.
Variation still
possible to calculate, but...
Yeah, but even seeing Rook F3 on very, very low time would have been a huge challenge. And having not played that, you end up...
and the ending is just lost. So she even has to go.
And the difference here is that, well, we can actually look at the position, king h2, queen h4 check. And after rook h3, queen e1 was winning on the spot, but I'm pretty sure the endgame that Bibisara got should also be quite comfortably winning for black anyway, so it shouldn't really matter.
Actually, it's a forced win now. She's gone queen f2. And I think take h4 just really kills.
Oh yeah, h4.
I mean, as if the rest wasn't enough. So
yeah, adding h4 to the mix is going to be the final nather, and then you just go king d7, f6, I guess, and you progress towards the b pawn.
Yes.
Completely unchallenged. Yeah.
It's a bit shocking, no? Poor Jiner is showing great prep every game, gets good positions, but now if she loses, she's on 1 out of 3.
Yeah, feels like it should be extremely unfair, but such is the nature of top-level sport, yeah. I'm pretty sure black is winning even without h4, but h4 is absolutely putting it to bed.
We can wait for h4, and then we should switch to the Lagno game, because Zhongyi was also in trouble. So tough day for the Chinese women.
Yeah, h4 played. Yeah, okay.
Played, classy. This is just over.
Okay. Black is down a piece now. What is happening in all of these games? I really...
Oh, she's lost again?
I don't know about lost.
She was lost, then she was winning.
She was completely winning, and now she's a piece down for...
But the worst thing is that she would have compensation if her knight wasn't exactly facing an e3 pawn.
Yeah, queen f7 or rook h2.
Yeah.
No.
What did we miss? Here she is, I don't know, 2 pawns up and with a big attack, or 1 pawn up?
Yeah.
How did she
Oh dear, yeah. So queen f3 was unnecessary, and then I guess what happened was she missed d5, c5, knight c6. I'm pretty sure you can still take on c6 and you will be better. Maybe not as winning as you were, but she missed knight d4, rook c7, queen b8. And yeah, that is very much an ouch and just so completely unnecessary. Yeah, returning the game to sort of its original state with white beginning the game by being quite a bit better once Kateryna played bishop a6 instead of bishop e6, which was a very mystifying decision, to be fair. Yeah, and that's she knows things have gone sideways. Yeah.
So painful, and I jinxed it by saying she's a great rapper and blitz player. Here in time trouble, just completely lost control.
Yeah, she got down to the increment and on increment clearly. Yeah, cd5, knight c6, and yeah, rook takes c6 is completely winning for black. Just well, frankly, any move apart from rook f7, even rook. Whoa!
Give me a second, I'll show it on the board.
Oh, queen h3, because I can go back to c8.
Yeah, even after everything up to queen e4, you're still better. Queen h3 here still gives you an advantage. Not as much as it used to be, but yeah. And this and bishop b6 here is -3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be heartbreaking.
It looked like today was going to be a classic day, but there's just been quite a lot of blunders. And
yeah.
I mean, fascinating to watch and difficult positions, but my God, to spoil all that.
Yeah. I mean, queen f7 forces the endgame, so I guess it's the cleanest now.
Okay, she went b3.
Sure. Yeah, b3 is also very good, of course. There's no problem with b3 either. Yeah, rook on b6 is just also so completely out of the game. If you could at least bring the rook over to, I don't know, if you imagine it on h6 in this position, it's maybe a...
I would, if I could slide that knight to h6,
yeah, and she actually is trying to get it over to h6, so yeah. We are watching her try to realize that dream, but it doesn't.
Queen b1 check, king h2, and f5.
She's gone f5, yeah. But I'm guessing...
But now queen f7 might be...
Yeah, queen f7 is unpleasant.
Rook at 6, queen takes f5 check.
Yeah, and so there's no discovery checks because the rook is hanging. Yeah. Even rook g5, rook h6, knight f5 might be very strong, frankly. But yeah, now it's basically just a matter of taste.
And also, they just made move 40, so
yeah, okay.
Tan can take her time now to calculate a win, which she will manage. Yeah, what a roller coaster for Lagno. In Vaishali Muzychuk,
yeah, this one is
equal.
This one is wrapping up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is officially over. Another draw. And Goryachkina against Divya.
Yeah, this one is going to be on for a while, but the same question remains. Is there any way to make progress?
What do you
I
think?
mean, I think, well, knight g1, queen e1, knight e2, c3.
e4. And we pretty much never want to play f6, f5, right?
No, actually, by then I think f5 and maybe f4 or e4, depending on where your knight is. But I'm just wondering, was there no other way all this time? Also, knight d2 could be an option if it wasn't for e4, right? Yeah.
No, with the queen on d5, yeah, with the queen somewhere, let's say, on e6 and the rook on d5, I thought we actually kind of happily taking on d2, putting the rook on d5, queen on e7, and claiming we cannot really be all that bothered about any of that.
Yeah.
They already passed the time control as well, so Goryachkina can take a moment now and look for a plan.
Yeah.
Do you see the shocker in Caruana Wei Yi, where, Caruana won 90 move?
I kind of, instead of castles, I saw bishop g4, and I thought something. Then I came back a bit later, and I realized he had allowed g4. After this, I tended to evaluate the position badly. When I finally looked at a computer, it said it's not that bad, but it's a concession. But bishop g4, one move earlier would have. I just kind of stopped everything, and it's not easy how white can break out.
Yeah, that does look much simpler, but 19 move loss for Wei Yi there.
Yeah.
And in
I was going to bring this up
Giri,
because
what's happening?
Somewhat amusingly, this is sort of exactly the construction Hikaru used with black yesterday. The position is kind of strikingly similar to the ending of the game between Hikaru and Esipenko, with Hikaru playing the black side of this. Yeah, this is now very, very level, of course, with all the queen side gone, and the c and d pawns are also about to disappear off the board. So
at some point, it looked when on move 19 or so, it looked like Giri should have had some way to keep the thing and just double on the d file and see where that went. But he never seems to have managed. I didn't really follow that game. There's too much chaos in the other boards, but
fair enough. But now just c takes d3 and draws like that.
Yeah, any move, frankly. You can also start improving on the queen. I mean, g7, g6 is playable. White just played rook c1, c3, so clearly there's no threat in the center. You can continue gardening on the king side for as much as you like. Just briefly, Esipenko and Bluebaum did already agree a draw, so that game is finished. So I guess our focus remains this very, very messy position in the game between Pragg and Sindarov, where Sindarov and bishop b4 instead of a5, which is also pretty sensible. And I guess it's time to start finishing development.
Is knight h5 a plan?
Knight h5 and g4 is the plan, yeah.
I was thinking an f4, knight d5, but maybe even opening the d file doesn't really help.
Even g4 is being suggested, knight h5. Also, maybe in some cases, hinting at some knight takes g7, which is why black supports the bishop on b4 with a7, a5. And now you pick your poison. You can go for really messy stuff with g2, g4, or you can maybe try, as Vishay is suggesting, try to swing the knight over to
but
d5.
God, this is awful with that rook on a1 and king on c1.
Well, if you give black time to play rook a8 and maybe b7, b5, you just get mated. So I guess this is why the engine is suggesting some, frankly, desperate-looking measures. G4 doesn't look like it's something you love playing, but maybe you kind of have to by this point.
a5 on the board.
Yeah, a5 was also playable, but this allows knight b3. The difference is knight h5 still exists, and it's the same position, but because we haven't attacked the pawn on c4 yet, white now has the option of playing knight b3, d4, which is maybe not ridiculous, even though black is still doing quite well. Knight b3, we just go something like rook a6, knight d4, g6, and say, congratulations on your one good piece, but everything else is still incredibly contained.
Also, knight b3, can I go queen c7 or something?
Knight d4.
Queen takes c4.
I guess we're kind of maybe happy-ish to get.
Also, I'm getting f5. Yeah.
I don't know.
But sure, g6, even bishop d7, rook c8.
Yeah. No, the thing is, the arrival of the pawn on g6 makes the knight on g3 look so incredibly useless that, black is quite comfortable.
Also, knight b3, It's almost tempting to play a4, queen b, knight d4, a3, and kick it off that diagonal. But
Yeah, but
actually,
if you don't have a follow-up, maybe it's not that. Queen b3, I guess, and it's not that valuable, yeah. And now just...
well, bishop c5.
we also threatening c4, c5,
Yeah.
discovered check, yeah.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5, and, well, I close my eyes and take on f5.
Yes.
And then go back to d4 and pretend I'm not losing. Maybe I'm not losing, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just about it. And knight d4. Sure.
And go back to d4, and, I mean, I'm still very scared, but maybe
But
it's
we're
okay.
blundering something. What is it? Black is winning here, apparently.
Queen f6, f1 check or something, I guess.
Ah.
If you tell me I'm winning here with black, I suddenly become a much stronger player.
Well, so do I.
As usual.
Information.
As usual. But yeah.
Okay, it was far away, but Pragg still under some pressure.
Yeah.
Was just announced that Sindarov will replace Gukesh during the Grand Chess Tour. Gukesh wanted to focus on staying more close to home and I guess preparing for whoever wins this. My main question is, how can Sindarov confirm that he's playing during the game?
Well, he has management, I guess.
I guess so, but yeah, it was surprising. Maybe it was just announced and agreed on before. How was it
Also,
for you?
he could always withdraw after he qualifies.
Also possible, yeah. That has happened.
Do not put those ideas. You know, yeah. Why would you suggest that?
No, but that is sort of traditional. Like
yeah, but also,
I think it's happened in the past, which is why I kind of
don't give people ideas.
Yeah.
But also, this feels somewhat embarrassing because I might actually be casting some of those tournaments. You have to ask. Arjun is not in the lineup, right? Or is he?
I don't know particularly, but
I think he's not once again.
Oh, okay.
And now Gukesh withdraws, and he's still not in the list, which is interesting.
If you're watching Grand Chess Tour, guys aren't happy with Arjun being ignored. But Sindarov has also, obviously, earned it with the way he's played.
It's actually counted for that spot.
No, it's a very tight race for that spot, but still, yeah. And Bibisara,
assuming Bibisara won,
yeah. The kings are on d4 and e5, and yeah, this must be a very deflating loss for Jiner because she was better prepared, was much better out of the opening. Everything seemed to be coming up roses.
Gotta give credit to Bibisara. She's
Absolutely.
a fighter. I mean, she hung in there under pressure, but once this Queen C1 and suboptimal moves started happening, she just played extremely well. No, I like all this stuff. Rook C8, Rook G4, H5, H5, Bishop H6. She's just dangerous.
Well, starting from here, she played a very, very.
So the
nice
women's
game.
section is really livening up.
Stuff is happening.
Yeah.
Jiner, the favorite on 1 out of 3. Tan Zhongyi about to move to 2 out of 3. Bibisara 2.
Yeah, and then
Divya might lose, might hold. We don't know.
No, I think Vishy pointed out that this, if we're talking about this, maybe Bishop D2 and E4 is just an immediate equality because we shake up the structure, right?
Is it though? You have your secret engine there. I can also
don't.
read my screen, and it doesn't like this for black.
Because of something, maybe
Queen A5.
Queen A5 or Queen
ED3,
E4, I
CD3
guess.
and
Something.
just leave
Maybe
it
it's too much, yeah. Okay, but if we don't have that, then maybe we are provoked finally to play F6, F5, and then.
No, I didn't see it because I was trying to get the knight via G1 to E2.
I was just
falling out of place. Yeah.
I will try to absolve myself of any responsibility and claim that I was just quoting Vishy.
So take on D2, E4. Let's see. That's actually kind of important. Bishop D2, Queen D2, E4. What is the line? Is one going to go and take on F6 or Queen C3 maybe?
Yeah. Then Queen.
But then take F, Queen F5.
Queen
right?
F5, Rook G5. I still don't see it. And
we go Queen F4.
Queen A5 maybe.
Queen F4.
EG3.
CD3.
Just CD3. But I mean, aren't we holding this?
Yeah.
I mean, my expectation here would be that I have to play some precise moves, but I wouldn't feel like I'm losing here with black necessarily.
And I'm being told we have yet another big twist which we should go to. Lagno not losing anymore. Can that be true?
Oh.
Oh, we both missed rook f6.
Yeah.
Ah, queen f7, rook f6 on the board.
Rook f6, wow.
That is quite something, actually, yeah. And yeah.
This is move 41, so Tan had all the time in the world. But looks like she played queen f7 very quickly. And now
Yeah, so I guess now you play queen h5, rook g5. But black doesn't even have to take...
But what about something like queen takes d5? What's the problem? Or queen d7? Just to keep the queen f5 thing. Is g4 the problem? No, I mean,
here?
Yeah, it's not that I disagree with the verdict, but I'm just wondering what if white can still hang on. Let's try queen d5.
I'm wondering if some kind of knight f4 might be made to work. Knight f4, rook h6 check, king g3, and then something. Queen d3 check.
Queen f3, rook h3, king h3.
No, but that's
rook g4, yeah.
Queen f3, g. Oh, I need to show this.
Oh,
this
is my God.
This is glorious. Look at this.
That's pretty.
Oh. No, this is fantastic. The point being, of course, that we only have one piece left, but that's all we need here. That's plenty good enough.
Oh, that is...
She might win.
That is glorious. And queen d7, same logic?
No, because there's no pin. We'll have knight f3, right? So.
No, but try it. Knight f4, rook.
We have g4 anyway, right? So
yeah, rook h6, king here, queen d3, check. Knight f3, g4.
Yeah,
and you don't have
a less spectacular than the previous one, but still, still winning. Yeah. So I guess we actually have to bail out. And if she doesn't see this, she might. There's actually a possibility for a full turnaround here because it's missable. I really do think it's missable. Even though now that rook f6 is on the board, she really is supposed to sit down and like calm down and recalculate.
But I think she did that already for queen f7, so she's kind of in that state where you might not stop.
So what is this line? Queen f7, rook f6, queen h5, rook h6,
rook g5.
Rook g5.
And I guess, I mean,
take
g6 maybe.
Can you show it?
Yeah, sure. Queen h5, rook h6. Takes g takes h6, I take black, I think.
Yes.
So rook g5. And here there's queen takes a2, but what I like the most, I think, is the move g7, g6.
So queen takes, king takes, rook g2.
I mean, I have time to pick up this guy.
Yeah, bishop g3, bishop f4.
Yeah, I shouldn't lose with black. I'm definitely.
But the point is, no, I was wondering whether you might actually choose to play g5 instead of queen a2.
Ah, yeah.
So that might be a factor.
g5. Actually, maybe yes. Yeah, restricting these pieces is very
I mean, I could go knight e6. No, white's not in any danger. But
yeah, white should never lose this. But yeah, but it's important that she realizes it's time to reevaluate and kind of bail out a little bit because But that g4 move is missable, definitely. Even after the time control. So there is still a lot of intrigue left in this position.
But you guys don't think in this queen h5, rook h6, rook g5 line that white has serious winning chances yet?
I don't know.
Or about the line you just had on the board, I mean.
Well, let g5. I prefer this somehow.
Yeah.
To allowing bishop g3.
I don't know, a4 maybe simply, And just, I don't know, park the play queen e4. Actually, maybe, because it's very difficult to push, and white will at some point start progressing on the queen side. Yeah, maybe.
No, I'm just curious, because computer says it's 0-0. Just to my eyes, it looked like white has more stuff, so he should be much better, but the queen is too good in such positions.
Queen is very good. Also, the bishop on f2 is horrible. If the bishop, and this is why I think Vishy is advocating for g5 over queen takes a2, because here it gets to f4.
Oh, bishop h4, and then I get to g5, and then that could be unpleasant because mating nets.
Yeah, you might actually get mated in those positions. But after g5, the bishop on f2 is just so completely out of it that you feel like maybe you should be holding.
But already, I think bishop g3 and rook f2 might recover the thing and so on. So, I know bishop g queen d3.
Queen e4, queen d3, or queen e4,
and then rook f2, f4.
No, this is a bit of a mess. Yeah. And also, just to show what wins, I am assuming rook g5 just wins, right? The line I was giving. Rook g5, rook h6.
I was thinking if knight f3 did the job. Just one more.
Yeah, rook g5 completely wins. Queen d7 instead of queen f7.
f7, okay.
To still have the option
f3, but not knight f3, okay.
Yeah, the difference is, of course, after rook f6, the queen is not attacked, so now we take on g5 and the game ends. So all of this wins. Knight f3 wins, although maybe slightly slower. All of these things are completely winning, and yeah, this position is also utterly hopeless for black. So many options. And 41, yeah, you really are supposed to. I guess she thought the game is just so completely over that she doesn't really need to think anymore.
Yeah, bit of a shocker.
At least she hasn't played queen takes d5 yet. Like an overreaction would be to kind of overcorrect, to try to pretend you haven't blundered rook f6 and just make a move. And yeah.
In other news, we have a draw between Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri. Some more pieces were exchanged. We've mentioned Bluebaum did survive a slightly sloppy swapping. So let us get back to Praggnanandhaa versus Sindarov, where rook a6, h5, what's going on?
Yeah, a5, rook a6 has been played, but then after knight d4, he chose a more active-looking move in queen g5 rather than g6, which the engine disagrees with, says g6 was simpler and stronger. King b1 is correct, and now he played h5, and...
But guys, get the evaluation.
Yeah, fine for white now somehow.
Yeah.
I have no
that
idea.
good.
Yeah, I
would have hoped, I mean, I would have expected a 0.7 at least.
Yeah, very tempted to just switch it off because I don't relate to any of this.
No, I mean, I would like not to cheat also, but you know, it's there, and you can't ignore a 0.0 at this point.
Yeah. Apparently, instead of king a2, rook f2 was a direct attempt to make immediate progress. I don't know why it was so strong, but it's already been passed by. King a2 is quite logical. We finally have squares for the rook on a1. It might join the game by move 29 finally.
He went h4.
Yeah, h4 we just go back, I guess. Yeah. F1 seems like a decent square.
And we're down to 5 minutes on move 30. This is 0 increment, so we might get some action here.
Yeah, should get some
one
action.
played. Might have one mistake according to the thing.
You need blood as cold as ice to play knight h1. So.
Yeah. No one puts horsey in the corner.
No, it wasn't good either. So
okay. Thing is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. Black has some rook b6, bishop c5 ideas here, but I guess.
I mean, next time going bishop a4, bishop b5.
Yeah.
He went bishop to d7.
Bishop okay, stopping that.
Yeah, we can continue shuffling, or we can play g2, g3, and start perhaps trying to open something on the king side to have squares.
Rook d1 maybe?
Rook d1, I don't know, for some reason the engine goes rook c1, a move I would never make in 100 years.
Pragg played rook d1.
Yeah, like,
right,
because he's a...
think alike.
Yeah, he's an actual chess player. So he puts the rook on an open file as a... And now rook b6 is quite strong, or rook c8 and then rook b6. I guess the point of rook c1 was to meet rook b6 with c5, bishop b3 check, and rook takes c5.
Ah, okay.
This is way too deep.
So this must be tough, because I know that when you have the feeling that you've escaped from a dead lost position, it's hard to reconcile yourself to the fact that you're still much worse.
Yeah.
And in fact, it seems that white's position requires insane accuracy still.
Maybe he never thought he was dead lost. Maybe that's.
That's also possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook c8 play.
Rook c8. Once again, the engine says, time to start digging on the king side. Why aren't we playing g3? You could go knight g2. I guess you could maybe
Well,
play...
he did, I think.
Yeah,
knight d2 on the board, yeah.
And rook b6. Oof. Both sides very fast. Sindarov still above 5 minutes. Barely thought over the last 3-4 moves.
Yeah, he figured out where the pieces belong, and white actually kind of lacks the any way of disturbing those plans, at least for the time being. So he is getting all the ducks in a row.
Something like rook f1?
Yeah. For some reason, the current two best options, but yeah, this is not good depth. We should just not quote anything at depth 19. Let's try to think about this.
Or knight takes e4.
c5.
That seems panicky.
Yeah.
I guess he wants bishop b3 check and knight c4 and trying to use the fact that the rook on b6 is not great. But yeah, I don't trust this.
But rook b4, but it depends where that king goes. I guess head 7.
So I'm assuming bishop takes c5 here?
Yeah, that has to be the move. We have to play bishop b3 check, I assume, because otherwise why have we done this?
Okay, king h8, let's
Knight
say.
c4.
H7, maybe to not have to worry
Oh, that-
about the fork on f7, right? Which will become relevant in a moment.
Uh-huh.
Knight c4, rook b4, yeah?
Yes.
And now that there's no fork, knight e5 might lose to a4.
That's why I went here.
Yeah,
Here.
that was my
Very smart, Peter.
big point. Yeah, I think a4 probably
No,
is
but wait, a4, knight d7?
a b, king b1 simply, or...
Yeah.
Bishop a4.
Yeah, bishop a4 also exists.
He's
yeah.
taken with the rook.
He's taken with the rook, which I couldn't
Okay.
quite see. I couldn't quite see if this was...
But wait, now bishop b3 and knight c4?
I guess he goes along the 6th somewhere, f6 somewhere, h7 and f6.
Ah, because the rook on c5 is controlling e5 now, right?
Yeah. So he keeps... On the other hand,
And
yes,
then-
we've given up a pawn, but maybe our pieces might actually start jumping, although I don't quite see where. Maybe knight c2 in that position, check, king h7, knight c4. If we assume it's rook f6, maybe knight c2 now, and try to swap something down. But even bishop e6, knight b4, a b4 looks kind of
Huge. I mean, knight d2
yeah.
and double on the e file again, behind, holding the d pawn and just about.
Yeah, but not fun, right?
No.
Maybe we're still alive, but yeah, we're not enjoying it.
That's optimism. Peter wants to enjoy
Still
this
alive, but not
position.
enjoying it. Permanent status quo, no?
Yeah, the optimism of youth. Yes, very applicable to my worldview.
Pragg down to below 3 minutes. Something's bothering him. He hasn't given the check.
What's the move number?
This is move 33. 34 coming now.
So 7 to make. He is down to 245 on our screen. Yeah.
Queen b3.
Queen b3. No,
That looks
I have a feeling.
strange, no?
I have a feeling this is going kind of sideways.
King at 7? What's his?
Does he want? No, he can't possibly want queen f7. It
Because
does
rook
not.
takes c2.
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah.
See where the king goes. Can you make a case for king f8? King h8 played.
h8.
Okay. Now we can't even play knight c4 because a4 wins, right?
Pragg's shaking his head. He's missed something.
Yeah. Oh boy, this is just gone.
And Eval now is also really bad. It's minus 3.6.
Yeah, c5 queen b3 check did not seem right.
Queen f7
But rook
on the
c2, yeah.
board. And rook c2. Blitzed out. And this is game, yeah?
Yeah, that's game, and Sindarov is going to join Fabio on 2.5 out of 3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is just game. Yeah, no. King b1, but yeah, okay, we know. Rook c7 simply, there are not even checks on the king side, you can make any move.
c7.
But rook d2 is
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
a queen, yeah.
Whatever, really. Like, we're 3 pawns up and have amazing attack on the queen side, so
3 pawns and a piece.
choose your adventure, yeah. Now, this is a very, very big game in the context of this tournament, of course, yeah.
Heartbreak for Indian chess fans, no? Gukesh drops out of Grand Chess Tour. Sindarov takes the spot and now beats Pragg as well. He's doing a lot in one day. Rook d2 played.
Yeah. There's just nothing here.
Okay, it's just agony.
Yeah.
Takes, bishop takes.
Yeah. It's all completely irrelevant, but still, it's sort of noticeable how quickly he played rook takes c2, because sometimes, like, your opponent blunders something.
Zero doubt.
But your opponent is Pragg, so you spend like 10 seconds rechecking, but no rechecking. He knows it's correct, and yeah. Pre-move.
So a sign of good nerves or bad nerves that he's very excited and he can't even pause for 10
I don't think
seconds?
it's exciting. I think he just knows it's winning, so he's playing it.
Confidence?
Yeah. And it's completely irrelevant to anything they were watching, but I remember this discussion in some very old new in chess where it was used in an example where somebody blundered a mate in 3 with checks, and there was a grandmaster, and the opponent was the Tiger Healer person, and he also blitzed out the entirety of the sequence immediately. And I remember the commentator in the magazine saying that, yeah, that's a sign of somebody who is very sure of himself and knows that good things can happen.
Story time with Peter Svidler.
Absolutely.
Always a classic.
And it is already over as well. The best of both worlds.
So you're not coming back this year? You jinxed Pragg.
No, but it's a pity because he seemed to have been well prepared, taking on a good line. Yeah. And then I'm just mystified by Queen C3.
That was
it's just a blackout, right?
It all began there, yeah. The position was still playable.
Turning the course of the game. Here E4, and looked like the best black hat was this worse endgame, which maybe he holds. Now he had to defend for the rest of the game, which is much less fun against Sindarov.
Yeah.
Also the eval just switches from whatever it was, plus 0.5 to minus 0.6, so it is a big turning point. And yeah, congratulations to Sindarov, who joins Caruana in the lead. Good news for you is these are your 2 favorites, on both on 2.5 out of 3, confirming that his run keeps going. Very impressive stuff. Once again, just fighting if the chances are there. He does take them. Impressive stuff.
Now I see the point, Peter. It was the F6 pawn. When you take on D3, I'll take on C6, and you can't take on D3 because I take on F6 and go back to A6. So that's kind of the.
All right.
Before we wrap up, the line we were discussing in the game between Aleksandra Goryachkina and Divya did appear, and Queen A5 is pretty strong because after they suggested ED3, CD3, Rook D7, White can simply take on C5, and this Rook ending is nowhere near as drawn as you would like with Black. In fact, it probably is just straight up lost. So
Rook B3, you take on F6.
You take on F6 and go back to A6, and yeah, that one is just straight up lost, I guess. So,
but yeah, F5 is a 4 versus 3, right?
F5.
How are you going to?
Well, yeah, but it's a very bad.
The king is a very bad.
Yeah, the king is horrible. So yeah, the engine doesn't favor Black here to hold.
Okay, so looks like good chances for Goryachkina there as well. Thank you so much, Vishy. Sorry for ruining the day of Indian chess fans, and we'll be back with Sindarov after the break if he joins us. See you then. Welcome back, everybody. We are being joined by Javokhir Sindarov, who has defeated Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces. Javokhir, congratulations.
Thank you.
Before we get to the game, I have to ask you, I read during the break that you confirmed that you will play in the Grand Chess Tour replacing Gukesh. First of all, do you know about this, and how could you confirm during your game?
I heard someone was like, don't want to play because I was thinking like it should be because of this esports. I was thinking maybe Alireza, who has big contracts with Falcon's team, or someone from Liquid. But I'm really shocked. Like Gukesh is declined to play. It's for me a surprise. But anyway, it's very good tournament, so I will be very happy to play in Grand Chess Tour, of course.
Yeah, congratulations on that as well. Good news for you. Talk us through the game. What happened?
I played solid opening. I was ready. E3, C5, d takes C5, bishop C5, A3, knight C6, queen C2. Yeah, rook E8. I prepare here, and if really I checked bishop G5, but I cannot remember during game, and I was thinking like I should need to take maybe d takes C4, but I think here a lot should like some 8 minutes, and I was calculating this bishop F6, queen F6, knight E4, queen F5, and I was calculating all of this. Also, I have option to bishop F6 take G takes F6, but it looks not so good. I mean, he can go castle E5, and white scores is very. I think after G takes F6, I should be bad. But okay, this also looks for me very bad from start. But then after he plays B4, I don't know. First, I was like scared something like bishop D3, E takes bishop D3, D takes E3, some castle, and something like this. Playing with initiative, but nothing works. Also, he can play like a long castle here and king B1. I mean, it looks very scary, but should be fine for black, like after something.
Those are quite serious options, and the engine likes it for white, but not a lot. Like it's playable for black as well.
Yeah, it's playable. Like rook d8 should be good for black. I mean, I didn't see a big problem, but of course should be better for white. Okay, he plays b4, which I surprised really. Like I take king d1, d takes a3, bishop d3. First, I realized like my position or immediately losing or I do something because everywhere he has queen a4 move, which is really I don't know how to play to queen a4. So I mean, if I play something like queen h5, he has queen a4, and I'm in big problem. So I don't want to change one of my bishops to d3 bishop. I mean, I can play rook d8, but queen b4, rook d3, king e2, I really don't like. So that's why I think here probably a lot. Yeah. No, I think here a lot before I take everything, and I find here. Queen g6 move it should be interesting, like because.
And if queen a4 here? And if queen a4 here?
Queen a4 here. Now I can play rook d8 and to queen b4, e4 also.
That is very, very important. Yeah.
Yeah. So queen a4, rook d8. You can play king e2 and then f5, and again everything was like. I mean, okay, it's tricky position. Yeah, I'm like my position, but he played f takes e3, which. Which also I'm waiting. I was thinking this move a lot, and I really like this position for black. Yeah, let's say if he plays some rook e1, I want to play b6, bishop b7, and then look at my bishops and my pawns. It should be great for me, but maybe computer don't like for black. But
the line computer says is e4 here, and then there's some direct line leading to some endgame like f4, e5, rook d8.
I also saw, but to e4 also I think should be very interesting move like rook d8 immediately. Okay, his king is not safe, and
if king e2, do you have anything better than f4?
King e2, now I can play queen h6, then f4, yes.
No, the thing is, queen e3 check is not actually made, so you can play something like rook hd1 here, just calmly allow queen e3 check, and you don't have any follow-up. But it's very difficult to play this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
So he played queen c3, and in my opinion, he missed e5.
That's what we saw.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
It should be already good for me.
It is. Yeah.
Bishop c2, e4, maybe knight d4 works here, but you need to calculate a lot, and he has 24 minutes for next 20 moves. So. I don't know. I was waiting knight d2, and he played like. And here I really think a lot. I was trying to find something interesting for me, which he need to think and find some good ideas because he's in time trouble. I start to play for his time from here, and I find something. I won't play first rook d8, and in my opinion, it should be not bad. But after king c1, I think here I think a lot. Yeah, probably no. I think 5 minutes. But I was thinking like some queen b6, rook b1, then queen h6. He cannot play rook e1. I have queen h2, but then he has something like rook b3. I can play a5. Okay, it's not. It's a very hard position for both sides, in my opinion. I mean, no, of course, it's better to play with black, but I mean, it's hard to find best moves here. So I played just normal moves, and I think here he need to play rook d1 probably. Yeah?
That's what we thought as well, yeah.
Two is a very bad move, like rook e2, bishop b4, queen b2, a5. Okay, I didn't find anything which wins immediately, so I just playing slowly. But here I think a lot, and I already have I mean, 8 minutes for 8 minutes when I have like 20 or 25 more minutes. So I didn't like I think a lot. So, but anyway, my position is should be easy to play. I was trying to, I was trying to put my king h7, bishop b7, bishop e8, bishop f7, something like this. Okay, I played h5, king a2, h4, knight f1. So bishop d7. I played very fast. Okay, we have 5 against 5 minutes. So, but he need to play 10 moves here, which is probably impossible in 5 minutes. Yeah.
And you started blitzing here, so yeah, you made 3 moves instantly, and then you collapsed.
I mean, he's a very strong player in time travel, but this position is like it's impossible to play, in my opinion. So in 5 minutes. So he sacrificed here, but I really don't understand why. But still, if you don't sacrifice, also position should be very hard because he's...
Yeah, objectively he's fine, but it's just so much easier to play with the black.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So c5, rook c5, and yeah, he missed queen f7, rook c2, like, which I take immediately, and I was thinking like he will also play queen f7.
We were also discussing this, because you took him 1 second, like you have time. Why don't you take 10 seconds to double check, because you...
I took immediately?
Yeah, like...
No, I was sure like he didn't see, because first he was taking his queen, and he think a little bit, and I think maybe he realized I have rook c2, but when he played queen f7, I took immediately.
Yeah, no, zero doubt. All right, yeah, congratulations. Things are going well. Also, 2025, I think you lost 2 games. One was against Praggnanandhaa, so you've avenged that as well now.
Yeah, okay, Pragg is a very strong player. I think like when we played a lot of Kades tournaments in young age, he always beat me. Like our score should be like 4-0 or 5-0.
Was it 4-1 or something? But some under 8 action there. Like.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, this game we played very tricky, and I was lucky to have a easier position in time trouble. So.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah, well played.
Sindarov on 2.5 out of 3 joins Fabiano Caruana in the lead.
And that's a full point lead, right? Because Javokhir beats direct competition today, and nobody's on +1. We have 2 people on +2, and then the rest of the field is on 50% or below, right? So
I can't count, but it sounds likely if 2 people are on +2, that no one should be on +1. Yeah.
Yeah, and that actually concludes the events in the open section. We have 2 decisive results here. The one we just discussed with the very happy and justifiably so Javokhir Sindarov, and also Fabi, who won a very strange, easy game against Wei Yi, and 2 draws. And there have been some massive turnarounds in the women's section.
Can't handle any more plot twists. What's going on now?
You have to assume it's the final one, but queen takes d5, knight f4 has appeared on the board in the game between Tan and Lagno. And
it's checkmate.
Kateryna is now winning again, yeah. And
oof, we have to show this. You spotted this. Well, Vichy was here. Queen takes d5, knight to f4. E takes f, rook h6. Yeah. This line is so pretty, which I'm sure Kateryna has seen by now.
Well, otherwise she loses, so yeah, she has to see it, yeah.
And pawn to g4, nice little queen sacrifice.
Yeah, and while we were...
This looks like a study. When do you get this? You have 1 rook checkmating, 4 white.
Yeah, let's take a look at bishop h4 just for completeness sake in the current position, because, I mean, you need to instead of giving your king some squares. So bishop h4. This queen e1, I guess. Yeah.
This is just checkmate by more regular means, no?
Rook f2.
G4.
Rook g4. Yeah, this is just not difficult at all. Yeah. No. Hang on, king h3 because we have queen takes f5.
Oh, we do have to think for a second.
Yeah, well, this forces us to think for a bit. Yeah. Actually, no. I was wondering if g takes f4 is mate, but I don't think it is.
Queen g1 is winning, but maybe that's better.
Good enough, I guess, right? It's rook g4.
Probably missing mate in 3 somewhere, but
feels like we are
winning. Yeah. It's actually game over here. King h3, queen h1.
Yeah.
King f3, queen g2.
Yeah. No, this is yeah. We thought the Caruana and Nakamura game had twists, but
this a lot happened. I can't even.
This is nothing. Yeah.
Sum up. Why was somewhat better of the opening? Then it got very messy. Then we didn't like this bishop a6 and Lagno.
We did not. No.
Was under pressure. Then after this rook g4, all of a sudden black was more or less winning. She was forced to sacrifice the house to keep the game going. Black is 2-3 pawns up with an attack. That status quo remained for a while, but she couldn't really finish the game. Here, knight c6, you pointed out, rook takes c6 was winning, among other things. Here, at least queen h3 is not losing, while queen e4 lost a piece. This was completely winning for white.
And the most heartbreaking thing is queen f7 is move 41, so she had all the time in the world to figure this out, and there is at least 4 moves here which win on the spot.
Queen d7 is winning. I don't know, without calculating queen c2, if I'm really scared, also doesn't look terrible.
Queen c2 is not bad. Rook takes g5, as pointed out, is also just a pretty straightforward win here.
So she went queen f7, missing rook f6, when queen h5, rook h6.
Queen h5, she's still
closer
better
to a draw, but at least white is still pushing.
Yeah.
But she went queen takes d5.
Yeah.
Mistake rarely comes alone, as I say, and now black is just winning after this beautiful, beautiful tactic. Knight f4, ef, rook h6, king g3. Check. Only move. Boom.
No, this is quite something. And yeah, as we were, as Javokhir was getting mic'd up, I showed him that position, and he got all the way to queen f3, g4, and also went wow, as one does, because you really rarely see things like this in practical game. With the one remaining piece on the board giving such a gorgeous kind of smothered mate to the king on g3.
Lagno has seen everything, just focusing now to make sure there's nothing missing. Yeah, our whole tournament has been very much up and down, but 2 out of 3 looks like. Can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic result in terms of results. But yeah, a lot of things happening in every single game of hers so far, and once again could very easily have been on no points.
Yeah, with both Zhu Jiner and Tan Zhongyi losing very, very good positions. With white today, of course, big setback for the Chinese stars' chances in this tournament. Far from over 14 rounds, blah, 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 but still a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, and one other game still running is the game between Goryachkina and Divya, where Goryachkina will have that endgame that we were discussing. It's rapidly approaching. Yeah, all of this is already on the board. You have to play rook takes d3, I assume, because you can't really finesse it. Rook c6, and now I guess you play f5, because this one looks completely lost with the rook landing on a6. You never save those types of positions, in my experience. And you sometimes do save even very bad versions of 4 against 3.
Let's see, rook c6 on the board. No, not the most pleasant of decisions, but yeah. If one is resigns, then you do the other.
Yeah, this one really does look like it's resigns. And after f5, you still have to think a little bit, because I don't think there is any way to actually play 5 against 4. Like, if you could play before b5 and rook a6, that is also completely resigns, but there is rook d4. You can play rook b7 here, but a5 exists. Once again, you can't really avoid eventually having to play this endgame. But it does feel like, if we were discussing it on during one of the previous shows, and this is a very, very poor version. King completely cut off, and the white structure looking exactly like it's supposed to look.
Can I even go f4 here, or is that ruining it? That's ruining it as usual.
This is probably a little bit too much. At some point you have to start. You have to wonder if maybe even that is winning.
Okay, now this is not, at least to me, nothing is, but this is not obvious.
No, you can absolutely still misplay this for sure. Yeah.
So how do you even win? Like,
let's try and figure this out. You go rook c7, check rook b7, I guess, is the strongest.
And you don't take on a7, yeah?
No, and you don't play b4 either, which removes the option of
a5
trading those pawns. And and then
you just
those
bring the king and you keep two passers. If like does anything.
That
makes sense.
Even if you eventually have to give up on f2, you preserve two on the other side, and those are very comfortably winning. Yeah.
Okay, well that's important. And this would be 7. Logical as the attacker, you want to keep more pawns, but it's so tempting to.
Even there, though, I'm wondering. Like we get to the position where the king comes to e2, and we have rook c3.
No, I can make some moves.
Yeah, just let's put all of this on the board. Black has nothing better, but we get here, and king e2, rook f3. You're still losing a bunch on the king side. You don't lose one. You might end up having to lose a couple, right? Although
you probably win some race, but it's not pleasant to having
that becomes very unclear to my eyes. Yeah.
No,
so king
g7 is very fast.
Okay, so seems like the preferred solution is we just go rook b5, king g7. And we go rook takes a5, rook takes a5, rook b5, and a5. We
so complicated. Games.
Yeah, we don't put it on
a8. Why is this one winning and the other one was a draw? I don't understand anything.
Because now we will just give up one and then play
some time
a6.
Bringing our rook around. We didn't have to sacrifice anything.
It is very confusing. But this appears to be very clean, at least according to what my screen is telling me.
Okay, what seems clear is Divya has to try f5, because rook b3, rook f6.
Oh.
That one does seem hopeless.
Yeah, well, let's switch to the other one, because the entire sequence has actually appeared on the board. And
g4 on the board.
Yeah, rook h2 and
is beautiful.
Yeah. Zhongyi, I guess, will try to build up some kind of a fortress, but we are not believers in those things, I guess.
Not a big fan of being mated on the board, but this is maybe an exception where you could take on d3.
Yeah, rook h2 doesn't really offer very many realistic chances to hold the game, so you might as well, frankly. But
of course, if she wants to continue the game, it has a knight, so there's always a theoretical small chance. But
yeah, I mean, the interesting question is how easy, let's say, rook h6 gh. And then as a thought experiment, we remove the entirety of the queen side, and we also remove the h-pawn off the board. Is that an easy win or somewhat tricky?
It's a new version of 2 moves in a row. We remove this and this. No, all the guys, you're saying it?
Yeah. White somehow manages to trade a2 and b3 for a7, and there's somehow also no pawn on h6 on the board. How tricky is that?
I don't know as usual, but it still feels like an easy win. No, you bring your king in there, the queen is too strong.
I think even that probably is very, very straightforwardly winning, but you're not getting anywhere near there. Knight takes f3, queen a6.
It's kind of useful to have this h-passer just to deliver coup de grace. Now, this is over.
Yeah.
And
absolute heartbreak for Tan, of course. She had a very good position, then she had a bad position, then she had a completely winning position, and she is now going to lose.
Divya correctly played f5. That is the only chance, really. If we would be nice to have results and maybe current table in the open section, no? Just as a quick overview, because they're all done.
Yeah, so
we see the results.
Yeah, 2 draws and two wins for people who were already on +1. The more relevant one of them, of course, being the one we just saw Javokhir described to us in the studio. Fabi and Sindarov on 2.5 out of 3. And then we have Wei on 1. Hikaru on -1.
Sounds correct.
Esipenko on
-1.
-1. And Giri on -1.
Correct. Bluebaum holding the center of the table.
With Pragg, who drops back to 50% after this loss. Yeah.
Okay. How rook ending are you feeling? Maybe we need one more break to tackle all the intricacies of 4 versus 3 rook end games with fresh esprit.
Not against that idea.
See you guys in a couple minutes.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everybody. FIDE candidates round number 3. It is what everybody's waited for.
The rook ending time.
Fifth hour. Rook end games with Peter Svidler,
Yeah.
who is complaining the engine doesn't give him enough depth.
He is very much complaining about that because I feel severely underqualified to explain exactly how to win this endgame, which feels winning, but as is often the case in these types of 4 against 3, is probably a lot trickier than appears to the naked eye. And
we're talking about the game Goryachkina against Divya. Deshmukh. Technically, the game between Zhongyi.
No, it's over.
It is over.
Yeah, we can show the final position there.
Going, but no, it has ended.
Yeah. White did not manage to establish any kind of a perimeter, and now either f4 or b4 will be lost in the next few moves, and from there on out, it really isn't very difficult. So,
nothing to talk about there. Big win for Kateryna. Lagno had her 3rd lost position in 3 games, but she does have
2 out of 3.
Undefeated 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3, very decent score considering the positions she's had. But yeah, very good resourceful fighting from her in every game. Today was very swingy. You could argue she was maybe slightly out-prepared and was only worse for a brief moment in the opening, and then for a large part of that game she was much better. And then she committed a massive blunder in time trouble and looked for all the money that she will lose. But no such thing.
Now that leaves us with the Goryachkina against Divya game, where Goryachkina seems to have played the best way. This rook c7, put the rook on b7, keeping some more pawns for now. And the key will be when to go for this transformation with rook b5. Rook takes a5.
Yeah, the solution does appear to be get the king over to e2, which cannot be stopped, and then play. Yeah, well, let's go king f1, king e2. You can only really shuffle anyway with black. Now we go rook b1, rook b5, king g7. We take on a5. Go back to b5, play a5, and then start marching towards the a pawn.
This is one of those where white is fast enough to give up the f2 pawn. And
yeah, it feels like, and we can show this. Like, I guess, let's say king f7, king g2, and the point, I guess, is that if you go rook a2 check, I play king c3, rook takes f2, a6.
a6. Huh?
I think a6 is good enough, frankly. Rook a2, rook b6. And this is why the structure on the king side actually starts mattering, because with the pawn on f5, the king cannot really join the counterplay. You have g5, h takes g5, f4, but that probably ends up never being enough, because we will be able to trade a for h, and the g and f passers will be enough. And otherwise, we're just climbing with our king towards b4, b5, c6, b7, as you indicated. Seems simple enough, but I'm sure I'm missing something.
Easy when you explain it, but there's so many options, and you have to be sure that
I am very convinced
winning all of a sudden.
I am very convinced I'm missing some subtleties here along the way, and it's nowhere near as simple as I just described. Divya for now gave a check from c1 and is now thinking. I think if she goes rook c2, she might never get back to the option we just described, because after king e3, rook c3, king d4, rook c2 or rook f3.
Better version, yeah?
Yeah, rook b5, rook f2, rook a5.
Yeah, that seems hopeless.
Rook f3, rook b5, and then a5 before, I think.
Hang on, is this hopeless?
I would assume so, but yeah, maybe, yeah. Rook b5 here?
F4 or f?
Yeah, f4 bothers me, but she decides not to go for it anyway, goes rook c3, returning us to the position we were just discussing. Yeah, this is where we played rook b5, rook takes a5. And yeah, once again, kind of eyesight test appears to suggest this has to be winning, with the structure on the king side being what it is. The engine also screams that this is as winning as these positions get, judging by the evaluation, but still I think plenty of scope for misplay.
Yeah, the good news maybe for white is there aren't that many options. No, king d2, rook f3. You don't want to go for that kind of race where f4 is coming so quickly.
No.
So rook b5 is more contained. If not, how do you make progress? All right, while they're evaluating their chances, we can go to my favorite topic, the hidden and not so hidden seconds that we might have spotted during this tournament. Just saw Sindarov leaving there, celebrating with one of his helpers, Madaminov. I think he differs, or he distinguishes between his second is Madaminov and his coach is Roman Vidonyak, who are both here. I'm guessing they have different tasks.
Yeah, you would assume so. You don't want to, redundancies in that are not as valuable as in some IT systems you could name.
Yeah, then the list of stuff we know. Fabiano is with Christian Chirilla and Grigory Oparin. Hikaru is here with Chris Littlejohn. Pragg is with Vaibhav Suri, who replaces Peter Svidler, which allows you to join us here. Wei Yi is with Bai Jinsi, who I think also joined him during the World Cup. Esipenko Paravian we know, Bluebaum Rasmus Svane we know, Sindarov we just mentioned. Anish is with Jan Smets. And as usual, this does not include potential hidden helpers that are sitting somewhere abroad, clicking buttons. In the women's tournament, we are not as sure in some cases. And Peter, I guess you don't know either, but I've seen some people in the dining room whom I'm still not sure who they're with. What is Ray Robson doing here, for example?
I do not know.
Will we ever find out? Very, very strong US Grandmaster. He does show up for food, but he doesn't join anybody, so we can't really find out.
No, he often is joined by Shabo Balog, but that doesn't...
But that was my next question.
Yeah, that doesn't clarify the situation for me whatsoever.
Grandmaster just sitting there.
Yeah.
Daniel Dubov is here, we're assuming with Kateryna Lagno. Who else? Tomaszewski?
Yeah, we've seen Tomaszewski at dinner, and the assumption has to be he is here with Goryachkina, but I did not ask, and I don't really think it's my place to ask, but...
We will never know.
Goryachkina played F3, which...
F3?
My instinctual reaction is...
Why?
Don't do that, yeah.
I mean, you can still go rook b5, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I guess maybe she feels like this is some kind of a Zugzwang, because it forces the rook from the third, because black has no moves.
Divya very quickly gave the check.
Yeah, and now we go maybe king e3, f4, and we suggest that this is somehow an improvement, but I'm not sure. I don't want softening. I'm not sure why we've softened up our king side like this. Yeah. Still winning, but
so it's more or less the same. Yeah, you put the king on f4, you go for rook b5.
Yeah, rook b5, take on a5, go if... yeah, I think it's probably just the same position. And eventually you will have to give up the pawn on f3, but you are winning in those positions, I guess, is the big plan.
Is there... No. I was wondering if she could fish for more Zugzwangs by putting the rook on a7, but no, black can just wait on the a file.
Yeah. I don't see how that creates any additional progress. So maybe nothing really has changed. Like my first reaction was, yeah, I don't like the fact that now the pawns are being collected without having to spend a tempo from f2 to g3, but maybe it's irrelevant. Maybe things that start happening on the queen side start happening so fast that it just is completely irrelevant. "12 minutes left for Aleksandra and 3 minutes for Divya, which is actually a bit of a problem because I mean her position is very bad, and I don't know how much time she had when she landed in the setting. Already 6 minutes. I was going to say that her maybe one potential saving grace would be to play incredibly quickly, in particular considering how few choices she has on every move. I think in her spot it is possible to pretty much blitz out everything and try to put some pressure on Goryachkina on the clock. But she was behind on the clock when she just landed in this endgame.
Yeah, the good news for her is there aren't really many tough decisions for black. No, when you take whatever pawns you can get, then you put your rook on the a file and wait for events to unfold. The World Cup winner there with the black pieces looking to hold this game, but does seem like an uphill battle. I can't try to checkmate. No, bring my king to g8. That's a bit far away.
Yeah, it's a bit fancy. Really does require some cooperation.
All right. So what have you been up to? Did you finish your Australian lesbian cop show?
I have, yes. And
were the crocodile murder victims caught? No, the killers of the crocodiles. I didn't.
Justice has been served. Some of it, croc justice. Croc justice is very important.
Excellent. What else is new in Peter's Fiddler world?
Not very much, frankly. Things are stable.
Good talk.
Yes.
Back to the rook endgame.
I know what's important, so I'm resisting your attempts to steer me away from it.
Okay, then please tell us more about the rook endgame.
I'm waiting for something to change, frankly, here as well. But yeah, and it's interesting that you feel so such complete impunity from sort of return questions about your life. You just know I will not go there.
You never asked me anything in like 12 years of commentary, so I'm not too anxious about your interrogation.
Yeah. So is it still only basketball podcasts, or you've branched out into other areas of human endeavor?
No, I listen to a lot of politics podcasts, which I'm sure is another great topic for chess broadcast.
Absolutely is, yeah. And actually, I did know that because we had a brief conversation at breakfast today, and I was very heartened to know that some of our tastes in political podcasting actually coincide. Rugby 5 played, which I think indicates that Goryachkina understands that this is the most beautiful she can get in terms of positional setup before actually having to trade some pawns, and she will now have to take on a5 and start to finally convert with concrete calculation.
Goryachkina does seem to know what she's doing. Is this a thing? Because we are always growing up in fear of the, whatever you want to call it, the Soviet chess school, where you learn rook endgames before you learn the rules. Is that emphasized?
It used to be. It definitely was maybe one of the first things that was sort of advanced level once you progressed past the. Well, I mean, you do kind of obviously learn the rules a bit earlier than that, but the thing is, the question is not whether you're taught that or not. The question is whether it sticks.
That's my problem. People have tried to teach me, but it's so different from whatever you want to call it, strategic thinking, pattern recognition in chess that, I mean, I guess everybody's different, but for me, it just doesn't stick.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like I'm very much in the same camp because I don't think I'm a horrible player of rook endings. I don't have horrible results. I've actually won some reasonably intricate endgames in my career, but I do it by just approaching every single one as a calculation exercise. Mm-hmm. And I guess I used to be quite okay at that. But if you quiz me on like basic endgames, I will be so at sea that it's really embarrassing. And yeah, I don't know how you solve this problem without, I guess, refreshing them every now and again, like you.
What's the Vancouver position?
No. Once you introduce into the equation the names of the positions, I'm not playing.
Okay. Philidor, you've heard of?
Philidor, I have heard of.
Lucena?
Yeah, those two I probably can still handle. Yeah, but yeah. Vancouver is the third rank defense, yeah, I think.
I think it's...
Or the sixth,
I will
yeah.
be bad at describing it, but basically the sixth rank defense, you can do rook on h6, pawn on a6, and rook on a8 or a7.
Yeah.
Then you follow the pawn till it goes to a7, then you go rook a6.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's still, I mean, she has time, so she's considering whether there is any way to avoid taking on a5 and, finesse it somehow, but there isn't. You're definitely never playing g4. That, I think, simplifies Black's task tremendously, and you absolutely are not interested in doing that.
That rule of thumb I did hear of, that as an attacker, typically you don't want to exchange that many pawns.
Yeah. Even though, like, specifically in this position, you can maybe imagine playing g4 and then just trying to get the king to take on a5 without giving up the pawn on b3. But even if that happens...
Feels like a mistake.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it throws away the win. you just pretty much never do that on general principles, and you don't even allow yourself to try to calculate that because there's just no reason to subject yourself to those types of positions. So yeah, I'm assuming she will eventually take on a5, play rook b5, a5, and then play king e5 and start pushing. Also, black is in zugzwang here, sort of, because...
yeah, that's what I was wondering, if she will go for some king g7, king g5 zugzwangy type of thing, or if once again we're throwing away.
No, I think this might
Not
win,
yet.
actually, rook b7, because it ends up on the 8th, and now we just go a6, a7.
Ah, this is just over.
Yeah, this is just completely over. So you unfortunately for black, you can't even play king g7 in that position, I would assume. Yeah, and that means that you have to either allow a6 or you have to allow king e5. So rook a5. Rook a5 here, rook b3, rook b5. Rook a3, a5. And if we assume king g7 just loses by force, which appears to be true, you have to release the king, yeah. And now I guess after rook a3, the simplest I thought was f4.
Yeah, just fix this.
Fix everything, go a6, yeah. And now you never have time to take the second one, because the a pawn will just straight up win. And also you are so stuck on the king side that even in the circumstance where you do take f4 and then have to give up the rook, your passers are just not fast enough.
No.
Actually, rook a4. I guess rook... actually, this is... Maybe I gave the whole speech and I'm completely wrong, yeah? King f6, maybe, but it feels very... Actually, maybe king f6. Now rook b8 wins.
Ah, finally, checkmate.
Yeah.
Enters the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, this is how I win.
Easy.
This is how I win these endgames. I calculate some two-move variations, and I hope that one of them actually leads me to the solution. But yeah.
But I've always thought that, because I think normally the perception is that the strategic quiet players, they are particularly good at endgames, but my experience was that very often the calculators are better at endgames, because calculating 2-3 moves, the quote-unquote tacticians like the Shirovs, MVLs of the world, they are normally very, very good at endgames.
Yeah. Shirov's name, I guess, first that comes to mind, but MVL is also a very, very good example of that. Just an incredibly fearsome endgame player, and
yeah, Fabi, Hikaru, like these guys are good. Obviously, Magnus is very good at everything, including endgames.
Yeah.
But in general, I think this notion that he's a quite strategic player, he must be great at endgames, doesn't hold up, because it's very often the tacticians that are just very, very good at calculating these short lines.
Yeah, and she's not gone rook b5, she's gone rook a8, but I don't think it matters a great deal. It's probably the same.
Maybe she wants to go for these.
Yeah, maybe she actually wants to land the king on g8 and include that as a list of problems, in a list of problems black has to face.
Okay, so let's say rook a3, so go a5.
Yeah, I think so. You still cannot really play king g7, yeah, now... Well, king f6. You have to play king h7, and now a6 is just winning, right? Rook f3, rook c8, or the usual way. Although this is maybe a bit iffy. Rook b8, rook c8, somewhere, rook a3, rook b7, check. And then a7, and your pawns aren't really...
Still can't move anything.
Yeah. This should be winning, right? Yep. You want to try and not allow even that, but I would assume this is good enough, yeah.
I don't know if you can try any last breakthroughs, but...
No, if you do this, I mean, g5 rook b6 check is a problem here, but if this didn't exist, let's say rook b6 check didn't exist.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll go here.
Yeah. I'm not sure we're so happy about this, by the way.
We are not.
Yeah, this might now be draw, yeah?
So we still need cunning. Or you do king e5, no, also draw. Let's guess the move as usual.
Yeah, let's go back to the live position, see how she approaches it. And once again, king e5, rook b3 on the board. There is still the option Maybe not here, actually. I was going to say there's still the option of f4, rook g3, king f6, but I'm not sure we're fast enough now. I would have preferred the rook on the side, actually. I think we were queening the a-pawn faster with the rook on b5 than the rook on a8.
It's not hopeless for Divya yet, is it?
No, none of these things are entirely hopeless until they are. And you kind of don't know where the cutoff is. Yeah. She's also behind on the clock, and she might have some decisions to make, but really not very many.
No.
You attack pawn. If it's still unprotected, you take the pawn. Yeah.
A file if mate is threatened, you avoid mate and one threat.
Yeah.
And then later, you have to see if g5 loses on the spot or not. If not,
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of branches in the decision tree here. Yeah.
King f6 played.
Yeah, king h7 blitzed out. Yeah, now king g5 actually. King g5 actually transfers us back to what we sort of wanted, right?
Did we have this? Rook f3, check.
Rook a7, king g8. But yeah, no, this is very tricky though.
6.
I don't think you won this.
Rook g3.
Yeah, this is somehow king takes f5 is king takes f5 is winning.
Yeah, rook g4. But, okay.
But yeah, you never allow this, I don't think. That would be insane to allow.
Guessing.
Absolutely insane, yeah.
How do you win? Rook h4.
a5, a6, rook a4, king g6, and you actually get the king f8 loses to check and check and a7, and we win the rook.
This theme we've seen.
Yeah. No, once again, it's a long but very, very direct, very straightforward calculation, which is manageable, I guess, on 6 or 8 minutes or whatever it is that she has on the clock. But I think you probably want something cleaner.
If you think in that direction, because it seems like okay, we've exchanged all the pawns, doesn't seem like a big achievement.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that wins now, by the way. a5 no longer wins.
Yes.
Yeah, we've actually driven ourselves to a point in the game where you can include rook a7, rook a8. So for those of you following on with the engine, you will think I'm lying to you because there are 2 lines on your screen which are winning, but one is just repeating. And now you have to play king g5 and show this entire line.
So king g5 is the only winning move. a5, rook takes f3.
That is no fun.
Time.
That is no fun at all. That is...
Well, this...
No fun at all.
Barely wins.
Yeah, there had to...
Here you also have to take on f5, I'm assuming. King h5, f4 looks like a draw. Yep.
Yeah.
And to simplify into 1 versus 1, rook endgame, which you then win by...
No, I think Divya is favored to hold now, honestly, despite the engine saying +5. Because even
depends on the next move.
Yeah, but I guess you can maybe calculate yourself your way out of this if you get here. Yeah, like every single move in that variation is calculable, but your instincts are going to be screaming at you. You're going wrong, right?
Yeah.
Kingside is disappearing. The a-pawn is not queening yet. We are clearly going wrong. Yeah.
King. Then again, with the king cut off on the 8th rank, there are all these queening combinations, or just put on a6, go rook b7, a7, or rook a8, rook h8. But it is some random details like king g6 mating threats thrown in. So let's try to show once again a5, rook h4, a6. Now we're threatening rook b7, a7, winning the rook.
Has to be rook a4, and specifically king g6.
King g6 is important. Threatening checkmate.
Yeah.
And hitting the pawn.
Yeah, rook g4
check.
We take on h5 and go back to g6.
We go back, another check, and now we go this direction, yeah?
I would assume so, yeah.
No, see, whenever I make one move, it turns. So how is this actually winning? Do we make a luft on...
Yeah, check and then run towards b7, I guess, maybe.
This is, I'm pretty much guessing at this point. No, 0-0.
King e5, maybe, yeah?
What's the difference?
Vinkura?
Ah! You do know what Vinkura is.
Sort of. Okay, yeah, no, this is...
No, this is so hopeless. And she hasn't gone for it either.
Not yet. She can still return to it.
She's repeated.
Yeah, she can still return to it.
Maybe.
No. Yeah, this is where rook a5, rook b5 was maybe.
Yeah, that looked
saving on work a little bit, yeah.
And there is this ancient wisdom, you should repeat the position once to gain time. Never worked for me. The decision to repeat the position once always takes much more than the 30 seconds you get. Secondly, I've often miscounted because 2 and 3 are very close, repeated position 3 times. So I think if you're winning, just do it directly. Don't repeat once.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Yeah, once she pauses here, I do feel like it's probably now tilting towards a draw.
Do agree with that.
And we do have the final results in the poll on who will win today, and I tried to give our chat a hint. Chat decided not to follow my hint, and the voting was fairly evenly split between Hikaru winning and a draw. Anish winning did not get very many votes, but out of the 19,000 votes here,
what was it like? Who are you rooting for or something?
No, specifically who will win today in a game between Hikaru Nakamura and Anish Giri, and draw was a possible vote. And it did not
favorite?
It did not even win. It tied with Hikaru. We are being viewed by optimists. Our viewers are.
Well, Hikaru was white. It's not completely unreasonable. He has a bit more rating. I will think draw is a favorite given the track record, but not to think Hikaru with white could be winning. Yeah. It's not.
She's gone king f7. Now it's important not to take on f3. But as long as you don't take on f3 and play king h7, you can't even really play king f6
now we
anymore.
Can't keep repeating because it's threefold. That's always a problem with this repeating once business.
So, yeah, 1, 2.
But if I go king f8 check, what do you do? King h6?
Well, king h6 is actually, yeah, good question, yeah.
Then a5. Because then you can't take on f3. Because finally,
king h8 actually.
My dreams
of checkmate. King h8 is stronger.
Just let me show this checkmate because it's nice.
It is, yeah. This one is somewhat unexpected because you think g5 creates enough luft, but no, it doesn't.
So we have to keep the opposition.
Yeah.
Now I can't do something.
Nope.
a5 is draw.
f4 is also draw. No, you have to go back to f7, but you will
but then it's
run into three folds. Yeah.
That's why you never repeat once. King h7 played.
Yeah.
Divya's holding this.
I think she is, yeah. Aleksandra is also very quickly catching up on the clock. They're going to both be around the 1.5 2 minute mark.
One side has to make a decision every move, and the other has only moves.
Yeah,
that's
very understandable.
Inevitable.
Very understandable.
Two minutes for Goryachkina. 30 seconds per move, so this could take a while, but I feel next 3-4 moves will determine the position.
I think she actually maybe still has enough non-repetition tries to go king f6, rook 8, king g5.
I can't count.
Yeah, so
because she only repeated this.
Yeah, king f6, king f6, king h7 only happened once so far. I think she is still on track, but she can waste no more tries. Yeah.
So technically, this wins.
Yeah. There's also king e6 check, and after king h6, Yeah, but then you go back to f7. Yeah, it's all the same. There's no other way. There's just no other way. And now you also, as you correctly keep pointing out, yeah, because she decided to repeat once, she now has this additional worry of, you know, have I miscounted?
Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah, if I play king f6 check here, does she just call the arbiter and writes down a move and it's a draw on the spot?
Thirty seconds, last chance for king f6. And king f8 played, king h8.
Yeah, and Divya
does not hesitate, not tempted by king h6. And this is it. Now there's no turning back to the king f7, king h7 business.
Well, we might still be okay, but okay, I guess not anymore. Yeah, not with rook a6.
How often do you think you can repeat without it being threefold?
I think maybe we actually would, if we play king f7, king f6 there, we would actually be...
Still? King f7 wouldn't... king h7 is not a threefold?
I would need to count.
Count?
I think...
3.
No. So king f7, king h7 was only played once so far. King f6, king h6, with the rook on a8 once, with the rook on a7 once. I think she was actually still okay.
Okay, but...
Yeah.
Didn't happen.
Did not happen. She went rook a6, and now rook takes f3 makes an immediate draw. Rook g6, king h7.
So the point is now she's threatening checkmate, and she can target these pawns.
Yeah,
it's no longer winning. Huh?
Rook g6, rook f3,
king h6, or what?
She hasn't played it, but it's fine because I think it's pretty clear that Aleksandra is not planning to go back to the previous try. Yeah, king h7, king f7, and now once again we can take on f3. Rook takes g6, and simply f5, f4 is an immediate draw. Rook a3 is also an immediate draw. This is not even difficult anymore.
So technically, rook a7 was still winning.
Yeah, judging by the fact that the engine doesn't give me zeros, I guess we're not passing through the threefold, because I think the engine tracks these things, and once you can no longer do it without the threefold, it doesn't show it as winning.
Rook f3 on the board.
Yeah, rook g6, f4. I guess maybe she thinks rook f6 is still a chance, but takes and rook g4 is a draw, right?
Yeah. f4 blitzed out.
Yeah. No, it's just a draw now.
Yeah. Once again, one of the few rook endgames that's so much easier for the defender. Because you really don't have decision.
Yeah, a bit of a lucky escape there for Divya. She was worse for the entirety of the game, but it felt holdable, and then she perhaps mistakenly simplified into this major piece endgame, which turned out to be a lot more venomous than she assumed. She did not have to take on
like there was anything clean. It was always suffering, right?
Yeah.
Just pick your poison.
Yeah, she absolutely could have decided not to take on g2 there, and I guess you say she should have lost, but yeah, shoulda, coulda.
I don't know. I think she defended well.
But yeah,
these rook end games, in my mind, they're always a coin flip.
Yeah, defended really well. Yeah, rook g3, rook f4, and the I'm assuming actually rook g4 is the only move that makes a draw. I was going to say like maybe there are other options, but no, everything else loses. But you do play rook g4.
4 is fairly straightforward.
Yeah, and the queens appear in the correct order for black. If white queen first, white probably gives... Though even that is not clear. We don't have queen g8 check. Maybe it's a draw even if you...
Talking about this.
Yeah, a5, g3, a6. Unfortunately, we can't pass. I like g1, a8. If you imagine it's white to move here, is this winning? I don't think so, actually. We control all the mating squares. So it's a draw regardless. Yeah, so Divya...
Easier draw with black to move.
Yeah, with black to move, not a huge problem.
So rook f4 on the board, rook g4, last hurdle, but not a tough one, frankly.
No, rook f5, rook takes h4, the a-pawn survives, but it's on a5, it's not going to run. And black will start pushing her own passer, so yeah, not a problem. She has 3 minutes as well. It wouldn't have been difficult on 30 seconds, I think, for her, but on 3 minutes has to be an equation she solves confidently.
Only way to hold, but also only way to win a pawn. And yeah, rook g4 played. Took a moment to double check. This, I think, is the end to Aleksandra Goryachkina's winning chances.
Yeah, you have to assume nothing will happen from here because really there's no material left.
So gotta be careful not to lose on time while looking at this position in frustration. No, but she does make a move. Rook f5 threatens checkmate. Rook takes h4.
Important not to play rook takes a4, but yeah, unlikely. Unlikely.
I guess you go a5, but whatever. King
a5, king h6, yeah.
Rook a4.
Yeah. Once we get off the mat there with the king and start pushing our own passer forward, there's really not a lot to discuss.
King h6 plate.
Yeah, you got to make sure, like a6, rook a4, rook f6, check, king g5. Obviously it's a draw, but you kind of need to be a little bit careful with white.
At some point you start worrying a bit, yeah.
Like really, really don't do that at all. Yeah, just give rook f6 check immediately and start giving checks along like f6, g6 squares. Yeah. Just get the king away from the h-pawn and eat the h-pawn. Yeah. Let's not fool around.
No, it wouldn't be the first time this happened, no? That
absolutely, yeah. King
f6
f6
doesn't want to make a draw.
That's actually very similar.
It's a draw for at least allowing rook takes a4.
No, she played a5. a5, king h6 is on the board. So rook a4 now? I guess, I mean, we wait for it to get to h3 and then we play rook f3, yeah. Or something along those lines.
Trick I have seen. That's not fun.
Yeah, I don't know why she's doing this to herself, honestly. Rook a3 here. I guess king f5, yeah. King
no, of course it's still a draw. But
yeah, but I really, I'm semi-serious. Don't do this to yourself in 10 seconds.
Rook a4 plate.
Yeah.
So not that much fun.
Actually,
to think about.
Actually, king e5 maybe.
Nah, that's too humbling. King e6 if we want to go somewhere.
Or
d6.
Actually, maybe we're in time with this, yeah.
Okay, we're not lost. I mean.
Yeah. No, I'm looking for something that really removes any necessity of thinking. h4, king f5, yeah. King h5, though. I don't know.
I feel like you're overselling this slightly, but no, stranger things have happened.
Yeah. No, but you're sitting there, you're annoyed, you're kind of expecting a draw offer, and then you realize that it is you actually who will have to defend 0 against 1, and you know it's a draw.
You're not expecting a draw offer. You could have made a draw at any point. You chose not to, so you're not getting a draw offer. Like.
Yeah.
But maybe Divya probably refuses a draw offer if it comes now, right?
Yeah, I mean, why would you? Yeah, just continue playing here. You risk nothing at all. It is absolutely now black who is, you know, if there's a 1% chance somebody wins, this is definitely black and white. Yeah.
No, you go king h5. No, she goes h3. I think she's also ready to call this a game. No.
Rook b3 or
rook h4.
Yeah, like and then rook b1. Yeah, that is actually a draw. Yeah.
Everything's a draw.
That is actually a draw.
Rook b2 is also a draw, or rook b1.
Yeah, I mean, most legal moves in this position will be a draw. This is why I liked king h5. I thought king h5 was preserving more life in the position. Yeah.
Divya looks frustrated. She gave away her winning chances.
Yes.
Rook went to square. It was
such
b3.
as they are.
Will she take on a5?
Yeah.
Or go rook h4?
Rook takes a5. King g2, king g4, h2, rook h3, rook g5 check. Unfortunately, not a legal move, but
not allowed.
Not allowed, yeah. Also doesn't win because of king f3.
I'm glad you're enjoying this.
Wrong on so many levels, yeah. Well, I mean... Oh.
Big decision. Here?
Well, I mean, sort of is, because here she's on 20 seconds, is she? She should... Ah, no, I mean, move has already been made.
240.
Yeah, sorry. For some reason, I thought it's white to move, and it really is.
She does take the pawn. She's seen enough for today.
Yeah. Good enough.
But her ending up a pawn up was also not a favorite. When this rook endgame...
Important not to play rook h5 here, trying to get to king against king too fast.
Oh, yeah.
One final trap, yeah. Let's not play rook h5.
Resources.
Yeah. I'm now being shamed for trying to find what little joy there is.
Will we see a draw of her? No.
No, I think the king goes back to g2, yeah.
The school, the new school, you play out rook versus rook. I was just flagged in Title Tuesday. I know it's the norm, but it's still annoying to be flagged in rook versus rook. There you go.
Yeah.
King h2, only move. Strictly. Draw great.
And with that, we conclude our coverage of round 3 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. 2 decisive results in the open section, 2 decisive results in the women's section. Finally.
That's correct. As you predicted.
No, I think I took 2 out of 8, not 2 out of 4.
No,
so
you said 2 in the open section and a decisive result at least. In the women's section, I think you're good.
Okay.
All right, Fabiano Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov win their games, making them joint leaders on 2.5 out of 3. The great Bluebaum 14 draw sweep is still very much in contention.
Whereas in the women's section, there are wins for Bibisara Assaubayeva against Jiner and Kateryna Lagno against Zhongyi. The Chinese grandmasters scoring no points today from 2 one completely winning position and one, at the very least, very promising position. So a bit of a heartbreak there for Team China, as you can see. 2 wins with the black pieces in those games, and draws in games between Vaishali and Muzychuk, and the one we've just seen conclude, where Aleksandra Goryachkina missed a very, very solid chance to open her account by beating Vaishali. Divya.
Absolutely. That leaves us with some important categories like Player of the Day. I will, after looking at the scores there, where we see Fabian Sindarov in the shared lead. Bluebaum and Praggnanandhaa on 50%, everybody else on -1. Let's have a look at the women's table, where finally it's no longer everybody's on 50%.
Absolutely not, no. Bibisara and...
I was going to announce, but I agree. I also picked Sindarov.
Yes, that is, I think,
we have no say in this.
Very fair.
Fabi wins in 19 moves, doesn't even get Player of the Day. What else can you do? 15 moves? What does he have to do?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe nothing. Yeah, maybe it's just hopeless already. Day 3, and we've decided who is the most important player in the
tournament. Lagno gives a historic checkmate with the rook against 4 major pieces. Nothing. Now, well-deserved for Sindarov, great game against Praggnanandhaa. And that brings us to the end of today's broadcast. Tomorrow is not yet a rest day.
Not yet, no.
Is round number 4. Do we have the pairings?
We have the pairings somewhere.
We can find them.
Rustle up some pairings for you. The pairings for tomorrow are, in the open section, Andrey Esipenko is white, against Anish Giri, Wei will try to bounce back from that very painful loss in a wide game against Hikaru and Nakamura. We have the two leaders playing each other. Very exciting day tomorrow. Sindarov white against Caruana, and Matthias Bluebaum second white in a row against Pragg. The sweep is in full bloom, so to speak.
I like it. I like it. All right, Peter, that is it tomorrow, same time, same place?
Not before we announce the pairings in the women's section, though. Muzychuk is white against Lagno. Bibisara, after her win today, is playing against the other Chinese player, Zhongyi. Divya is playing Jiner, and Vaishali white against Goryachkina. Everything to play for in the women's section. Very, very exciting tournament in progress, and finally decisive games.
Very much. So, I don't know what this is. Time of show starting? I would think so. We are in Cyprus, so for us the relevant time is 15:30. We have to be here. That's 13:30 in London, 5:30 in Tashkent, where the viewership grows by the day, I'm told. Sindarov winning every game. 8:30 in Beijing. It's actually good times everywhere in the world. Like, good choice.
Yeah, somewhat tough.
5:30 in Los Angeles.
Yeah, somewhat tough for the West Coast.
5 a.m. club.
Although, yeah, people actually get up at 5 to work
that's what
with
they
their
do in LA.
personal trainers. So, yeah, perfect for them as well. Thanks very, very much for watching. We'll be back with the live coverage of round 4 tomorrow at the same time. And then the rest of the day, I will now record a quote-unquote brief recap, which, considering what happened today, will probably be like 25 minutes. So for those of you who have not had enough of our coverage of this tournament, there will be a little bit more. We thank, of course, all the sponsors of this event, starting with the government of Cyprus and the FIDE and the Chess Federation of Cyprus, and of course Freedom Corporation and the Scheinberg family for the support of this event.
Not to forget this beautiful hotel, the Cap St. George's Hotel, that is treating us
absolutely
well.
And yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to round 3 of the FIDE Candidates 2026 from Cap St. George's Hotel and Resort. I have with me here Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana to my right and Wei to my left, Grandmaster. Gentlemen, let's start this press conference. Fabiano, how do you feel?
Well, it was a bit of an unexpected end to the game. But yeah, of course, I'm very happy with the result.
Wei, this game was very crazy. Had a crazy imbalance from the very beginning. Was this something that you wanted coming into this game? Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I think this was in my preparation, but
closer to me.
Yes, I sacrificed 2 pawns that fight for the initiative, but okay. But then, I mean, after Queen B5, and a bit, I was out of book, but then I played like a few terrible moves and then just blundered my piece.
Let's get back to the opening. Fabiano, this knight g5 is very fresh. It has been played by 2 super grandmasters in the database that I saw. Was this the intended prep you wanted over the board?
No, not at all. I basically got a bit tricked with the move order. So I got into something I didn't want. And then I was deciding on different lines here. I mean, I can play like castle, knight c6, d4, and make a draw. Of course, it's possible like this. Okay, it's just a draw. I mean, there's a... Yeah, I mean, if white wants to play it safe, I think this is the easiest draw. But I still didn't want to like do something like this, so just thinking about I mean, I knew that queen a4, knight z6, knight g5 existed, but I only remembered that e6, knight g4, and then I couldn't remember details, but you know, I think
knight g4.
Yeah, I couldn't remember many details here, but it looked playable. So okay, the pawn sack was.
Knight b6 that surprised you?
Yeah, a bit unexpected. But I figure at this point I'm kind of committed. I have to take the pawns. Otherwise, I don't know what the point of all my play is. So I just went for it.
And Wei, knight b6 is a very rare move. This was your preparation to surprise Fabiano with this?
Yes, but not before this game.
Not for this game. So you had it reserved.
Yes.
Very interesting. Okay, so we move from the opening. Here we have a very double-edged position. You have 2 pawns up, but you're struggling with the white pieces are struggling with development. And what was the turn? At what point did you feel like this 2-pawn advantage, which is not really concrete, might turn concrete?
I mean, I was looking for safety here, so I played queen b5 because I was thinking about rook g1 immediately, castle g4, but this one version didn't appeal to me at all.
Why not?
Okay, there's queen d7, queen b5, I don't know. It didn't really look very good. So, okay, I wanted to either make him misplace the knight or the king. I mean, I thought king f8 was very critical because now I can't play d3 or b3, so I was thinking to play d4, and then knight c4, and then I thought maybe queen d5 is a bailout, chase the queen around. Okay, but I was also thinking maybe not queen d5, but maybe bishop e3 is, it's a bit ugly, but okay.
Wait, where?
Instead of queen d5, maybe bishop e3. I was deciding between these 2 options.
Okay, this one.
And yeah, black has very strong compensation, but I mean, it's not very concretely bad for white yet or anything, so I don't know. I felt like maybe it's still within equality.
Would you ever castle here?
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, it's possible, of course.
Looks very dangerous.
Yeah, after g4, I started to kind of like my position. I mean, like maybe here bishop g4 is very fine for black, yeah. But I guess white is not worse. So, and after g4, I thought maybe I'm better. I thought like knight f6, g5. Oh, sorry, queen a4 here was my plan. Knight f6, queen a4.
Queen a4. What's the idea behind queen a4? Just overprotecting?
Yeah, just play rook g3.
Oh, preparing rook g3.
If h5 take d4 probably. I thought white should be better here. And after rook c5, queen b3, I still thought it was not so easy. I mean, after knight f6.
Okay, but let's go back to this moment. Did g4 surprise you? What did you feel when you saw g4 and then this rook g3 idea?
Yeah, I saw g4 when I played castle, but then, I mean, but after he played g4, I found this move was very strong. But, yeah, because after f5 he has g5. And then my bishop on h3 was very bad.
Is this what you were going to play on f5, this retort?
Yeah, I didn't think f5 was a good move.
Yes. Also, I missed the move queen a4 after knight f6 now.
Okay, wait, so this... Knight f6. Wait, knight f6 now?
Yes.
Okay, queen a4. Ah, I see. So this trick here. Overprotecting to threaten rook g3.
Yes. I see. I have to go h5 and now, I mean, after...
Yeah, knight f6, queen a4, h5.
Now white's rook on g1 was just very strong.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, and it would be takes, as we saw, right? Okay.
I thought maybe h5 immediately was also gh5, rook c5. I wasn't sure about this one because it's different now. Queen b3, rook queen b3, b6 is a better version for black. But I mean, I thought queen b7 maybe, rook h5, and I think rook g5 was what I was finally looking at. But okay, I don't know. It's still very complicated position.
Okay, very complicated. So now g4 is played, rook c5, and now this is the first moment where objectively white is considerably better after rook c5, queen b3. Had you already seen this knight d1, knight e3 trick, or this knight d1 simply trick to trap the bishop?
Yeah, when I played queen b3, I thought knight e5 was losing for this reason.
Wow.
So I thought knight f6, d4, rook c8 was still, I was trying to calculate this g5. No, sorry, rook c8, g5.
Okay, sorry.
hg, okay, I have different ways to capture, but I was probably going to play knight takes, g5, bishop f5, e4, knight takes e4, knight g4, queen d4, bishop e3, queen e5. I mean, okay, black does have some compensation for sure, but right. f4, okay, I was trying to figure this position out, which...
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Okay.
But yeah, knight e5 is just...
So then
just an oversight.
And the reason behind knight e5, you missed knight d1?
Yes.
Okay. So takes, knight d1.
I only saw a rook g3, but then after queen a8, like black has some
queen a8
counterplay. Yes.
I see. Okay. So then knight d1, and then it's just game over. Okay. Okay, I'm going to open up the questions to the floor. Please state your name and your media outlet. Yes. Gentleman in the middle.
This question is for Fabi. This is Jafar with Prime Chess. Fabi, you've had a lot of experience in the candidates, and you're off to a good start. And for the fans back home, you've been one of the favorite picks. Does anything feel different this time around for you, or how are you feeling? What's getting everything to click for you right now?
Well, okay, I mean, it's normal in chess that things hang on a few moments, and I had like some lucky breaks, obviously, in the first 3 rounds. Okay, especially in the first and third. So yeah, it's obviously it's a perfect start. I can't say it's any less than that, but still such a long tournament.
Any other questions? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. So Fabi, when you play queen takes c5, I mean, you think it a little bit. Have you considered like queen g2?
Yeah, briefly, but I thought, like, I kind of wanted to grab as many pawns, because I thought after queen g2, black doesn't even have to prove it. It's just compensation. Like, there's nothing you can.
c8, bishop h3, or something like.
Yeah, I didn't really look at it too concretely. I just thought that black has very good compensation, and it's very easy to play for black. After queen c5, it's difficult to play for both sides, I thought.
Yeah, your queen at least is playing, and I have both for both questions. Okay, Fabi has the static advantage, and we had the dynamic advantage. Do you feel comfortable like playing dynamic and also static for both of us?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, this is like, let's say these types of slightly chaotic positions are more difficult to play than let's say something I got in like the first round, where you have some slight advantage. Yeah, of course, it's much more difficult to play these very dynamic positions. But but you have to be ready to do it sometimes.
Wei,
Yeah.
are you comfortable playing dynamic and static positions? Like your position was perfectly dynamic. You had to play so dynamic with Queen C7, Rook B8. How did you feel if you were comfortable with that position instead of 95 at the very end?
Sorry.
Queen C7?
Oh, Queen C7, my fault.
Yeah, Rook B8. Like it's very dynamic. I don't know if you felt comfortable with that position.
Were you comfortable with this kind of position? If you didn't plunder?
But I think the position was already bad for black. No?
I have a question for you, Fabi. You obviously have the experience over a lot of the players in this field. Is taking risks like this part of that tangible advantage that you have in your experience?
I don't know. I thought I approached the opening in not a very good way, to be honest. It wasn't like an opening success or anything. Okay. But it can happen, of course. You know, sometimes things don't work out in the opening. Okay. I wouldn't put it down to experience or anything like that.
Okay. Okay. Gentlemen, have a good rest, good preparation for tomorrow, and best of luck for the rest. Cheers.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Before we get to the game, I have to ask you, I read during the break that you confirmed that you will play in the Grand Chess Tour replacing Gukesh. First of all, do you know about this, and how could you confirm during your game?
I heard someone was like, don't want to play, because I was thinking like it should be because of this esports. I was thinking maybe Alireza, who has big contracts with Falcon's team, or someone from Liquid, but I'm really shocked like Gukesh is declined to play. It's for me a surprise, but anyway, it's a very good tournament, so I will be very happy to play in Grand Chess Tour, of course.
Yeah, congratulations on that as well. Good news for you. Talk us through the game. What happened?
Yeah, okay, I played solid opening. Yeah, I was ready e3, c5, d takes c5, bishop c5, a3, knight c6, queen c2. Yeah, rook e8, I prepared here, and if really, I checked bishop g5, but I cannot remember during game, and I was thinking like I should need to take maybe d takes c4, but I think here a lot should like some 8 minutes, and I was calculating this bishop f6, queen f6, knight e4, queen f5, and I was calculate all of this. Also, I have option to bishop f6 take g takes f6, but it looks not so good. I mean, he can go castle e5, and white scores is very. I mean, very. I think after g takes f6, I should be bad. But okay, this also looks for me very bad from start. But then after he plays b4, I don't know. First, I was like scared something like bishop d3, e takes bishop d3, d takes e3, some castle, and something like this. Playing with initiative, but nothing works. Also, he can play like a long castle here and king b1. I mean, it looks very scary, but should be fine for black, like after something.
Those are quite serious options, and the engine likes it for white, but not a lot. Like, it's playable for black as well.
Yeah, it's playable. Like, rook d8 should be good for black. I mean, I didn't see a big problem, but of course should be better for white. Okay, he plays b4, which I surprised really. Like, I take king d1, d takes a3, bishop d3. First, I realized like my position or immediately losing, or I do something, because I mean, everywhere he has queen a4 move, which is really, I don't know how to play to queen a4. So, I mean, if I play something like queen h5, he has queen a4, and I'm in big problem. So, I don't want to change one of my bishops to d3 bishop. I mean, I can play rook d8, but queen b4, rook d3, king e2, I really don't like. So that's why I think here probably a lot, yeah? No, I think here a lot before I take everything, and I find here queen g6 move. It should be interesting, like, because...
And if queen a4 here? Huh? And if queen a4 here?
Queen a4 here, now I can play rook d8 and to queen b4, e4 also.
Ah, that is very, very important, yeah.
Yeah, so queen a4, rook d8, you can play king e2, and then f5, and again, everything was like... I mean, okay, it's tricky position, yeah, I'm like my position, and but he played f takes e3, which I mean, which also I waiting. I was thinking this a lot, and I really like this position for black. Yeah, let's say if he plays some rook e1, I want to play b6, bishop b7, and then look at my bishops and my pawns. It should be great for me, but. Maybe computer don't like for black, but...
The line computer says is e4 here, and then there's some direct line leading to some endgame like f4, e5, rook d8.
I also saw, but to e4 also I think should be very interesting move like rook d8 immediately. Okay, his king is not safe end.
And if king e2, do you have anything better than f4?
King e2, now I can play queen h6, then f4, yes?
Well, the thing is, queen e3 check is not actually made, so you can play something like rook hd1 here, just calmly allow queen e3 check, and you don't have any follow-up. But it's very difficult to play this.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
So he played queen c3, and in my opinion, he missed e5.
That's what we saw.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah.
It should be already good for me.
It is, yeah.
Bishop c2, e4, maybe knight d4 works here, but you need to calculate a lot, and he has 24 minutes for next 20 minutes, 20 moves. So. I don't know, I was waiting knight d2 and he played like, and here I really think a lot. I was trying to find something interesting for me, which he need to think and find some good ideas because he's in time trouble. I start to play for his time from here, and I find something. I want to play first rook d8, and in my opinion it should be not bad. But after king c1, I think here I think a lot. Yeah, probably no. I think 5 minutes, but I was thinking like some queen b6, rook b1, then queen h6. He cannot play rook e1. I have queen h2, but then he has something like rook b3. I can play a5. Okay, it's a very hard position for both sides, in my opinion. I mean, no, of course it's better to play with black, but I mean it's hard to find best moves here. So. I played just normal moves, and I think here he need to play rook d1 probably. Yeah?
That's what we thought as well, yeah.
E2 is very bad move, like rook e2, bishop b4, queen b2, a5. Okay, I didn't find anything which wins immediately, so I just playing slowly. But here I think a lot, and I already have 8 minutes for 8 minutes when I have like 20 or 25 more minutes. So. I didn't like I think a lot. So, but anyway, my position should be easy to play. I was trying to, put my king h7, bishop b7, bishop e8, bishop f7, something like this. Okay, I played h5, king a2, h4, knight f1. So bishop d7. I played very fast. Okay, we have 5 against 5 minutes. So, but he need to play 10 moves here, which is probably impossible in 5 minutes. Yeah.
You started blitzing here, so yeah, you made 3 moves instantly, and then he collapsed.
I mean, he's a very strong player in time travel, but this position is like it's impossible to play, in my opinion, in 5 minutes. So he sacrificed here, but I really don't understand why. But still, if you don't sacrifice, also position should be very hard because.
Objectively he's fine, but it's just so much easier to play with the black.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So c5, rook c5, and yeah, he missed queen f7, rook c2, like, which I take immediately, and I was thinking like he will also play queen f7.
We were also discussing this because you took him 1 second, like you have time. Why don't you take 10 seconds to double check? Because you.
I took immediately.
Yeah. Like. Instantly.
I was sure like he didn't see it, because first he was taking his queen and he think a little bit, and I think maybe he realized I have rook c2, but when he played queen f7, I took immediately.
Yeah, no, zero doubt. All right, yeah, congratulations. Things are going well. Also, 2025, I think you lost 2 games. One was against Praggnanandhaa, so you've avenged that as well now.
Yeah, okay, Pragg is a very strong player. I think like when we played a lot of cadets tournaments in young age, he always beat me. Like our score should be like 4-0 or 5-0.
Was it 4-1 or something? But
No,
some
yeah,
under 8 action there. Like.
Yeah. But okay, I mean, this game we played very tricky, and I was lucky to have how to say, easier position in time trouble. So.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. Well played.
Sindarov.